Ojibwa. Warrior. Dennis Banks and the Rise of the American Indian Movement. Dennis Banks with Richard Erdos. To all the brave men and women of our movement who have passed on to the spirit world. Contents. I a night to remember 3-2. At the center of the universe I-2-3. The Y-ELO bus 24-4. Interlude 32-5. Makako 43-6. We aim not to please 58-7. Crow Dog 95-8. On the WA Bath RO59. Y-ELO Thunder N4IO. Fishing in troubled waters I2I. 2-1 Hell of a smoke signal 126-12. The town with the gun smoke flavor 145-13. A place called Wounded Knee 157-14. The siege 167-15. A Nation Reborn 181-16. The Stand Down 196-17. The WA Tours of Justice have been polluted 210-18. The Symbionese Liberation Army 228-19. The Informer 266-20. Fields of Terror 284-21. Outlawed 22. Exiled 23. Onondaga 24. Freedom 25. Suddenly I am an elder 26. Looking back. 1. On a dark night you could hear the ghosts crying, the ghosts of 300 women and children killed by the soldiers, so long ago. Dennis Banks, Ojibwa. May 8, 1973. Stand down at Wounded Knee. For 71 days we had held out against an army of U.S. Marshals, FBI, a corrupt tribal chairman's private gang of thugs called the Goons, and a bunch of big islands, cowboys and ranchers eager to bag themselves an Injun. Elements of the 82d Airborne had been standing by in the vicinity just in case they should be needed. The feds had brought against us a swarm of armored cars, an occasional jet fighter to get a look at us, .50 caliber machine guns, M79 grenade launchers, high-powered searchlights, and Snoopy, their helicopter, to spy on us. We had killed our last steer. We were down to 1 meal a day, sometimes a meal every other day. We had only rice and beans left, and even that was running out. No flour, no sugar, no cigarettes. Gladys Bissonette had found a can of some fatty seasoning used to make popcorn and a box of powdered spuds. She mixed these together with some odds and ends and managed to make a meal of it. We still had some roti for the warriors. That was it. Our lifeline had been the few miles between Porcupine and Wounded Knee, a sparsely wooded area that gave some cover to our runners who brought supplies to us in their backpacks every night. But now the whole place was full of marshals with sniper scopes and infrared night vision scopes, non-barking attack dogs, and tripwire flares, which could turn night into day. On top of that, the feds had started huge brush fires to burn off the cover, making it easier for them to detect anyone going in or out. Supplies were down to a pitiful trickle. Starvation was staring us in the face. Almost every day now we had fierce firefights. Feds fired thousands of rounds at us. At night their tracer bullets made a big show, crisscrossing the village from all directions. We were almost out of ammo. Our guys were down to about 10 bullets per man. A good many of our warriors had been wounded. Miraculously, only 2 had been killed. Frank Clearwater had been sleeping inside the Sacred Heart Church when a bullet crashed through the wall and hit him in the head. He never woke up. Buddy Lamont, a 31-year-old Vietnam veteran, was killed near the Last Stand bunker. He had been pinned down by a sniper, rose up to see where the shots were coming from, and was hit. His death was a terrible shock for us, particularly for Kamook, my sweetheart, who was Buddy's niece. We tried to get to him, but the feds' fire was so fierce that it took us 2 hours to recover his body. He had been shot through the heart. His body was still warm when I touched it. The pain for us was very deep. Buddy's death was the end. Negotiations went on for a few days more, but we knew that it was over. The end had come. We had to surrender. Of the resistance leadership besides me, only Carter Camp remained at the knee alongside our spiritual leaders, the medicine men Leonard Crow Dog and W.A.less Black Elk. Kamook had gone with her sister, Bernice, to transport Buddy out of the perimeter to Pine Ridge to prepare the funeral. Against all promises made to her, Kamook had been arrested, handcuffed, and kept overnight in the tribal jail. But she came back to Wounded. She walked on foot over 5 miles in the dead of night to join me during the last days. I had felt sad and lonely while she was gone. Now I was happy to have her back. It was the 5th of May. I had to tell her, the stand down will be on May 8th. Then the marshals will come in, and probably the goons. 4. 2. So you must leave before then. I don't want you to be roughed up and hurt by those bastards. I don't want you to be arrested again. Then Lubine told me, Dennis, the police are waiting for you. The FBI is waiting too. The goons have sworn to kill you. You have to get out of here before the feds arrive. Kamook added, an FBI agent wanted me to persuade you to give yourself up. He said the FBI would guarantee you safe passage to the nearest jail. We all laughed. I said, thank you, no. I don't want that kind of safe passage. Kamook left in secret before me. We had made plans how and where we would meet on the outside. Then a few of us got together. We sipped the last of the coffee. All agreed that I should not surrender. My friends were sure that some of the FBI and the goons would create an incident and shoot me down. Henry Suck, a Potawatomi from Kansas, was a close friend and head of my security. He said, a few warriors have to go with Dennis and make sure he gets through the perimeter. Len Foster, a Navajo and one of the earliest supporters of AIM, said, I'll go with Dennis. I'll protect him with my own life. Henry asked, who else? Len suggested Percy Casper. He's a good man, a Canadian Indian from British Columbia. You can rely on him no matter what. We also picked Frank Blackhorse, a Lakota always ready for a fight. I said, that's it? That's all we need. And we are going to have a sweat to pray and purify ourselves. So the night before the last, we went into the sweat lodge, Henry Suck, Percy Casper, Len Foster, Frank Blackhorse, our 2 medicine men Leonard Crow Dog and Wallace Black Elk and me. Crow Dog ran the sweat. He brought out his pipe and told us, with this pipe, with this tobacco, and with this prayer, I'm going to make you invisible. That is what he told us. We all prayed that we would get out without being discovered, that we would escape using the darkness of the night as our shield. It was a powerful ceremony. The spirits came in and we felt good and confident. When we saw little lights flickering in the 5. Darkness, Crow Dog warned us not to shoot at them because these were the souls of our dead ones. And we heard a ghost-like crying and singing coming from the arroyo where the men of the 7th Cavalry had butchered our women and children back in R890. The feds in their bunkers had heard the ghosts too, and it had shaken them up. Some of the marshals said later that an Indian on a horse had ridden through their camps and then suddenly dissolved into a cloud, into nothingness. On the final night at Wounded, we had one last meeting. I told my friends, tomorrow the feds will come in armed to the teeth with their APCs. They say they just want us to disarm, to give up our weapons. They are lying. They will handcuff the men and take them in buses to the nearest slammer. I don't like handcuffs and leg irons on me. I will not surrender. The feds have slapped $60,000 bail on me, and I could not possibly come up with that kind of money. I would have to go underground and lie low until it was time to surface. Carter Camp, Leonard Crow Dog, and W.A.less Black Elk decided to submit to arrest the next morning. They wanted the honor of being the last ones out of Wounded, and they deserved it. I'll give you my forwarding address, said Carter. Pennington County Jail, Rapid City. Others came with me that night. I told the warriors to take their rifles and shotguns with them. You never know when you might have to defend yourselves. The goons are out there. We had to pick a safe way out of the knee. We were tightly surrounded. Everywhere the feds had roadblocks, and at every roadblock there was an APC and maybe a jeep or two, also German Shepherd dogs. The whole perimeter swarmed with marshals and FBI. We finally decided to go out toward the north across the creek in the direction of Porcupine Butte. Some warriors had scouted the area and thought the north was not as densely held by the feds as the south, west, and east. Then Lou Bean came up with a great idea. A group of women would cause a diversion at the south end of the perimeter to draw the feds' attention to that point, while we headed north. Night FELL. It was about 9 p.m. when we were ready. South near a roadblock, Lou Bean and about 20 other women started a tremendous racket. You could hear the feds' radios informing one another. 6. Significant activity over there. Big floodlights, which they had used to scan all of Wounded Knee, were suddenly trained on that area. We grabbed our opportunity to sneak out. I will never forget the brave women who, throughout the 71 days of the siege, gave us their support. The 5 of us were traveling light. We each had a small backpack. My 4 companions also had their rifles, and that was it. We went in single file. Len Foster walked point, then came Henry, me, Casper, and Black Horse. And the women thought we had safely gotten out. They quit making a racket, and the searchlights resumed sweeping the whole perimeter again, back and forth. We would run in a crouch about 100 yards and flatten out whenever the lights fanned over us. Then we would jump up and run another 100 yards, hit the ground again, run again. That is how we got through those searchlights, but they were not the only lights we had to deal with. All of a sudden the feds started shooting up flares dangling from small parachutes. They lit up the whole valley like a 4th of July night. We walked north across the creek. And we got beyond it, we could hear the feds up on the hill in front of us. They were driving around in their jeep and laughing. In the gully below were trip wires. The feds had set them up with cans so that if you tripped over the wire with your foot, you set off those cans. They made a great noise you could hear from far off, telling the feds where some Indians were trying to come through. Tripping a wire would also cause a flare to go up. I remember that Casper or Black Horse got his leg entangled and set off a flare. He was stumbling around. Henry got really mad at him, really pissed off, and told him in no uncertain terms to watch himself pound. We did not want to be stopped and get into an armed confrontation. We were lucky. We got through that gully without incident and hustled along at a fast clip. Now and then Lenny, our point man, would scout ahead, telling us, "Wait right here. Let me make sure that we don't run into some of those pigs." He would go over the next hill and make certain no feds were there. Then he would come back and tell us the coast was clear and we'd hustle on again. We would stay inside ravines as much as we could to avoid being discovered. Unfortunately, the ravines were not straight. They zigzagged all over the place. We would walk maybe 3 miles, but gained only 1. All this took time. It took us maybe 2 hours to cover a mile and a half pound. 7. We finally got up to a high, open area with lots of trees, but where we had to go there was a stretch of about 150 yards without any cover at all. At the end of that was a tree line. There was no help for it. We had to cross that open space while occasional flares turned night into day. So I said, "Okay, one at a time. Let's make a run for it." We did, and suddenly there was that jeep. It had 2 feds in it and a German Shepherd. We were in the vehicle's shadow and it covered us. Everybody hit the ground and flattened out while the jeep drove right by us. They didn't even see us. I knew Crow Dog's medicine was working. Man, my heart was pounding. I thought, is this what it comes down to? We were out in the open and the tree line was still some 70 or 80 yards away. We just had to get into those trees. We made it into the woods and felt a little safer. Then we heard an owl hooting. It was sitting in a tree trying to tell us something. In almost all Indian tribes the owl is looked upon as a messenger, a bringer of bad news. If an owl visits you it means that somebody is going to die. The owl kept hooting. I said, it is warning us that there is danger ahead. We were walking toward Porcupine Butte, and the owl was flying ahead of us as if it wanted to show us the way. Then Lenny said, instead of walking cross-country over all those hills for 10 or 11 miles, why don't we take a shortcut? I know the country around here. There's a road over there, no more than a mile away. I said, why not, instead of humping over every hill? So we cut across, hit a fence, and climbed over it. Once in a while we could see the lights of a car on the road. Undaidney was way behind us and we felt good about it. It was about 1 o'clock in the morning and pitch dark. No moon. We were walking along the edge of the road. When we got to Porcupine Butte we looked for Ellen Move's camp, who was supposed to meet us there with a car, but she was not there. We saw cars coming toward us a mile or two ahead, and we hid in the brush by the side of the road. While planning our escape, we had passed word to those who were to meet us to blink their lights twice every half mile, but these cars did not blink their lights. We remained out of sight. We found out later that these were U.S. Marshals patrolling the whole area. We made good time from then on. We climbed over another fence, moving fast. About 5 o'clock in the morning, we got to about a mile 8 south of Porcupine Butte. We were on a hill and down below was the village with lights coming from some of the windows. We came to a big open area, I think it was a landfill or trash dump, and there was a white car sitting there. The lights were not on but we could hear the engine. More than that, we could hear loud laughter. It sounded like some skins hanging out with their girls. Lenny asked, what shall we do? I said, go over there and check them out. Maybe it's someone we could catch a ride with. So one of the guys sneaked up to the car and checked it out. He came loping back and said, they are inside the car. They are talking and laughing like they're having a big party in there. I said, well, let's go and surprise them. We walked up to the car and we were the ones who were surprised. Henry opened the door. A light went on inside and there they were, 2 U.S. Marshals in their camouflage suits with an AR-15 sitting between them. They were as shocked as we were. They took off in a hail of gravel that hit us in the face. We knew that once they realized we were only a handful of fugitives, they would be back in a hurry. I told the boys, let's get out of here. The area west of the highway was densely wooded, so we took off toward it. We were walking along the trees when we heard cars pull up. They brought dogs out to do some sniffing. Our adrenaline was surging. We ran on for maybe a half mile, but somehow they kept up with us. We could hear them with their bullhorn telling us, come on out of there. Come on out. Throw your weapons down. They had left their cars and gotten right on top of us. Real close. And we heard them talking. How many were there? I saw 2 of them. Fucking Indians. We could hear the dogs, but they did not pick up our scent. We threw our packs down and laid low there in the brush. The boys had their rifles cocked. I tried to keep calm. Finally, they stopped searching for us and left. We got up and scattered ourselves in the woods. That is when we got separated and lost touch. It was getting light. I was alone. I heard barking and saw 2 marshals coming with a couple of dogs. They had not picked up my scent yet. They were just combing the woods because they knew someone 9 was out there. I ran over a hill and the dogs must have seen the movement. They started barking and howling like mad. They were coming toward me, getting closer and closer. I knew that over the next hill was the school Our Lady of Lourdes. I ran over there, through the campus to the road, where I saw 3 mobile homes. I knocked on one door and an Indian lady opened it. She cried, "Dennis Banks. Come inside quick. Where did you come from?" I told her and she said, "Wow." She glanced out the window and saw the marshals coming with the dogs. The kind, stout-hearted lady pushed me into some dark cubby hole, saying, "Stay there. Don't worry. I won't let these pigs come into my home." The marshals let their dogs loose, hoping they would pick up my scent somehow. They didn't know it was me they were chasing. They were just after some nondescript, suspicious Indians. Otherwise, there would have been more feds. Porcupine, like most reservation towns, was full of skinny, mangy, hungry, and mean reservation dogs. They came running, tearing into those big, fat, overfed police dogs. It was one of the most vicious dog fights I have ever seen. In a moment, there was just a snarling tangle of legs, tails, and teeth. The marshals were trying to save their dogs from being torn to pieces. They had lost all interest in me. The nice lady fried up some eggs for me and gave me a big mug of black medicine. She let me use her phone. I dialed a number in Rapid City where I thought Kamuk might be, and I guessed right. A while later, Ellen Move's camp showed up with Kamuk. The marshals were gone and I could relax a bit. Ellen said they had been at Porcupine Butte hours before, but had been chased off by the feds. They asked what had become of the boys, but I didn't know. We hung around there for another 2 or 3 hours checking the area, but didn't find a soul. We found out later that they had made it safely to the house of John Attacks Them, a friend of Casper's. John hid them, and a couple days later got them safely to Crow Dog's place at Rosebud. Kamuk and I finally made it to Rapid City, where we stayed for a very short time with friends. I think that the power of the pipe and the sweat lodge, the songs and the prayers, protected us, and as Crow Dog had said, made us in a way invisible. The manhunt continued and I was the prey. The feds were determined to get me, not only for Wounded Knee, but also for other earlier civil rights confrontations. We could not go on hiding with friends in Rapid City. It was too close to Pine Ridge, too close to areas swarming with agents and marshals. We got hold of a car and headed south to Utah, but then we decided to head north to Canada. We were joined by Ron Petit and his wife Cheryl, an AIM couple in a similar situation. They brought my 9-year-old son DJ, a child from a previous marriage, along. Kamuk, Cheryl, and DJ drove across the Canadian border without incident. Ron and I went across on foot through the woods, and they picked us up on the other side. By stages, and amid hair-raising adventures, we got all the way to the northwest territory, to Yellowknife on the northern edge of Great Slave Lake. From there we took a small floatplane some friends had chartered for us to a place called Ray Lakes. The place was named after a chief called Ray, who had settled there with a small band of northern Dinah. The chief welcomed us and promised to help us in any way he could. We had arrived at the end of the world, at the northernmost edge of the continent. You could only get there by plane. There were no roads. No FBI agent, no marshal, no Mountie would ever come there. By then it was autumn and getting cold. We had brought enough groceries to last us 3 months. Boxes and boxes of stuff. We took a lot of salt to cure dried meat because we intended to hunt with the rifles we had brought. Ray's people showed us how to fish with a net, and we also did well with duck hunting. We decided to build ourselves a log cabin. We had brought saws and axes, everything we needed. We finished the cabin and moved in, living as people had done 100 years earlier. We were entirely cut off from the rest of the world. I liked it, just the 5 of us alone in nature with the nightly concert of wolf songs. I had plenty of time to reflect upon my life. To think back on how it all started, how I had gotten from a traditional childhood on an Ojibwa res in Minnesota to the big city, to the founding of AIM, to Wounded Knee. How had it all begun? 2. At the center of the universe. Once we were ha-ppy in our own country and we were seldom hungry, far then the two-leggeds and faur-leggeds lived together like friends, and there was plenty for us and for them. From Black Elk Speaks. The place in which I drew my first breath is gone now, overgrown with weeds, but the foundation is still there. The woods that were filled with the sounds and songs of birds and animals are silent now, and by the time I had grown up, there was little left of our once vast reservation. I was born on April 12, 1937, at Federal Dam on the Leech Lake Indian Reservation. Bertha, my mother, told me that it was very cold on the 11th. Water, which had seeped into the cracks of trees, turned to ice and broke them apart with a sound like a sharp cry of pain. It was the kind of cold that can freeze the marrow in your bones. I was born 5 minutes after midnight on the 12th. My grandmother, Jenny Drumbeater, helped to bring me into this world. My mother said that it seemed I was fighting my way out of her womb. I have been fighting ever since. I was not born in a hospital but on a creaking bedstead in my grandparents' house. It was just a wooden 2-bedroom house with a living room and kitchen, a typical reservation dwelling of those days. I too. Without electricity, running water, or indoor plumbing. For light we had kerosene lamps with shiny tin reflectors, for heat a pot-bellied stove, and for cooking an ancient cast iron kitchen range. Always next to it was a bucket of fresh water from the creek with a dipper hanging from a nail driven into the wall. Outside stood the 2-hole privy. There were 7 of us living in that house, including my older brother, Mark, and my sister, Audrey. So it was pretty crowded. We had no insulation and in the winter all our backsides froze. During those cold months we put 2 feet of rammed earth around the base of the house to keep the icy wind out. Though I was not born in the traditional manner of 100 years ago, my grandparents saw to it that some of the old taboos concerning birth-giving were still kept. They would not allow my mother to look at anything ugly or at a deformed person or animal so that I should not be born deformed or blemished. I am also sure that they would not have let her step over a tree felled by lightning, for that might have brought on convulsions during her birth pangs. I know that my coming into this world was made known by a gunshot, because that was the custom at the time. The placenta was first placed high in the crotch of a tree where the dogs could not get at it, and later it was ceremoniously buried. Traditional people put a newborn's navel cord inside a beaded rawhide pouch, which they fastened to the cradle board. Some individuals have kept their navel cord for their entire lives, others dispose of them in various traditional ways. It was said that keeping a navel cord pouch for at least a while would give wisdom to the child. I don't think I ever had a navel cord pouch, at any rate nobody ever told me that one was made for me. But I know that a big feast was given to celebrate my birth, and that a naming ceremony was held at my grandparents' house. Only the closest relatives and friends were present. They feasted on wild rice with deer and moose meat. They smoked the sacred pipe and spoke about sacred things. I was handed around the circle from one person to another, and everyone had good words to say to me. One way to find a name for a newborn was to have the grandfather shoot an arrow into the air and then search for the place where it had come down. From the things he found there, a plant, an animal track, a rock, he picked the baby's name. But now Akumig, my Ojibwa name, came from Grandfather Drumbeater's dream. The name, as he told me, means at the center of the universe because the land on which I was born is the place where Jishi Manitou, the Creator, made the whole Western Hemisphere from a tiny lump of earth. At that long ago time, Grandfather explained, a great flood covered the world with water. Wajishk, the muskrat, dived down to the bottom of the foam-speckled waters and came up with a tiny lump of earth in one paw. He placed it upon the back of the giant turtle floating on the surface. And the Creator made the little lump of earth grow and overspread the turtle's back until it became a continent, the red man's home. I think that Grandpa might have dreamed that one day I would fight for this earth and all the creatures living upon it, and for the survival of our Anishinaabe people. Therefore, he gave me this name. He told me that it was sacred and that I had to live up to it. My names were entered in the tribal enrollment book and also in the agency registry of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Otherwise, except for a few close relatives, the world took no notice of my arrival. My mother did not even go for a checkup after I was born because the nearest hospital was at Cass Lake, 40 miles away, and we had only a horse and buggy for transportation. I have very few memories of my father, W. Elder Chase. He had entered the military and then married and raised another family. I have since met my brothers and sisters from that family. We occasionally write and visit one another. I am proud of who I am. I am a Anishinaabe, an Anishinaabe, from the land of the Ojibwa people, a member of one of the largest tribal nations in North America. I was born into the pillager band of our tribe. 5 generations ago we had a great chief named Agama. I am his direct descendant. One day I am going to go back and claim my inheritance. I am going back to ensure that a way of life and thought, which was created hundreds, or even thousands of years ago, continues. That is a responsibility that goes with being born. Grandma Jenny belonged to the THIRD-WORLDISM clan. Our band has 7, the crane, the loon, the pelican, the THIRD-WORLD or fish, the bear, the marten, and the deer clan. Each clan has a specific and important part to play in the life of the tribe. Members of the THIRD-WORLD clan are people of strong mind and deep understanding. They are sometimes called stargazers because they meditate on the nature of the universe and the meaning of human existence. They are often called upon to settle disputes within the tribe. When I was a child, the elders of our family were my maternal grandparents, Josh and Jenny Drumbeater. Grandfather Josh was a headsman and a leader in our area of the reservation. The people in his family have a long history of drum making. They are famous for being good singers, the kind of folks that go to ceremonies, clinging to old ways. Our ceremonial drums are large and elaborately decorated. It is considered a great honor to make these drums. I remember at age 5 or 6 singing around the drum with Grandpa Josh and the other elders. My grandparents were traditional tribal people, but our old saying, "The lodge belongs to the woman, the woods to the man," was not quite true in their case. Both Josh and Jenny took part in the outdoor life of fishing, sugaring, and the harvesting of wild rice. I recall, when I was a small boy, going to camps where there was a lot of smoke and cooking. The men gathered wild rice while the women parched corn and steamed the rice. This happened in the fall. After winter was over, we went to the sugaring camp. The snow was still deep on the ground as we set up our camp in old white army tents where we had to sleep. I was so cold that I cried. During the time of my earliest childhood, our extended family lived in 2 houses. One was Grandma's house, which had 3 rooms off the kitchen, plus a dining room. Grandma was always in the kitchen cooking. With my grandparents, Josh and Jenny, lived their sons and daughters, their grandchildren, Aunt Sarah, me, my older brother, Mark, and my sister, Audrey. Most Indian homes were crowded. We didn't mind. We were used to it. We had a couple of cows, 4 horses, and a whole tribe of cackling chickens. Grandpa used to go logging. Every day he left with his axe. He worked hard and did everything by hand. He also had trap lines. And would go each day to check his traps for rabbits. Grandma liked to fix rabbit stew for us. Grandpa could also hunt beaver, squirrels, and deer, plenty of wild meat. The house was filled with muskrat and beaver hides as well as deer skins. We lived close to nature, in rhythm with the seasons: fishing, hunting, trapping, ricing, sugaring, berry picking. Grandma's home was always filled with the sense of these seasons. I was brought up by my grandparents. I looked up to them and felt secure and comforted by their presence. It felt so good sitting at their feet and listening to their old stories, which I loved to hear. Grandma smoked a long-stemmed pipe with a bowl of sacred red stone, the Indian's flesh and blood, which came from the ancient quarry in northwestern Minnesota. Grandma used Indian tobacco made of red willow bark and various herbs. The distinct, fragrant smell of its smoke agreed with me and delighted me even when I was a small boy. Winters were very cold. Grandpa Josh would get up at 5 in the morning to light the fire. I remember horses from old agency pulling heavy logs over to us for firewood in our old iron stoves that we used for heating and cooking. We lived at Headquarters Bay, at some distance from a village called Federal Dam. If we wanted to go anywhere from our place we had to use a small boat to cross a wide creek. Then we mostly used buckboard wagons drawn by horses to get around. On the res, cars were still a rarity. Our res, one of 7 in Minnesota, was called the Leech Lake Chippewa Reservation. There are more Anishinaabe reservations in neighboring states. The res of my childhood was beautiful. Federal Dam was at the northeast corner of the reservation, where the water from Leech Lake flowed over a dam into the Mississippi River. Leech Lake is very large, with 640 miles of shoreline. Lake Winnebago-Shish, the second largest lake on the res, is smaller, though still pretty big. The whole country all around is like a history lesson of our people. The lake shore is dotted with ancient Indian villages and camps, which have become settlements and towns over the years. The lakes are surrounded by many small streams and waterways, dense forests, woodlands, and open meadows. The woods are full of pines, birch, oak, and most important to us maple trees, for making R6 syrup. Game was still plentiful while I was growing up. Hunting, trapping, and fishing still played a large part in our tribal economy. As an ally we ran into a moose, bobcat, or wolverine. It was said there were still AFEW wolves somewhere, though I never saw them. The lake echoed with the quacking of thousands of ducks and the mournful call of the loons. At night we listened to the hoot of the owl. Then there were the bears. One time my mother and I were picking blueberries side by side. All of a sudden we heard a loud roar, and off in the distance we could see a big brown bear. Everybody was so excited and also a little scared. Grandpa Josh had brought his shotgun. He never fired at the bear, but we all gathered around Grandpa, huddling close for protection. From there we watched the bear. He was after the same things we were, blueberries. We stood still while he ate his way through the wild bushes. Every once in a while he would look up at us, standing up to get a better view. Then he would hunker down to the delicious business at hand. The bear went through the blueberry patch at a fast pace and came quite close to us once. We made a great deal of noise to scare him off, but this did not stop him from stuffing himself while coming still closer. Finally he stood up for the last time, stared at us for a long minute, then shuffled off into the woods. He was not at all scared of us, and maybe he was as curious about us as we were of him. It was a great thing for a kid to remember. In some ways we were very poor, as we had to do without a lot of things that most people take for granted. We owned one luxury item, a battery-powered radio the grown-ups listened to for news of the war. I don't remember having any store-bought toys. The ones I played with, old Josh or Jenny made for me. It was rare to have candy or sweets. Maple sugar was our candy. Except for what nature provided in her bounty, we lived on commodities. Once a month a big government truck would come with supplies: potatoes and flour, canned beans, bacon, and pork. We had to buy them with ration coupons. The quality of the food was pretty bad: powdered milk, powdered eggs, lard, powdered this and that. Many times when I was young, we did not have any clothes except what we were wearing. I remember my mother taking us to town to the welfare office to ask if she could get a clothing order for us. After waiting and waiting, we saw her come out crying, and she told us that the welfare people had said no, she couldn't get an order. Then we had to stay in town overnight with no place to go. We slept huddled on a bench, and the next day we walked the 13 miles back to our house because we didn't encounter a single car or buggy willing to pick us up. I remember the incident because it was such a long walk, and my mother had to carry me part of the way. She was crying the whole time. I don't remember anymore how or when we got clothes as we grew out of them. A lot of people came to our house to buy some of the fish we caught, and I believe the money we got from selling fish bought some clothes. I remember on another occasion going with my mother to get some relief from the welfare. We were having a very hard time. I listened to an argument she had with one of the social workers. This man drilled my mother about who was living in our home, how many people, was the house sanitary, what sort of environment was it for children, and on and on. My mother did not reply to this. Instead, she said, "I don't have to answer this. I came here with my son to seek help. If you will not help, then we will just leave." And we left. Her last words to the social worker were, "You have to be dead around here before you will ever get help." Since the days of my childhood, the reservation has changed. Originally encompassing almost 1 million acres, the reservation has been constantly chipped away by congressional acts. It has already been reduced to a fourth of its original size. When we were living at Federal Dam, the Leech Lake reservations had a population of 1,800 to 2,000 Anishinaabes and around some 500 whites. At the turn of the 21st century, we have about 3,500 Indians and something like 6,000 whites. They outnumber us by almost 2 to 1. Over time, much of the land has been sold to outsiders. Large stretches of lakefront have been turned into lots for middle-class vacation homes overlooking the beaches. The reservation looks like a checkerboard, some land owned by whites, some owned by our people. The conditions keep changing in ways that do not benefit the native peoples. Indians are forced to take out fishing and hunting licenses on our own land, putting us as far as the law is concerned on an equal status with white sportsmen, even though fishing and hunting is the major part of our livelihood. And with the coming of gambling casinos, people who used to trap or make maple sugar are dealing blackjack or tending roulette wheels instead. Our traditions and values are destroyed inch by inch. But all of this happened in the future. Long before TV, computers, and casinos, there was an Indian school at Onigam close to Federal Dam. When I was 4 or 5 years old, the school moved, and so everybody had to go to the new school at W.A. Laker on the west side of the lake. My mother moved us to a small settlement outside Walker called Zero ID Agency. We had to get to our new home by boat. It took us a long time. We did not go directly across Leech Lake. We went from Headquarters Bay to Whip Holt, where we had some relatives, and camped there for a couple of days. Then we took the boat from there to Stony Point 15 miles away. We docked there and walked 2.5 miles to Old Agency carrying our things. From start to finish, it took us almost 3 days to get there. Some of the way we got to travel on horseback. I sat behind Grandpa with my arms around his waist. We settled down in our new home at Old Agency, way out on a peninsula with a winding dirt road where we would play. My mother was a hard worker and a good housekeeper. She was always busy in the kitchen or setting nets for fishing. There was so much for one parent to do. I can still see her bent over an old-style washboard doing the laundry, hauling water, cutting wood, cooking, and baking. She always had a warm fire waiting for us on a cold day. But it was Grandpa Josh and Grandma Jenny Drumbeater I felt closest to. The two of them together were my family as my mother slowly grew more distant from her children. My mother was afraid of snakes. I used to pick up snakes, put them inside my pocket, and take them into the house. We would be sitting at the table and suddenly one of these snakes would wriggle out. My mother would exclaim, "What in God's name is that?" I would answer, "One of my friends." She would cry, "No, no, no. Get your friends out of here." I would scare my sister with them, and then my brother and sister would gang up on me and chase me out of the house. I spent much time on or near the lake. It was very big. I went out in the boat with my family, watched them set nets. I liked to wade by the shore. The water was alive with black, gray, and spotted leeches. That is why they call it Leech Lake. My mom and everybody else were scared of and disgusted by them, but I would pick them up to look them over, letting them curl around my fingers and try to latch onto my hand. I would go swimming, and I had to look over my whole body after getting out of the water because some of the leeches were very small. They would latch on between my toes or on my belly button or in the crack of my butt. It never bothered me, but leeches drove the womenfolk into hysterics. Leeches are not poisonous, they are just a nuisance. The first time I saw one, it was hanging on my belly, a long black one. When I came out of the water, my mother was screaming and so were my brother and sister. You seldom feel it when they latch on, and when you pull leeches off, the bigger ones don't want to let go. You have to convince them to come off with a little tug. We did a lot of wading and swimming at a place called Stony Point. It had huge boulders jutting out into the lake and a beautiful sandy beach about a half-mile long. It was a favorite place for us Indian kids to swim, but it has become a fancy resort for white people. Since we had moved closer to the centers of bureaucracy, the health service began to take notice of us. I remember some very strange-looking white female creatures in starched white dresses with weird little white things on their heads coming to our house. These were the first nurses I had ever seen. They came with their trays of needles, band-aids, and little bottles. I was afraid of them because I would inevitably end up with a sore arm or sore buns. A funny thing happened one time. The nurse who came that day had, on a previous visit, given me a shot in my rear end. So when she came again, I bent over in my most cooperative way and bared my little ass for her. She laughed and said, "No, not today." When I was a child, most of our people spoke English rather than our native language. My Aunt Sarah understood our language, but she hardly spoke it to us. Grandpa and Grandma spoke it to each other. My mother understood it, but she had gone to Flandreau boarding school where speaking our native tongue had been forbidden, so she talked to me mostly in English. Even so, I could speak and understand Ojibwa, at least in part. Later at the White Run boarding school, the teachers made me forget it. It seemed as if our ancient language might disappear and our old religion with it. 20. I knew only a little about our spiritual beliefs. Grandpa taught me to make tobacco offerings. Tobacco is our holy plant, our greatest medicine. It is sacred to all Indian tribes. The smoke ascending from the pipe's bowl connects the human being with the Creator. I always carried a bag of Dukes or Bull Durham with me wherever I went and sprinkled a little on the ground, not knowing exactly why, but doing it nonetheless. That was what I was supposed to do. Once when I was older, I was taken to a wake. For the first time I saw a dead body, the body of a person I knew. I had a strange nightmare about this death because I didn't understand it. Later, I could understand it when stories were told to me about going to the spirit world. I watched the elders put some kind of structure over the grave. It looked like a small oblong house barely big enough to cover the grave. It was about 18 inches high and had a little platform at one end on which people offered spirit food for the departed. All the little houses faced east to west. I remember going over to the burial grounds to put some food on a little tray on the west side. At the wake, some of the old people spoke for a long time in the Anishinaabe language, and then there came the drum of the Midwivin, our ancient religious society. It was decorated with beadwork all around its sides, and wedged between 4 curved staffs with eagle feathers tied to their tips. I can see this drum in my mind now, after all that time. With the drum came the singers. Their songs were so beautiful to me. I tried to get as close to them and the drum as possible. Their powerful magic touched my young heart. There is one other memory from that time at Old Agency that has remained vivid. When I was about 5 years old, there lived an old, half-blind woman at the edge of a clearing near us. I do not know how she spelled her name, but it sounded like Debbie Shantz. She must have been in her 70s. She would walk down the road holding a scarf in front of her eyes to shield them from the sun. She used to talk to the trees every morning and sometimes in the evening. The grown-ups told me, don't go to her house. She is crazy. Young kids, the 4 and 5-year-olds, would go over there in the morning or the evening and make fun of her. We used to hide in the bushes to watch her. She would come out of her house with a bag of tobacco in her hands, go to that special tree of hers, and sprinkle the sacred tobacco around the base of the trunk. She would gently touch the tree and speak to it in the old language and chant and sing to it. She was giving thanks to the Creator and thanking the tree and all living things. We kids thought she was weird, so we hooted and whistled at her. She just pretended not to hear. 45 years later, I was at a sun dance in Washington State at YELM with the Pulla-Yups. On the second day of the sun dance, a young man came up to me and said he was having trouble with his wife. He had 2 young boys with him. I said, let's talk it over later. We going to have a sweat now. He gave me some tobacco during the sweat. It was early in the morning. When we came out of the sweat, the sun had just risen. I told this man, listen. After today's dance is over, you and your wife will sit down with me and we will talk. Bring your kids. I left him standing there and, with his tobacco in my hand, went over to a big tree nearby. I sprinkled some of the tobacco around the base of its trunk. I put my hands upon the tree, and I felt as if it were alive and I could feel its heart throbbing. I started praying. I asked the Creator for guidance in running the sun dance, to help those who were being pierced to endure and transcend. I prayed for the survival of all the green growing things, and for the winged ones, and the 4-leggeds, and for the survival of our Indian people. I prayed, Grandfather, help us during this day and all the days of this sacred dance. Suddenly I heard laughing. It came from the man's kids. They were giggling out loud, and I knew just what they were thinking. Uncle Dennis has gone bananas. He's talking to a tree. I called to them, come here, I'll tell you what it's all about. But they cried, no, no. And they ran away back to camp. Later their father told me, Dennis, my boys tell me you are acting very strange. It took me 45 years to really understand what that old blind woman, Debbie Shantz, was doing. I bitterly regret that I never had the chance to go back while she was still living and tell her how sorry and how thankful I am now for what she had shown me. How soothing, in retrospect, to listen to the soft lilt of her voice in prayer. I loved her singing even though I laughed at her, and I now know how close she was to the Great Spirit. 22. I was even grateful to the 2 little boys who had made such fun of me because they made me see that beautiful old, blind face again in my heart, bringing it all back so clearly. Time went by. I saw men go away from the reservation to fight the white man's war. Some never returned, leaving their bones in faraway places with unpronounceable names. I began to experience a sense of abandonment. My mother seemed at times distant and uninterested in taking care of us. She would go into town and not come back for 4 or 5 days. She would be off somewhere for longer and longer periods, and I felt her absence deeply. I was taken by a feeling of loneliness, but my grandparents and my mother's sister, my Aunt Sarah, were still there to console me. Even old Debbie Shantz dropped in once in a while to speak kind words to me, feeling her way around with the help of a walking stick. Eventually my mother remarried and faded farther and farther away into the distance. And finally came the terrible day when the yellow bus arrived. 3. The old boarding schools that Indian kids were forcibly taken to were concentration camps for children where we were forbidden to speak our language and were beaten if we prayed to our native Creator. Dennis Banks, Ojibwa. There is one dark day in the lives of all Indian children, the day when they are forcibly taken away from those who love and care for them, from those who speak their language. They are dragged, some screaming and weeping, others in silent terror, to a boarding school where they are to be remade into white kids. It happened to me in 1942. I was young and did not know what was in store for me. An agent from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, a large-bellied man smelling of cheap cigars and beer, came into our home waving a bunch of papers, yelling, "Where are those kids who'll be going?" Everybody was crying. I was too small to understand, but I sensed that something bad was going to happen. My older brother, Mark, and my sister, Audrey, also had to go. Aunt Sarah packed some boxes of food for us to take along. The BIA man shoved us out of our house ahead of him. What was happening to us was also happening in most of the other homes nearby. White men were herding kids and parents toward the agency building. In front of it, a big yellow bus waited to carry us away. They took Mark and Audrey into the bus first. I was clinging to Grandma, who was crying. I didn't want to go. Grandma gave me a little bag of snacks, then somebody pulled me into the bus. A large group of parents and relatives watched us go. They were all weeping. I was crying too, but was slightly reassured because my brother and sister were with me and I knew most of the other kids. Audrey comforted me, saying, "We're going away to school, but we'll be back. Grandma will come and visit us." Then I really was frightened because I began to understand that we were going away for a long time, not just a few hours. The bus had a radio that was squawking with all the war news. My sister fixed me a sandwich. I thought we were going to Walker, the only real town I knew, but they were taking us to Pipestone, Minnesota, a full 250 miles away. More than 11 years would pass before I would see my relatives again. It was getting dark when we finally arrived at Pipestone. My first sight was of the big, gray stone buildings, grim and forbidding. Then I saw the school children who were already there. They were all dressed the same, little soldiers in khaki uniforms. All the girls from the bus were taken into one building and all the boys into another. I cried out to my sister, "Audrey, don't go. Come back." But there was so much noise that she did not hear me. They fed us something and lined us up. Some of the teachers, who were called boys' advisors, put us in barber chairs and dusted us all over with some awful smelling white stuff. It was DDT. They rubbed lots of it in our hair. I suppose it was to kill lice. We didn't have any lice, but they assumed we did. Then they shaved our heads down to the skin. I had worn long hair down to my shoulders. I felt uncomfortably naked without it. We continued through the line where all our clothes were taken from us. They issued each of us a government khaki uniform and stiff black shoes, which immediately started to chafe above my ankles and soon rubbed me raw. I remember the years of Pipestone as the years of blistered feet. After that we lined up to receive bedding and then they took us to the dorms, which meant still further separation. Mark was put with 2-5. Some older boys, and I found myself among strange kids in a large, stone-cold hall. I quietly cried myself to sleep. When I woke up in the morning I could not remember where I was. We lined up in 3 rows, the biggest boys in the back and the smallest in the front. I saw Mark standing in the back row, but could not find Audrey. I finally saw her standing near the kitchen. I broke the line and started running to her, but was stopped by the boys' advisor and pulled back. They told me I had to stay on the boys' side. Audrey had seen me, however, and waved to me. I waved back. We were marched 2 by 2 into the dining hall, where I had my first breakfast at Pipestone. We got our plates and found a table, but had to stand behind our chairs until the table was filled up. Only then were we allowed to sit down and eat. I was really hungry and got up for more food, but the advisors chased me back to the table. I was taught to raise my hand and ask politely for seconds. That was the beginning of a life of innumerable rules. I only saw Audrey from afar standing with the girls. I wished so hard that I could be with her. They were marching us back from the dining hall to the main building when I broke away, trying to reach my sister. But the advisors had sticks and used them to drive me and some of the other boys back into line. One of those advisors thrashed me with his stick. One of our advisors was Mr. Smith. He had been a drill sergeant in the army. He had a harsh, grating voice and he never talked, he barked. He was always talking about the army, which made men out of dumb boys. He lectured us on how the army built character and how a soldier stood as high above a civilian as a human being stood above a chimp. There was also a Mrs. Smith. In contrast to her husband, she was a nice, kindly lady. WE boys were divided into groups of 10, with her in charge of my group. She always came over to talk to us and give a little comfort. She tried hard, but we kids came from such a different world that she could not really communicate with us. Our schedule was always the same. We woke up at 6 in the morning, went down to the mess hall, then to school, and finally to dinner, and then the dorm again over and over. In between activities, we were given dust mops and told to clean the whole place, wherever we happened to be. I was with 30 to 40 first graders. Altogether, there were about 500 Indian kids in that school. Every time I had a chance to see Audrey, I would ask her, "Where's Mom? When is she coming? When can we go home?" Then I would start to cry because Audrey was a substitute parent for me and a comfort, but the time I could spend with her was limited. From time to time my mother would send letters to Audrey and Mark, and they would read them to me. Always the letters would say, "Tell Dennis that Mom loves him." But not once in the 9 years I was at Pipestone did my mother visit. Though most kids went home once a year for summer vacation, nobody ever came for us. I was lonesome, not so much for my mother after a while, but I missed the woods and lakes, which remained vivid in my mind. I yearned for Grandpa Josh and Grandma Jenny Drumbeater and always wondered how they were. Sometimes, as if in a dream, I thought I could smell their sacred tobacco. It took 6 months before I could begin to adjust to my new surroundings. I could never really accept them. I didn't understand why I had to be there. During my first year in school, sleep was my only escape. I could not wait to go to bed. I pretended in my daydreams that I could fly through the air to my old Indian home. I made some friends. There was Fred Long, whose nickname was Bohack, Fred Morgan, George Mitchell, Spoon Willis, and Pwee Brown. They were all Indian kids my own age, and they were especially close to me because they too never had any visitors and could never go home for the summer. For 9 years we were always together. I felt happy with them. The bond between us was so strong that we are still close friends, even now 53 years later. But even with their friendship, sometimes the yearning to be away from that stone and brick heap and the longing for home was so strong that I could not stand it. 4 times I ran away and 4 times I was brought back. The school's punishment for running away was the hot line. I had to run between 2 rows of other kids, who held sticks and switches. As I passed through the line they lashed out at me. It was like code red in the military when you were disciplined by your fellow students. But that wasn't the only sting I felt. Later on as an adult, I realized that Indian kids were sent to Pipestone and similar institutions to separate us from our families as a matter of government policy, to separate us from our language and traditions in order to Christianize us or acculturate us, as they called it. We had daily indoctrinations in Catholic beliefs. In English classes the aim was to make us forget that we were Indians. There were no pictures on the walls of Native Americans or Indian heroes such as Sitting Bull or Geronimo. Instead there were pictures and posters of white presidents and generals. Nothing could be seen that would indicate we were in a school for Indian children. I could speak some Chippewa when I arrived at Pipestone, but after 9 years in that place I forgot it because we were forbidden to speak our native languages. Our teachers only allowed us to speak English. Their efforts to acculturate us extended even as far as our history books, which depicted native people as murderous, mindless savages. In one of these books was a picture of a grinning Indian scalping a little blonde white girl, one of those cute Shirley Temple types. I began to hate myself for being Indian, and made myself believe that I was really a white boy. My white teachers and their books taught me to despise my own people. White history became my history because there was no other. When they took us once a week to the movies, the 12-cent matinee, I cheered for Davy Crockett, Daniel Boone, and General Custer. I sided with the cavalry cutting down Indians. In my fantasies I was John Wayne rescuing the settlers from red fiends. I dreamed of being a cowboy. My teachers had done a great job of brainwashing me. They had made me into an apple red outside but white inside. There was a place called the stink dorm. Any boy who wet his bed was put in there for a week. One summer day we had iced tea. I drank so much of it that I peed in my bed that night. I was embarrassed, but I told my friends about it and they tried to help me hide my bed sheets. Somehow the advisors found out about it and called my name, Dennis Banks, to the stink dorm. They shouted that at lunchtime so the whole school could hear them. Everybody knew what stink dorm meant, and they laughed at me. I had to stay in that place with some other bedwetters for 7 long days. It was a humiliation I never forgot. After 3 or 4 years in this place, I gave up all hope of ever going home in the summer. 40 or 50 among us never did. We took care of the campus when the other kids were on the res with their families. We mowed the lawns and painted the dorms and hallways. The school employees would also get us to work for them, doing their yard work. In the summer of my 8th year, Grandpa and Grandma came with some other members of the drum beater clan. Their visit triggered a rush of memories and longing to get back to Leech Lake where I had left my heart. After my grandparents went home, I tried to run away. The authorities caught me 2 days later and threw me in jail. Then I had to go through the beatings again. In spite of the beatings and the futility, I was determined to try again. I was not alone in wanting to get as far away from that place as I could. All my friends wanted to run away. There were 8 of us and we all had the itch to go. We decided to stage a great breakout. We knew that State Highway 75 ran north a long way into the unknown, but some of the older boys told us which towns we would have to go through. We planned our escape for the morning, and we went to breakfast and concealed as much food as we could, stuffing our pockets with it enough, we thought, to last for a few days. We also swiped some loaves of bread from the bakery. We also provided ourselves with civilian clothes. New boys arriving each year at Pipestone had to give up their own duds in exchange for khaki uniforms. The stacks of confiscated clothes were kept in a special room. It was locked, but we managed to pry a window open and get in, grabbing whatever we could find. We then gathered out back, discarded our uniforms, and put on the street clothes, which of course didn't fit and probably made us look pretty odd. It didn't matter. We ran behind the main buildings to the corner of the campus, dodged through the nearby cattle farm from which our school got milk, then disappeared into the cornfields. The first day we didn't dare stop but walked all night. It was freezing cold that late in the year, and we had forgotten blankets. We finally found a farmhouse, crept into the barn, and burrowed into the hay, close together to get ourselves warm. The next day we took off again, walking down the road. Our food was already gone. We tried to hitch rides but nobody seemed inclined to pick up 8 bedraggled Indian kids. The school sent 2 cars out after us. I was almost relieved to see them because, whatever the punishment, they would at least fe at us when we got back. And punished we were. They made us drop our pants. We were lashed with the strap, 10 licks for each of us. Then we had to run through the hot line. I tried to dodge the blows but every one of the boys in the line managed to strike me at least once. When we made it to the end of the hot line, they shaved our heads and made us wear girls' dresses everywhere for 3 days. Despite such humiliations I ran away 9 times, always heading north. Always they caught me. When I was 11 years old, I was transferred to another boarding school at Wahpeton, North Dakota, a junior high school. I stayed there for 3 years. I was afraid to leave Pipestone, horrible as it was. It had become very familiar to me, and my friends were there. Besides, Wahpeton might be worse. And it was. Wahpeton is a Sioux word meaning those who dwell among the leaves. It is the name of one of the Dakota Sioux tribes. Like Pipestone, Wahpeton was run like a military institution. On Memorial Day, for instance, we marched stiffly in our uniforms and caps with our wooden play guns over our shoulders, marching to the sound of the band. Always before us waved the stars and stripes, our conqueror's flag. I never had a chance to say, or even think about, what I wanted to be when I grew up. But I did know that I wanted to play basketball, and I soon made the C team. I loved to pile into the bus and travel with my teammates. I loved yelling and screaming, the excitement of pulling off wins, coming from behind, the thrill of us Indians beating a team of white boys. I liked that very much. At that time I was still confused about who I really was. I envied the white kids for their money, for their feelings of superiority, and I longed for their whiteness. But I also knew that I was Indian, and I enjoyed my pals, enjoyed beating these teams of white boys and then feeling superior to them. It would take time to resolve this conflict within Middlepound. I was at Wahpeton in the 7th and 8th grades. I was becoming a big boy but not quite there yet. However, my emotions were there. I wanted to be part of the game and did not want to be left behind. After the 8th grade I was transferred again, this time to the big Indian boarding school at Flandreau, South Dakota, on the Santee Sioux Reservation. Just as at Wahpeton, there were kids from many tribes: Ojibwa, Winnebago, Potawatomi, Sac, Fox, and Lakota. I was only there for about a year. By then I was 16 years old, in the 9th grade, and I finally decided that enough was enough. I made my last escape. I ran away with Bohack. We are friends to this day. We walked from Flandreau one night all the way to Pipestone, Minnesota, 18 miles along the railroad tracks. Then we caught a freight train. The freight car took us all the way from Pipestone to Wilmar, where we jumped out and hitchhiked to Bemidji. From there we finally made our way to the Leech Lake Reservation area, and I looked for my mother. I found her near where I had been born. She was remarried and had other children with her new husband. I needed to talk with my mother. I had felt so rejected by her. I thought that by sending me away to boarding school, my mother had tried to get rid of me. I felt betrayed in those early years. I did not know then that it was government policy that forced Indian kids away from their families. It had never been explained to me, so I thought my mother was somehow to blame for the years I was forced to live away from home. When I came back 9 years later, I never asked her why she didn't come and get me. She did ask me if I had received the many letters she had sent, and of course I had. But I never asked the question, why didn't you come for me? I should have. I know now that I judged her too harshly. She was a victim of the system. Her life consisted of unending hard work and my father wasn't there to help her. She needed someone to love and look after her, she needed a husband. But in spite of everything, even before I understood, I loved her. At 16 I considered myself a man. The sense of a family to go home to was a thing of the past. I felt the strongest links of family to Grandpa Josh, Grandma Jenny, and my mother's sister, Aunt Sarah. When I went into the military a year and a half later, I listed my grandparents first as my nearest kin to notify in case of injury or death, then my Aunt Sarah, and my mother after her. At any rate, an important but painful part of my life was over. I was eager to discover what would come next. A reservation is a parcel of land inhabited by Indians and surrounded by thieves. Gen. William Tecumseh Sherman. The 2 years after I ran away from boarding school and came back to the res was the one time I was really involved in the traditional life of my people. When I got back I was taken around and introduced to all my relatives, many of whom I had not seen for years. I met my cousins, Aunt Sarah's boys, and I joined her family. I stayed at Aunt Sarah's house and she and I became very close. My first winter back was spent getting reacquainted with the reservation and the people, and with pitching in to help with the chores around the house. Before winter set in, we needed to chop a lot of wood, maybe 5 or 6 cords. Chopping wood was an endless chore. Wood was our only source of heat and fuel for cooking. We dragged in dry wood, sawed it up, chopped it into chunks, and stacked it by the house. In winter we'd get up around 5 every morning to get the fires going and start our chores. The house was a small, simple 2-bedroom structure with a good-sized living room. With all of Aunt Sarah's family and me, we were pretty crowded. There were 7 of us living together in that house, and I liked that. To me it meant a lot because I had a home and a family. Sometimes I even shared my bed with a cousin and experienced what sharing in a family meant. 3-2. That winter I also began to learn things from the older men on the res. They taught me about the different trees, plants, and herbs. When spring came, I remembered the old natural rhythm of life from sugaring in the early spring to the rice harvest in the fall. It all came back to me. Along with those memories came the shock that I had forgotten most of my native Anishinaabe language. At school, English overpowered everything. I had to think in English to avoid being punished for accidentally speaking in my own language. The suppression of our native languages was a tragedy that affected several generations of Indian children forced into the BIA boarding schools. It brought several tribal languages close to extinction. After all those years, when I listened to my relatives speaking our language, it touched a resonance in me. But most of it I couldn't understand. Grandpa Josh and Grandma Jenny would be talking in Indian and they'd ask me to say something, almost making fun of me. I'd say a word in English and then say it in Indian, and they laughed as they corrected me. Years later I tried to study my language but I never became fluent in it. For a while I enrolled in the high school at Walker to get my diploma. It was not a BIA boarding institution, but a public school. Up to that time, I had only gone to school with Indian kids, never with white students. And on my first day there, I had an uneasy feeling that I had never experienced before. I was surrounded by white kids, and it made me uncomfortable. For the first time in my life I could sense that there was a difference between these students and me. They kept to themselves and excluded me from their discussions in the hallway or lunchroom. We had a lot of reservation kids at that school but only 3 were in my class. I didn't have any white friends at Walker. There was a wall between us and them. I was still interested in sports and wanted to participate regardless of whether the other kids were white or Indian, but the racial segregation at Walker was not easy to avoid. The bus picked us Indian kids up every morning. A couple of times I missed the bus from the res and had to walk the 13 miles to school. One time in the winter I had to cross the lake. It was 3 miles across and I ran all the way. There were thin spots in the ice so it was a little scary but also exciting. Though I could not participate in school sports, I got plenty of exercise. 33. The first winter I stayed at Aunt Sarah's, I put in a trap line for rabbits. Every morning before I went to school I would go out and check the traps, which were about a mile from the house, and bring in whatever rabbits I found in the snares. Then I would go to school. When I came back I would check the traps again. I was getting 5 or 6 rabbits a day, which I would skin and dress myself or I would leave them outside in the cold where they wouldn't spoil. There were usually 3 or 4 dogs or cats around, and by the time I got back with the rabbits, the dogs would be following me. One time I had 7 or 8 dogs after me, and one of them managed to grab a rabbit and run. I chased him then thought, well, he deserved it, and let him get away. All the dogs fought over that rabbit. It was a free-for-all with tremendous snarling, growling, and howling. When I cleaned the rabbits, I would throw scraps to the dogs and cats. The cats got all the guts. Sometimes we would cook the heads, Sometimes the dogs got them. We had rabbit stew almost every night. That was my little contribution to the family, and it made me feel good. I didn't get into trapping for muskrats because I did not have the big traps that needed to be set up in the water. I never trapped beavers because I felt they were more purposeful creatures, whereas the only purpose rabbits had was to be caught in my snares for the soup pot. I wanted to protect the beavers. I enjoyed watching them building their dams. I remember tracking a porcupine once for about 2 miles, watching him crawl up a big tree. I told him not to worry. I didn't have the heart to shoot him. I once shot and killed a porcupine and still felt very badly about it. I left it there and kind of apologized for what I had done, but took a bag of quills from it because the women used them for decorative embroidery. Aunt Sarah had said, "You should have brought it home. We could have cooked it." Porcupine makes good eating. Until that time it had never occurred to me to be eating porcupine. I hunted. Grandpa Josh taught me, if you meet an owl or a fox when you start out on a hunt, it means bad luck. You might just as well go home. Never kill an animal wantonly. Don't say anything that could hurt the feelings of a deer. Don't boast, "Today I'll bag 2 deer." The Great Spirit who created the deer does not like it. Rather, sprinkle sacred tobacco around your kill and thank the deer for having given itself so that people may live. 34. Hunting is best when the leaves are falling and the deer are fat. When they held a deer a family would invite everybody over for big cookouts. Always the dogs would be there. They lucked out every hunting season. We would have to hang deer and other game from high tree branches so that the dogs and cats could not get at it. They got enough scraps to gorge themselves without getting at the best parts. Much later, when I came back from the military, the old happy hunting days were at an end. The BIA and the state began to regulate everything. Under Public Law 280, we had to take out fishing and hunting licenses and compete with the wealthy tourists who dominated what had been for all our known history our livelihood. Constantly we felt this oppressive federal presence and we resented it. Grandpa Drumbeater hated the BIA and insisted he would go on in his old accustomed way, never taking out a hunting or fishing license like some goddamn white tourist. He flatly ignored the new law, and he looked down upon those who obeyed the white man's crazy regulations. The sugaring season started around the end of March, when there was still lots of snow on the ground, and ended during the last days of April. Our family has its own maple grove we return to year after year, but the groves are not owned. The concept of ownership, either of land or of whatever grows or lives upon it, is not part of what native people believe. If one particular family has done its sugaring in one place for a generation, then others will not intrude into that place. But when a family does not do its sugaring there for a year or 2, others can make their maple sugar there. The Drumbeater clan had a big sugar camp near Federal Dam. We had about 150 trees to tap. Sugaring was part of our subsistence and livelihood. During the first spring back on the res, I spent 2 weeks at the sugar camp doing much the same thing I had done as a little kid before I was sent to boarding school. Remembering back to when I was a kid who was so proud to help, I thought about those early impressions of life. I collected the sap from 1-gallon cans on the trees, emptied them into 5-gallon buckets, and then I put the empty cans back on the trees. The older boys took the 5-gallon buckets to where we had a big fire. Grandpa Josh was in charge of the big pot on that fire where sap boiled down into maple sugar. As children, we watched the boiling and bubbling as the syrup thickened, and we begged for a little curl of syrup. J.S. On a piece of birch bark. We dropped it into the clean snow to turn it into snow candy. I recall Grandpa Josh telling me to put a pinch of tobacco on the fire before eating the year's first maple sugar, and to do the same before eating the first fish or wild rice of the season. So that was our sugar camp. The year I returned to the sugar camp, I was the big boy and did the heavy work. I chopped the wood for the kettle fires, built lean-tos, hauled water, dragged around the full 5-gallon buckets, and snared rabbits for our simple camp meals. I breathed in the unforgettable scent of the wood fires and the rich, mouth-watering aromas of good things bubbling in the big, soot-covered pots. I watched the women cooking every day. I liked to hang around them while they made pan bread and biscuits. But the main reason for being there was syrup and sugar. The sap was collected, boiled, evaporated, and refined. It had to be closely watched while boiling. Just as soon as it began to make eyes, it had to be taken off the fire and worked with a kind of wooden board that looks like a small canoe paddle. If you boil the sap, you get maple syrup. If you keep boiling it, you get sugar cakes that can be ground into sugar. In our homes we used this natural sugar. We had to bundle up in the evenings because it was always very cold at that time of year. One thing I liked about our sugar camp was when we wrapped ourselves in blankets to go sit around the fire in the darkness, listening to the elders tell the old tales. There was always a lot of storytelling. Some of the old-timers told stories of how bears would come into the camp to lick sap from the trees. Then the men would put some sugar cakes well outside the camp so that if bears were attracted by the sweet smell of boiling sap, they would find these stashes of sugar cakes and not bother us. That was our offering to Brother Bear. It is strange how we coexisted out there, but that is how it was done. And I know if I ever again organize a sugar camp in the spring, I'll put out sugar cakes for the spirits and the bears. I have many good memories of those sugar camps, of the sugar, the snow, and the stories to last me for the rest of my life. We usually stayed out there for about 10 days after the sap began to run. Then everybody would put the cans back in the shack until the next year. Last summer, some 45 years after my first spring back on the res, I went back there. I found our old 1-gallon cans lying around. Most of them rusted out. I took 2 home as a reminder of those long-gone days. Families no longer camp out there. A few people still tap the trees, but they're no longer bothered by the men with their badges and green uniforms who came to the sugar camps. They swaggered around with their clipboards and told our families which trees we could tap, that only the trees they had marked were for us. They would ask how many gallons of sap we had and mumble something about taxes. They had not imposed taxes on us, not on the drum beaters, but it was the assumption of control over our affairs that we resented so much. Every time I see a badge, it represents to me the police, a bureaucrat, or some government agent trying to control us. Much of our activities, fishing in particular, centered around the lake. In late summer we would set up our fish camps. Again, nobody owned any part of the lake shore, but families fished at the same spot over the years. Others did not intrude on that part of the shore. During my childhood I went along with my family to our fishing camp. The whole family would be there: my grandparents, my mother, Aunt Sarah, and all the kids belonging to my mother and my aunt. I would watch the bigger kids spearing fish and observe my mother setting out nets. I remember the nets filled with fish, and, small as I was, I tried to help by taking the fish out of the nets and putting them away. In the evenings we would have a big fire to roast or fry our fish. The old people would tell stories until we fell asleep. When my grandparents were young, the nets were still made by women who spun the cords from various plant fibers. But by the time I was a toddler, almost all the nets were factory made. A dozen or so stones were tied to the nets to serve as sinkers, and big stones were used to hold the nets down across the lake bottom. Some nets were up to 300 feet long. They had to be dried after each use. Almost everything that had to do with the care of nets was done by women. It was they who repaired, cleaned, and dried the nets. We ate many kinds of fish, but the only fish we smoked were the whitefish. We split the fish down the back and removed the bones and guts before we placed the fillets upon racks to smoke over slow fires. Fishing was not only done with nets, we fished with hooks, spears, and traps. Just as with our hunting and sugaring rights, our fishing rights were restricted when agents from the Bureau of Fisheries made 37. Us pay for fishing licenses. There was nothing left that didn't have the government's handprint on it. One of the most important events on the reservation was the wild rice harvest, which takes place in the early fall. The rice grows near the lakeshore or in slow-moving streams. We always went to the same place near Headquarters Bay where our families had traditionally harvested rice. Ours was only one of many ricing camps around the lake. The camp of the Drum Beater clan consisted of between 20 and 30 people. Everybody went to the ricing camps, even the smaller children. During the rice harvests before Mark, Audrey, and I were sent to boarding school, we had to stay back in camp. Even though we were so young, we tried to help take care of the campsite. There was always an older man who would stay behind with us to protect us from bears that might be attracted by the food in the camp. That food usually consisted of roast duck because ducks were always around the rice. Grandma Drum Beater was the boss lady who kept the whole camp busy cooking, cleaning up, and washing clothes. The rice had to be harvested just before it was totally ripe. If we waited too long, the rice kernels would drop from the stem into the water. We could lose a lot of the harvest by waiting too long. I remember the first time I stood on the dock watching the boats go out for rice. The rice sticks out of the water, which is about 10 feet deep. Stalks of wild rice can be 15 or even 20 feet tall. There are always two men in each boat. One sits in front with a long pole to move the boat along while the other bends the rice stalks to knock the kernels into the boat with two sticks called knockers. He pulls the stalks in with one stick and hits them twice with the other, knocking most of the rice kernels into the boat. A lot of rice drops back into the lake, and that is as it should be. It replenishes the rice field. The rice stalks have sharp slivers on them that fly around during the knocking, so we had to wear bandanas around our faces to protect our eyes. If you got a sliver in your eye, you would have to tell someone about it quick and they would get it out for you. If you rubbed it, the sliver would just push itself further into the eye and get stuck. That was the first lesson ricers had to learn. When the boat was filled, it was time to go back to shore. The men would row back to the dock and we would all help lift the rice out and load it into big bags. After the rice gathering was done, all the bags were laid out to dry. When the rice was dry, we poured it into big buckets and the men and women would stand around them together loosening the hulls. Then the rice would be put into big frying pans to be parched. Afterward, a woman holding a big screen basket full of rice would stand against the wind and toss the rice up into the air. The hulls would fly off in the wind. The woman had to wear a bandana to protect her eyes, and she sang a special song about the rice. Sometimes 2 or 3 women would sing along. The men would sit around the drum, which was beaten in rhythm with the singing. Wild rice is not just a delicacy. It is our sacred food. It is saved up for winter ceremonies when we bring out food for the spirits. It is a wild plant, an uncultivated plant, the Creator's gift to our people. The ricing would last for about 10 days. At the end of the season we had huge gatherings. We would put on our finest quilled and beaded outfits, beautiful buckskins, bustles, ankle bells, and vests and jackets with beaded designs. Some men would wear a sacred eagle feather tied to their hair. Dances would go on for days. We always held a great ceremony to give thanks to the Great Spirit. There were also social events. 15 or 20 rice camps were located in the Federal Dam area alone, and there were many more camps all around the shores of both Leech Lake and Cass Lake. There was a lot of visiting back and forth between camps and chances for boys and girls to meet, a beginning of relationships. Men and women of all ages sang and danced, and the young people and little children were all included. I remember my mother getting me dressed to dance when I was only 4 years old. I had on a wonderful head roach made of porcupine hair decorated with the quills and a round dance bustle made of feathers. I can still hear the tinkling of my dance bells. Our rice harvest festivals are unforgettable. Wild rice was a blessing in still another way. It bought for us our clothing, shoes, and other things we needed. It played a very important part in the Ojibwa economy. We took half the rice home, and the other half my mother and grandfather took to town to sell. Sometimes rice buyers came to the landings and bought directly from the camps. The price fluctuated between 25 and 30 cents a pound. Nowadays the price would be about $1.25 or more. 39 per pound. People loved our wild rice. It is more nutritious than regular rice and tastes better. Of course, the government agents would be there too, weighing the rice, tagging it, fixing the price, and trying to get a piece of the action by buying our rice to sell through government channels. But there were white buyers who ignored the BIA and its regulations. Now, in addition to regulations, we have some competition. White growers have begun cultivating a genetically engineered variation of wild rice and selling it as wild rice, but it does not taste the same. Something is missing from it. Our wild rice has always been there, the wildness is there. The rice beds are still right where the Creator planted them. I had been lucky. In my youth I had had the chance to glimpse our old traditional life, but it was only a glimpse. Already, during my 2 years back at home, that way of life of interdependence and harmony with the natural world was coming to an end. After 11 years at boarding school, I had come home to a bad situation. The white sportsmen had killed off the game. Our rice had to compete with commercially cultivated wild rice. There were no jobs for Indians. Many of our people were sick. The food available to us was bad and insufficient. Suddenly we were living on junk food, drowning in Coke and Pepsi. It seems the makers of soft drinks discovered that Indians were good customers for the stuff. My younger sister, Terry, from my mother's second marriage, always used to have a Coke or Pepsi in her hand. It is addictive. Why, oh, you've got to have it. Overindulgence in soft drinks brought about an outbreak of diabetes. People started dying of it. Terry passed away at 42 years of age from the disease. It was heartbreaking to see our people dying in this way. In the end, the doctors chop off their toes. Then they chop off a foot, then they cut off a leg from the knee down. After that it's from the hip down until you die from gangrene. I believe this comes from the food and drink that has replaced our old traditional fare. Because the reservation seemed to be going to hell, I became restless. I wanted to cut loose and travel. Someday, I thought, I will be getting on a Greyhound bus. To me that was the ultimate high in traveling, getting into that huge bus and going with the roar of the engine, the shifting of gears, and looking back to wave at somebody waving at me. I think back to all those times when I was young and watched buses go by, waving and hollering and hoping somebody on that bus would wave back at me. I figured, someday it will be me on that bus, and if somebody waves up at me, I am going to slide the window open and wave back. And I'll yell, "Come on, let's go. Pick yourself up, go where you want to go." When I bought my first bus ticket, though it was only from Cass Lake to Bemidji, it got my adrenaline surging, and I thought, wow, man, I want to save this forever. I meant the ticket stub. Dreams come true. Throughout my life I have traveled many miles around this earth and have been in the strangest places. But at age 17, I thought only of getting away and going to a place different from the place I was in. I stayed on at Federal Dam on the res even though I didn't know what to do with Mijal Pound. I felt a yearning for something spiritual but had no clue what this could be. I started going to wakes, not even knowing who the deceased was, because I just wanted to hear the songs. And when they started chanting in Indian, I knew that is who I was. That was me. Songs mean much to me. I am a good singer now. For many years I did not sing at all. I just sat around the drum with Grandpa Josh, feeling my heart beat in rhythm with the drums and listening to the ancient chants. There were songs learned from birds, in visions, and in dreams. We had no concept of people being songwriters. The melodies come from the spirits and are only captured by those most closely connected to them. Such songs belong to the people rather than being someone's private copyrighted property. The drum is the heart of Indian music. In Mohawk country a man talks to his drum, asking for its help during a ceremony. People will dance, adding the sound of their feet to the rhythm of the drum. It is the instrument around which people gather. I always felt that drums were living beings. As people gather in a circle around a drum, the power of the circle moves outward from the drum to the people and draws them into the circle. Then the people are as one. Both spiritually and politically the drum represents a power. So that was something I could have to comfort me as I set out into the unknown, the memory of our songs and the drum. The roots of my spirituality come from there. I hitchhiked twice to Minneapolis to visit my sister Audrey, who had settled there. I ran into my old friend Floyd Westerman, who had just enlisted in the Marine Corps. We talked about the guys we knew who were already in Korea or in Germany. So I enlisted in the Air Force. For me, as with many other Indian kids, it was the only way out, the only chance for 3 meals and a warm place to sleep. I went home and talked to my mother about it. She said, "Fine, if that's what you want to do." I was only 17 and had to have my parents' permission to join up. Before I left, my Uncle Jim came to me and gave me a little pouch to wear around my neck. He said, "Keep this with you at all times," and I did. My Air Force buddies thought it was a good luck charm and kidded me about being a superstitious heathen. A medicine bundle has great spiritual meaning for its wearer. Prayers go into it, and it is worn for spiritual protection. Mine was a small medicine bundle on a cord around my neck. I took good care of it. On the night I went into the military, a ceremony was held by all the people living near us. Men and women sang, and some smoked the pipe for me. As I savored the smoke and the fragrance of the sacred red willow bark tobacco, I closed my eyes and recalled Grandma and my childhood. 3 men sitting on the ground were smoking the sacred pipe. I never spoke to them, but I knew they were smoking and praying for me. I got down beside them, knowing that they were smoking for my coming back safe and in one piece. Mhiko. Because there was a seed, a pine has grown here on these barren rocks. If we yearn for each other, what can keep us from meeting? From the Manyoshu, book often Ths and leaves, Japan, 8th century. After passing an entrance exam, I joined the Air Force in April of 1954. Before going into basic training, I arranged for my mother to get half my pay. She got it every month, and I was glad to be able to do this much for her. First I was trained at Lackland Air Force Base in Texas, then I was transferred to Fort Sam Houston. From there I went to Barksdale Air Force Base, which was a huge camp in Shreveport, Louisiana. I was there for 7 months training as an aerial photographer. At first I worked as a cartographer, transferring photographic information to maps, then moved on to actual aerial photography. I went through a 90-day course for photography and graduated to do this kind of work for real. Because the information was classified, the FBI did a background check on me. I received a top-secret clearance from the Air Force. Soon I was handling top-secret material involving aerial shots of Korea, Manchuria, China, and parts of the Soviet Union. I found it easy to adjust to military life. I guess my years at boarding schools prepared me for another round of obedience and discipline. I shined my shoes and did all the things you are supposed to do in the 4-3 military. I was into that level of toxic fantasy. I wanted to fly planes, I wanted to kill a commie for Christ. The patriotism in me was so strong that I defended the military and its policies, including whatever the government was doing overseas. I defended the war in Korea and was ready to defend any war the USA might be involved in. I was so patriotic, it was ridiculous. I dreamed of being the general of the whole goddamn Air Force. While I was still in basic training, I met a guy by the name of Ken Kobayashi. He was of Japanese descent. We were both assigned to the 2nd Air Force, and we became close friends. We knew another guy, a Chinese kid named Jim Toy. The 3 of us stuck together through our entire military careers. Both guys were from California. Jim was from the Stockton area, while Ken was from Redondo Beach. I think the initial friendship was linked to the color of our skin. I felt somehow related to them. We just naturally gravitated toward one another. We all got our assignments to the same base in central Japan. This was my first time out of the country. They moved us through California, then we boarded the ship USS Breckenridge with 4,000 other GLS going to Japan. I got a KP assignment for 30 days on that ship. I hated day after day KP. And I was seasick for the first 3 or 4 days out from the constant rolling of the waves. I couldn't sleep, and if sleep did overtake me, I was still sick when I awoke. I closed down. I knew I didn't like Navy life, and I didn't care to learn much about it. A Navy ship is a Navy ship, and all I cared was that it was taking us to Japan. From the beginning I was in love with Japan. When we arrived I was sent to a small base in Osaka called Itami Air Base. They had old-time twin-engine B-26 reconnaissance bombers they used for aerial photography of Manchuria and Korea. We got all our equipment, settled in, and went through a week-long orientation about Japanese people, their culture, the history of the war with Japan, and what we were doing there as occupation forces. They told us that certain places were off-limits to us. We were instructed that there were rules we had to abide by. Even though the country was under U.S. military occupation, we were still subject to Japanese law as well as our own Air Force regulations. We were not supposed to become involved with the Japanese people on a personal level. The watchword was no fraternization. 44. Well, naturally these rules could not be enforced because many of us had to work with Japanese people. I spent a lot of time on base on my duties, but on my time off I was getting acquainted with Japanese culture, talking to people, asking questions, going to museums, and absorbing as much as I could. I began to pick up the language. I studied Shinto and Buddhist beliefs. I liked to attend the festivals held at Takarazuka north of Osaka. I fell in love with the whole country. I knew I was there to accomplish a military mission, but in my heart I somehow felt that something on a very personal level was happening to me. We were surrounded by bars that were right off base. We called them the 1000 Yard strip saloons, pawn shops, clip joints, and whorehouses. It was said that if I didn't hawk your watch, drink a gallon of beer, and get laid, you were not a man. There was one bar where the guys from our squadron went called the Top Hat. I started going there too. I didn't like whiskey then, and in fact didn't like hard liquor at all. But I began to like beer. In the excitement of this new place, there was peer pressure to act macho. You had to get drunk and have mindless, paid for sex. I had had sex before in high school, but it was a bashful thing, playful even, not a rowdy, drunken affair. But I was curious. I kind of wanted to go to one of these whorehouses, but not so much for sex. I wanted to see what a whorehouse was like. The military is a training ground. It teaches you things in your off hours just as it does on base. Even while you are a kid you start hearing about joining the Air Force or Navy or Marines. They tell you you're going to see the world, have a woman in every port. Then when you are actually there, you're supposed to be macho and use women as sex objects. I talked to Jim and Ken about it. What should we do first, guys? Jim Toy was a museum kind of guy. He said, well, there are some theaters and museums we should go to. I knew what I wanted, and Kobayashi was a cross between what I wanted and what Jim wanted. Yes, I wanted to go to the theater and the museums, but I wanted to meet people, to see who they were in all aspects of life, to touch them and visit with them. Of course we saw them working as houseboys, as construction workers, and in offices on the base. But I wanted to explore. The 1000 Yard strip was a good place to start. So we got our passes and walked down the road. Of course there were girls calling out to us, "Hey Gi, do you want some Coca-Cola?" 45. They were girls who worked in the bars. Their job was to get you to drink and spend money at their bar. But there were other girls who would call out, "Hey GI, do you want a short time?" That was the first time I heard that expression. The guys from the base told us, they were asking you for either a brief time or all night. A short time was maybe half an hour with them, you pay for some sex then leave. All night obviously had a different price tag. But we didn't go in there. I was just absorbing all kinds of impressions. Not every store or station was a bar, not every house was a whorehouse. There were little bakeries, a small grocery shop, toy shops, pharmacies, and a lot of rickshaws. THIRD-WORLDISM sits in the hills near Osaka. In fact, all of Japan is hilly and mountainous. The country's few flat areas are used for farming. There was a particular smell around THIRD-WORLDISM. It wasn't constant, but you would get a whiff of it sometimes, and you would know there were honey buckets nearby. A honey bucket was a container full of human waste that had been dug out of the toilets to be mixed with an additive, then used as fertilizer in the rice fields. On base the showers and toilets were just like in America, but Japanese toilets were different. You had to squat down on a little commode that had no apparent bottom to it. All the waste would go straight down into a holding container. From the outside, the farming community would dig it out and use it for fertilizer. I found out that human waste is a great recycled agriculture enhancer in a country without cattle and animal manure. But when I first saw a Japanese toilet, it kind of repulsed me. I explored alone sometimes, and other times I hung around with Ken and Jim. We went on different excursions hiking or to the movies, and of course to the 1000-yard strip. On our first outing when one of us said, "Let's go have a beer," into the Top Hat we went. We were greeted by three girls who introduced themselves. As we sat down with them, it was understood that they would be company for us as long as we spent money on them. We tried to talk they with their broken English and me with no Japanese at all. There was music and dancing and a comfortable feeling. I watched another girl behind the bar bring drinks for us. She was very pretty. There was a mystic quality about being with women my age who were of a different race but with the same color skin. We began to talk about little things like where I was from, about music, and whether we knew how to dance. Ken was able to talk a little Japanese with the girl sitting next to him. Jim was engaged in conversation in much the same way I was. Right then I sensed something inside me that would never leave me. Even though it was a bar setting, these people saw me as a human being. Well, naturally I was a GI, and they saw that first. But there was never, "Give me money," or anything like that. If we spent $1 or $2, that was all right. $5 was all right. And if we went in there and spent just 50 cents in 4 hours, that was all right too. I was never propositioned by any of those girls. That first time, we stayed for perhaps an hour and a half, then Jim said, "Let's go," so we drank up, said goodbye to the ladies, and walked out. We had originally set out for the train station to go sightseeing. But there we were on our first encounter off the military base with three nationals who didn't know us before, and we were excited about it. We never did make it to that train station. Jim was talking about cameras, and I was still talking about the girls. "Ken," I said, "those girls were nice. I want to visit there some more." We eventually made it to the photo shop where Jim bought a camera, and then we found a place to buy some apples and oranges to munch on. By this time it was getting late and we had to be back at the base by 9:30. We were on our way back when I said, "Let's just pop back into the bar and see what's going on." It was pretty crowded. The girl I had been sitting with was sitting with another GI. I thought, well, that's her job. I looked at the girl behind the bar again and caught her eye. She just looked and kind of smiled a little bit. I disappeared through the door and I thought about our first evening out. I thought about racism. Here in this country, I didn't sense it, and I didn't see whites surrounding me all the time. And I liked it. I enjoyed the company of the people of this country, the people I was falling in love with. The next morning I went to the library on base during break. There were all kinds of books on the Japanese language and I thought, well, I'll learn it. Of course when anybody goes to Japan, they buy these little books entitled HOW to SPE Japanese in 5 Easy Lessons. Ha! I'll buy that and get somebody to help me. And so I did. 47. I told Ken and Jim, I'm going back to that bar tonight. Jim said, yeah, me too, but first I'm going to go check out this museum. It's only open until 7. So I went back to the bar alone. I ordered 1 beer and talked with another girl for maybe a half an hour. Then I went out to walk around. I followed a side street that went up where I could see people working in the rice fields. 3 hours went by while I sat watching from the edge of a canal with my feet dangling over the water. My attention was absorbed by men balancing the honey buckets on their necks and shoulders, and the women working knee-deep in the fields. I could hear them speaking, the culture of these people. Way off in the distance I could hear some kind of Japanese string music. This feeling that there was a purpose for me other than the military began to move through me. I kept going back to the top hat. The young girl who was bartending greeted customers as they came in. So when she greeted me, I asked what her name was. She replied, Makiko. I told her my name, and she said, you're new, GI. I said, yes. Then she spoke to everybody else in Japanese. Mina-san, Cody WA American Indian. Later on I understood that she said to her friends, this is an American Indian. They all came over to talk to me and shake hands with me, then we sat down a little while together. Behind us the jukebox played rock and roll, Hank Williams, country western, such a contrast to the music that floated across the fields and canals from the Koto, the Biwa. It was about my second week in Japan. I kept asking her questions about herself, but she wanted to know more about me. There was such an aura of joy around her. I didn't even go to dinner the next night. I went straight to the top hat, right back to her. We'd talk, and dance a little bit. She showed me how to dance the box step and jitterbug. Today those are still the only steps I know. She would do these little things that made me feel so cared for. I would be smoking a cigarette and she would flick ashes off my shirt, or she would straighten my tie while talking with me, caring about me. She was 16 and I was 17, and we were falling deeply in love. Something wonderful was blossoming for me. After about 2 weeks, I thought about her all the time. So one Friday I told her that I was getting a 3-day pass and could be gone from the base 2 whole days. She said, do you want to see my parents? I live with them over at Takarazuka about 2 hours from here. I said, yes. Yes. I packed a little bag and that night we went. I stayed with her until she finished her work at the top hat around midnight. We went up to the train station in a hurry because the last train was about to leave. A couple hours later when we arrived at Takarazuka, she told me she felt it might be better to show up at her parents' house in the daylight. She said, tonight we'll go to a motel. Of course I thought that was a great idea. We had to wake up the motel clerk to show us to our room. As was the custom, we took off our shoes and went in through the wood and paper sliding doors. The inside was like a traditional Japanese home with futons and a hibachi in the middle of the living room with a table over it. Makiko served me some hot tea and then said that she was going to have a bath. She asked me if I would join her. I had never exposed myself naked to a woman, much less bathed with one, and I wasn't sure I understood what she meant. She was saying, come on, hurry up, take off your clothes, yet there was nothing sexual in what she was suggesting. Until that time, I didn't realize that in Japan it was natural to be undressed and to bathe together. We took off all our clothes and stood totally naked. There were these little stools to sit on to wash yourself up. We sat down, lathered all up, then took more hot water and poured it over ourselves. Then we got into this big hot tub for maybe a half hour or so. The water in the tub was so hot I thought I would die. I tried to jump out but she laughed and pulled me back. It was hotter than a sweat lodge run by Crow Dog, which can be almost unendurable. After a time, we got out and lathered up again, really scrubbing ourselves clean. We did this whole process twice. She scrubbed my back, which embarrassed me a little. I almost grabbed her hand to tell her to stop, that I would do it mijal pound, but she teased me out of it and slapped me on the butt, saying, "Come on, you're a GI. Why oh, you're supposed to be tough." She acted like she thought I was afraid of the water because it was too hot. I was looking at her, she was so beautiful. I was seeing her for the first time, naked and relaxed in all her loveliness. I met her parents, kind simple folk who smiled and bowed to me. I bowed back just like they did. They served me fragrant tea in tiny cups. 49. They couldn't speak English but seemed to approve of my friendship with their daughter. I realized I was falling in love for sure, even after just 2 weeks with Makiko. Makiko Inouye. I found that I not only loved her for herself but also for being Japanese. A passion flooded over me for her country with all the sights, sounds, and smells. All of it opened up vividly to me. I asked Makiko to go with me to different places. We would ride the trains together, do our shopping, and take in the sights around the countryside. We even went to see traditional kabuki plays. She was the first woman to care for me, to bathe me, to cook for me, to listen to me, and sing with me. She knew something about American Indians. And even though she couldn't speak my Anishinaabe language, she learned a few Indian songs and she taught me some Japanese songs. We would sing together. We rented a little place of our own close to the bay soon after our trip to Takarazuka. I would go there every evening after work and return to the base each morning. We spent 6 months at Itami Air Base. She never asked what I did. All she knew was that I was a GI. For men in the military, relationships with women are very insecure. You are subject to forces beyond your control. Some total stranger with gold braid on his sleeve can tear your world to pieces with a flick of a pen. I knew what a relationship with a woman could lead to for a GI, but here I was getting myself involved deeper every day. After 6 months our unit was transferred to Yokota Air Base, which was a huge strategic air command base outside Tokyo. There they had the big bombers, B-47s. We were assigned to the 548th Reconnaissance TECH Squadron to do more aerial photography work. I asked Makiko to move up there with me. A friend of mine, Joe Galgiski, also had a Japanese girlfriend, who was named Judy. Makiko and Judy were close friends, so we all moved to Yokota together. We rented a whole house and stayed there for the next 3 years. I used to bicycle the 6 or 7 miles we lived from the base. I loved my life there with Makiko. She was fascinating. Through her, I began to learn more and more about the Japanese people. For the first time, I heard about the native Aborigines, the Ainu, but I wouldn't become acquainted with them until 20 more years had passed. One morning in 1956 we got an early wake-up call, hurry up, get moving. We were told there would be a demonstration against 50 Tachikawa Air Base by Japanese troublemakers, but we already knew what it was about. The air base, which was about 30 miles from Yokota Air Base, was going to be expanded into an SAC base. The plan was to extend the runway by at least 1,000 yards to make way for the B-47s and B-52s that were coming in. To facilitate this, a great chunk of useful farmland had to be condemned and destroyed. A Japanese court fought the move, and a mass public demonstration was to take place against this takeover by the U.S. Air Force. The farmers had begun to organize and the students were organizing behind the farmers. It developed into a strong opposition to the US military. Soon there was a growing number of farmers, students, Buddhist monks and nuns, and ordinary Japanese citizens banding together in demonstrations. As the crowd of demonstrators grew larger and larger, our command post told us that we were going on full 24-hour alert with combat readiness. On this particular day, they called us at 3 o'clock in the morning to tell us to grab our gear and go stand out there at attention with the rifles and live ammunition they had issued us. We were only a short distance from where the line of demonstrators was forming. Our officers stationed one man every 10 feet around the perimeter of the entire base. I stood at the end of the runway that was to be lengthened. Ken Kobayashi was to my right with Sergeant Johnson on the other side of him, to my left was Jim Toy. We stood at attention for what must have been 2 or 3 days in a row. An officer had told us that if any of the demonstrators set foot on the base itself we had to shoot, first a warning shot. If that didn't stop them, we were to fire on the demonstrators. You have to shoot them, he said. We could not understand this. These people were nothing more than nonviolent demonstrators. This was their land that our Air Force was trying to take away. Here I was, living with a Japanese girl, and many of my friends were doing the same. Our sergeant had a Japanese wife. Sergeant Johnson said to the captain, "Shoot at what? Why you want us to shoot to scare them? Why you want us to shoot over them with a warning shot?" The captain replied, "Shoot to kill." It was 1956. There was no war going on, but that was the order. Ken, the sergeant, and I talked about the predicament that we found ourselves in. "What do we do?" I said. "These people, this is their land, and if they come over the fence, it is still their land. I don't know that I could shoot a Japanese for wanting to occupy his own land." Sergeant Johnson said, "Well, if anything happens, I'll just fire a warning shot, but we are not going to shoot anybody for this. I'll be damned if I'll do that. I will help defend the United States of America." I did take that pledge, but I haven't seen anybody try to invade America lately. That was the kind of talk going on among the GIs assigned to this mission. About 10 o'clock on the third morning we heard the drums. We were standing on the base's side of a big cyclone FENCE about 10 feet high. On the other side of that were the Japanese National Defense Forces. Beyond them was a row of police. We were facing 4,000 or 5,000 demonstrators. Out in front were Buddhist monks and nuns in their orange robes beating huge drums, the taikos. The rhythmic pounding grew louder and louder. I had never heard so many drums in my life. Off in the distance, a mass of orange-robed people had appeared, chanting and hitting the drums, thousands and thousands of people. There must have been 4,000 or 5,000 of them. I had seen monks and nuns before, but not this particular sect. Their heads were shaved. When they reached the front of the demonstration, they all kneeled down maybe 15 feet on the other side of the police. They continued to chant Nam Myoho Renge Kyo for several hours. We were at parade rest, talking together about all this. Years later I would understand what that chant means, even though there is no literal translation of it. When you have a good feeling such as the birth of a baby, you chant. Or if you hear of the death of somebody, you chant the same words in a sorrowful voice. If you see something beautiful, you say it. It means beauty. It means peace. There we stood in opposition to these people, us holding our MR6s and our sergeant with his bar, his Browning automatic rifle, FED by its belt of ammo. All of a sudden a commotion broke out way over to our right. Then the yelling and screaming began, coming closer and closer. We could see the Japanese police rushing the demonstrators. The helmeted Japanese defense forces seemed to be there to back up the police. We had seen students moving toward the fence when the police suddenly charged them with weapons and heavy sticks. The Buddhist monks and nuns sitting still on the ground in front of us were chanting 5-2. When the police rushed them in a frenzy and started cracking skulls with a terrible sound as if they were striking coconuts. The monks and nuns did not fight back. It was a terrible thing to witness. I saw elderly nuns with blood streaming down their faces. Sergeant Johnson suddenly grabbed his bar and fired a round into the air. Then he hollered, "Stop it! Stop it! Halt!" The police stopped beating the people and turned around to face us. The Japanese defense forces turned around as well, not knowing what to do. In that critical moment, when I saw them turning around to look at us, I grabbed my rifle, cocked it, and pointed it up in the air. Almost all the other GLS did the same thing. I believe that by firing his weapon, Sergeant Johnson may have saved hundreds of lives. In that confused moment anything could have happened, but what everyone saw was Sergeant Johnson running toward the FENCE, shouting in Japanese, "Stop the beatings! Stop it! Stop it!" Then all was quiet. Off in the distance behind us I could hear the sirens coming. The military police heading toward us had heard the shooting. Sergeant Johnson must have let off at least 15 or 20 rounds. He returned to where we were and said, "Kobayashi, this thing accidentally trip-fired, and it went off like that. That's what happened." Kobayashi said, "That's what I saw." Sergeant Johnson said, "Airman Banks, this bar trip-fired. I finally jammed it up and stopped it." I said, "As far as I know, Sergeant, that's what I saw, too." The military police arrived and came running toward us with their guns drawn. First they talked excitedly with Japanese interpreters asking what happened. The interpreters pointed at us. Then the military police came over to us and one of them said, "Sergeant, what happened here?" Sergeant Johnson said, "I went to put my rifle down like that, and all of a sudden it started firing. I grabbed it and managed to stop it." The MP asked Ken, "Did you see anything?" Ken said, "I was standing at parade rest. I saw Sergeant Johnson put the rifle down, and it just started firing." The MP looked around and said, "Did anybody else see anything?" I said, "I saw the same thing." They turned around, went over by the FENCE to confer, and came back. "All right, you guys, listen. We're going to take you out of here. 53. And bring in somebody else." They picked about 5 of us and gave us a ride out of the area, then we returned to our barracks. They didn't question us any further. I felt sick at what I had seen and ashamed of the uniform I was wearing. I remembered Sergeant Johnson firing and yelling for the beating to stop. I had looked past the Japanese defense forces then and could clearly see the monks who were trying to help the injured. They were carrying them away to safety. That terrible scene has remained with me all of these years. I shall never forget those demonstrators were peaceful people literally being beaten to death. Since that time, during my struggles in the American Indian movement, I have seen BIA police wield their clubs at Indians like that. Each time my memory flashed back to what I saw that day in Japan. Makiko and I had been together for 2 years when she became pregnant. It was inevitable. After our little baby girl, Michiko, was born, I felt wonderful. We decided to get married in the old Japanese way and went to a Shinto priest. Makiko looked so beautiful in her wedding kimono. We drank to our mutual happiness from tiny cups of sake. I took the marriage document back to the base and tried to arrange for us to have a civil ceremony as well. They said, "We do not recognize such marriages. And we are not allowing members of the armed forces to marry Japanese subjects." I said that we had already been married. "The hell you are," was the reply. "Hey," I said, "we have a baby now and our child needs help." They said that Makiko could fill out an application to be married, but it wouldn't do any good. We had to fill out all this paperwork. I was called in by the OSI, the Office of Strategic Investigations, and told that I could not marry her because her family were members of the Socialist Party in Japan and that she might be a communist. I was baffled and angry. I told them Makiko was not in the least bit interested in politics. They said, "We are denying your marriage application and we are also taking away your top secret clearance." I didn't care about the top secret clearance, but I was shattered by the announcement. I realized that I had been living in a state of self-delusion. Air Force life had made me mentally lazy. As a GI, I was doing 5-4. Mostly nothing, just taking a vacation from thinking. But it was the hour of awakening. I had been guarding the ramparts of the American Empire, but now I felt like those Crow and Arikara Indians who, after scouting for Custer and fighting on behalf of the whites, were pitted against their own brothers, the Cheyenne and Lakota. My Japanese family members were called Gooks, Slopes, and Slant Eyes by whites, and those who suffered from these names were people just like me. Was I not a slant eye, as all American Indians are? The American Air Force, which I had thought of as a friend, turned out to be an enemy. I started drinking in a destructive way. Whiskey with beer chasers are called Boilermakers. I began to change, to get rowdy drunk along with the rest of the GLS. I still had Jim Toy and Ken Kobayashi as friends, and we've been friends all these many years since that disastrous time. I was determined that I was never going to return to the United States again. I did not want to return, for I was so much in love with my wife and child, and the country and its people. I had extended my tour of duty for 2 years, but then suddenly they ordered me back to the United States. I said, "No, I'll take my discharge right here in Japan." They insisted, "No, Banks, you have to go back to the States to get your discharge." I grabbed Makiko and the baby and went AWOL. We moved to another place, but they found us and court-martialed me. I was found guilty. They took away my stripes, suspended my pay, and put me in jail for 30 days. When I got out, I managed to find Makiko again. We moved to a new hiding place until 2 months later when they discovered us and took me away. This time they sent me to the States in chains. My image of the United States was already shattered, my belief in America crushed, my duty and obligation finished. I wanted nothing more to do with the military or the US government. I just wanted one thing, and that was to stay with my family in the country I had come to love. I had even started to speak the language. But I was on a plane bound for the States. We stopped in mid-ocean at the Midway Islands, and I attempted to escape. But they arrested me again, handcuffed me, and put me on the plane back to the States. Someone had assured me that when I got back I would get my mustering out pay, $1,200. 55. They said, "If you're so stuck on that JAP, you can turn around and fly back." I had told Makiko to wait for me. I didn't know how long it might take, but I intended to go straight back as quickly as possible. They didn't give me the money. They gave me pieces of it in little installments over a period of time. There was never enough to buy that ticket. I wrote Makiko that I was going to have to work somewhere for a while to earn the money to come back for her. I was staying in Stockton, California, where I started working with Jim. I was hoping to scrape together enough money to get back to Japan, but the money was never there. I got so depressed about the whole situation that I started drinking again. I always wrote Makiko, "I will be coming. I will be back," but it never happened. I was only able to afford the barest necessities of life and the price of a bottle. The weeks turned into months, and months to years. After a period in Stockton, I went back to the reservation. I had written my mother to tell her about my wife and baby. My relatives thought I would be bringing them back with me. They all said, "Dennis, where is your wife, Makiko, and the new baby?" Then I had to tell them the story about how all our plans had been destroyed. I would still write to her and she would write me back. 2 years went by. The figures of Makiko and the baby were fading in a fog. I went on drinking. Eventually I moved to Minneapolis and started getting involved with various Indian issues there. I began to settle down. I met another woman, and my life took some new twists and turns over the course of the next few years. 14 years later I was in a position of leadership during the siege at Wounded, South Dakota. Some videographers from Japan were documenting what was happening there for Japanese television. They were doing a story on me, and we met together for several days. I don't know, but maybe Makiko saw the footage on TV, because a call came in from Japan to the place in Minneapolis where I had an address. The people who were staying there didn't get her message to me until several months had passed because of the trials that followed the long siege at Wounded. The message said that our child, Michiko, was 15 years old, going to high school, and that everything was okay. The number must have been taken incorrectly, because when I tried to call her back I got a hotel. There was no one there by the name of Makiko Inu. 5 years later, I finally went back to Japan. I knew the places where Makiko had lived and her parents had been. I went back to her parents' place. They had moved some 20 years before that. I looked up her last name, but there must have been more than 300 people in that province by that name. It was like looking in America for a person named Jones or Smith. I got on the phone and called 15 or 20 different people. I went to the school Makiko had attended and left word there in case there was ever a reunion of the 1953 class. All this was very emotional for me. I ran into one of her friends, who said that Makiko had remarried, of course, and that she had raised our daughter. Michiko had grown into a young woman herself and was at a university in northern Japan. At that time, she was 24 years old. That was the saddest part for me. I was anxious to locate Makiko and then my focus shifted to Michiko. But I did not find her. I went again to Japan 10 years after that, in 1988. I had released a book out there about my life, and I put out a call for Makiko to contact the publisher. No call ever came. I even went back to the little place we had rented, but it had been torn down. Even the old grocery store where we used to trade was gone. I acknowledge that I have a child somewhere in Japan. It brings me sorrow that I never found her. It must be the same for children looking for their parents. I travel back and forth to Japan quite often now, about twice a year. Every now and then a young girl will come up to me and say, "My father is an American Indian." Shivers run through my whole body. But then she is not Michiko at all, but someone else's child. I am hopeful that one day I will see her. Someday, if fate is kind, I will finally find the ones I lost in that ill-fated time. 57. 6. Things won't ever be the same again, and that's what the American Indian movement is about. We are the shock troops of Indian sovereignty. We intend to raise questions in the minds of all, questions that have gone to sleep in the minds of Indians and non-Indians alike. AIM is the new warrior class of the century, bound by the bond of the drum, who vote with our bodies instead of our mouths. Our business is hope. Virgil Kills Strait, Lakota. The years after Japan were incredibly hard. Friendships that went back a long time helped me survive the Indian ghettos of St. Paul and Minneapolis. Old friends from the boarding school who had gone into the military helped one another hang in there, guys like Fred Morgan, Bohack, George Mitchell, and Floyd W. E. Sturman. As the years went by, we would inevitably run into each other along the way, usually in St. Paul's Indian TOWN. Life was as tough as could be, but always we kept going. I think all of us rode the rails at one time or another. In those days, jobs were few and far between. Still we survived, mostly in the slave labor markets of Minneapolis, Chicago, and Milwaukee. Nothing changed our friendships. We supported one another in our struggles and we laughed a lot of those damned hard times away. We all were drinking in those years, not really caring what the booze was doing to our health, sometimes going on binges for days and even weeks. But when we were together, We had good times. Often we 5-8 spent the night talking of the old days, laughing and remembering all the crazy things we used to do. We had all served in the military and, during our get-togethers, would talk about our boarding school buddies who had never come back from the wars in Korea or Vietnam. Many times we cried. We eventually all lived on 4th Avenue, the center of Indian life in Minneapolis. Every year, the arrival of spring meant the opening of a season for hunting Indians, who provided slave labor for both the TW in cities and the state of Minnesota. Together with the first robin came the annual renewal of the quota system, which meant that the police had to arrest a certain number of Indians, usually about 200 every week, to provide unpaid labor for the workhouse and various city projects. Every Saturday night at 9 o'clock, the police arrived to conduct their manhunt. You could set your watch by the arrival of the paddy wagons. The cops concentrated on the Indian bars. They would bring their paddy wagons around behind a bar and open the back doors. Then they would go around to the front and chase everybody toward the rear. As soon as you went through the back door, you were in the paddy wagon. The cops' favorite targets were Bud's Bar on Franklin Avenue and the Corral, which was less than 100 yards away. They rounded us up like cattle and booked us on drunk and disorderly charges, even if we were neither. During the early 60s, I got caught in that dragnet maybe 25 times. Monday mornings I would sometimes end up at the workhouse, or they would put me to work on a farm. Once this happened to me 3 weekends in a row. I would go back to the same bar and get caught again. We were sent out to clean up stadiums and the convention center, which would take 2 or 3 days. Then they would tell us, "Okay, you guys, you can be released now." It took me a while to realize that the police raided only the Indian bars and never the white ones. For Indians, doing time in jail is almost a traditional rite of passage. About % of the Minnesota population is American Indian, but more than 1/3 of all prison inmates in the state are Indians. We wind up in the slammer because we are Indians, because we are too poor to raise bail, and because we cannot pay for an attorney. We have to deal with a public defender who, in most cases, persuades us to make a quick plea bargain deal. 59. Inevitably, I, too, wound up in the penitentiary. In 1966 I was indicted on burglary charges. I called it my 16 bags of groceries case. At that time I was married to Jeanette, a beautiful Indian woman I met during a visit to my sister Audrey. I fell instantly in love with Jeanette. She brought 4 children from a previous union into our marriage, and we had 4 more of our own. So I had to provide for a family of 10, including myself. I had a miserable, minimum wage job that could not support us, so I stole to put food on our table. My partner in the escapade was a white man named Bill. We were arrested for stealing 16 bags of groceries. He managed to get an attorney, while I had only a court-appointed public defender. When we were up for sentencing, it quickly became obvious that Bill was not going to be sentenced to the same time I was. I got 5 years, whereas he was sentenced to 2 years of probation and was released immediately. At first I thought this was because he had an attorney. It didn't occur to me that it was because I was an Indian who had been saddled with a white judge and a white arresting officer. I was stuck at Stillwater, the Minnesota State Prison, from early 1966 to May of 1968. Inside the pen, I began to read about Indian history and became politicized in the process. I would read the papers and see that demonstrations about civil rights and the Vietnam War were going on all over the country. I realized that I desperately wanted to be part of a movement for Indian people, but we had no organization to address social reform, human rights, or treaty rights. We had 19 Indian organizations for social welfare and gathering clothes. These were needed, but there was no movement specifically addressing the police brutality that was an everyday fact for Indian people or the discrimination in housing and employment in Minneapolis. Nor were there ever Indians speaking at those big rallies I saw on TV about the war in Vietnam or minority issues. Helpless in my prison cell, I felt that the chances for creating an effective Indian rights organization were passing us by. I had plenty of time to research the issues of American Indian civil rights since I was in a maximum security prison for 2.5 years with 9 months of that in solitary confinement. This 9-month period came about because I did not want to spend all my time making twine and Minnesota license plates. I refused to be a typical 60 prison inmate. I was different from the others, so they locked me up in a cell by myself. I started to educate myself while in solitary and found that there was a lot of social and political unrest happening on the outside. I began to follow the anti-war movement, the marches and protests, the Students for a Democratic Society, the W.E. Thurman, and the Black Panthers. Inside Stillwater, I made a commitment to myself that there would be an Indian movement. When I got out of prison in May of 1968, I no longer had a family. With 8 kids on her hands, Jeanette had been forced to look for support elsewhere. Maybe this was fate. Removed from all family obligations, I was free to found an Indian civil rights organization. I called up my old friend George Mitchell, who had been at the boarding school with me, and said, "George, I want to get a movement going, and I would like you to help me." I figured that, between the two of us, we could put together a series of meetings to get the Indian community in Minneapolis behind an effort to begin making the changes that we needed. George and I swung into action in the summer of 1968. We contacted all of our relatives, friends, acquaintances, and people from the reservations as well as from the Indian slums in the city. We went from house to house with 500 leaflets we had printed, handing them out to every Indian we could find. W.E. told them, "We need to have a meeting." Our first meeting was set for 8 o'clock on the evening of July 28, 1968, in the basement of a rundown church. In those days about 40 or 50 people would come to any given Indian meeting. Usually you could not get more than that to come unless there was some kind of handout, toys, clothing, or a feed. Then you could get more, but few people were going to meetings to deal with the important issues. W.E. thought that no more than 50 people would come. I went out and bought 100 plastic cups, some Kool-Aid, coffee, and 50 donuts. W.E. borrowed some chairs, and hurried to the church to prepare for the meeting. I wrote on a scrap of paper the kinds of issues I thought we should discuss: prisons, courts, police, treaties, the government. By 6 o'clock, already 10 or 15 people besides the 10 who had been helping to organize the meeting had shown up. Between 6:30 and 7, about 50 more people arrived. Before long the donuts were 6 gone. By 8 o'clock the place was packed. Almost 200 people had gathered to listen and to begin making their voices heard. I opened the meeting. I told these people that I had called them together because I felt that we needed to talk as a group about issues that concerned us all. People are fighting battles in the streets of Chicago. They're fighting to stop the Vietnam War and bring about changes in the political party system. They're fighting in the streets of Alabama to change the situation for blacks. The SDS movement is trying to change the whole structure of the universities. What the hell are we going to do? Are we going to sit here in Minnesota and not do a goddamn thing? Are we going to go on for another 200 years, or even another 5, the way we are without doing something for our Indian people? As the meeting went on, people began to speak up. One man spoke of the police brutality and said, "When do you propose to go down there to Franklin Avenue, to all those Indian bars where the cops inflict abuse on our people every night?" I told him, we could go down there tomorrow morning. He said, "No, let's go down there right now, tonight." People started to get excited and speak up. I knew that this excitement was going somewhere. The man in a hurry to get things done was Clyde Belcourt, a Loon Clan member from the White Earth Reservation. During that first meeting he spoke with such intensity that his enthusiasm swept over us like a storm. In that moment, AIM was born. I said, our top priority is to do something about the police brutality that is going on every day. Tomorrow we'll start our protests. Hell, no, said Clyde. We start right now, this evening. And that is what we did. Clyde had some previous experience from organizing the Red Ghetto people in 1964 in Minneapolis. We immediately made Clyde the first chairman of AIM. I became the first field director. Together with George Mitchell, Harold Goodsky, and a number of determined women, among them Frances Fairbanks and Gurley Brown, we formed AIM. We had an organization, but we did not yet have a name for it. George Mitchell came up with Concerned Indian Americans, and for a short time we went with that until somebody pointed out that the initials spelled CIA. We had to find a better name for our newborn organization. During one of our first meetings, a woman stood up and said, "You always aim to do this and to do that. Why don't we just call ourselves .aim?" Clyde, George, and I came up with a number of names that had the word movement in them. We finally settled on American Indian Movement. There was great enthusiasm to get our meetings going. We were on a roll. The people wanted action, and our first priority was to deal with police brutality. In Minneapolis, only 0% of the population was Indian, but 70% of the inmates in the city's jails were our people. We painted 3 old cars red. Clyde had one, George had one, and I had the other. With these cars, we immediately established an Indian patrol to prevent the police from further harassing our people. Pat turned it after the patrol created by the Black Panthers in Oakland. I rejected violence and some of the methods involving force adopted by the Panthers, but I knew that AIM would do what we had to do to achieve our ends. A cartoon that had been taped on one of the desks in the AIM office around that time showed Dennis the Menace running around the room with a fly swatter. He had a look of determination and had apparently used this little weapon of his with a minimum of success. The caption read, "AIM, Dennis, AIM." It was a reminder to me of the need to reconcile the issue of nonviolence with our determination to achieve our goals. As AIM began to work as a group, raising questions that had been dormant in the minds and hearts of Indian and non-Indian people alike, we questioned our beliefs about necessary violence and whether we should arm ourselves. I didn't want AIM to be seen as a group that advocated violence, but, on the other hand, I felt that our people should not face heavily armed, racist cops empty-handed. There was just too much evidence of racism in the streets, and sometimes a show of strength can actually prevent violence. Racism was considered by most Americans to be only a black/white issue, a view that ignored the Indian as a significant minority. AIM went to the chief of police to point out the particular brutality toward Native people on the streets of Minneapolis. He said, "Nah, there's no racism here." We told him, "We can prove it to you. We will bring you films and photographs that show your people using excessive force all the time and acting in a sadistic way." We bought walkie-talkies and began wearing identical red berets so that we were easily identifiable to other Indian people. We got into our red cars and drove down to the bars, where we stationed ourselves at the front doors. When the police turned onto Franklin Avenue, we would yell, "Here they come." We had 2 cameras to film footage of the police storming into the bars, rounding up people, making arrests indiscriminately, and hitting people with their nightsticks. We shot the scene from inside our cars, always taking care to avoid being noticed by the cops. We then had evidence on film and tape that the cops only rounded up Indians and not a single white person. Later, the booking sergeant confirmed what we already knew: 150 Indians had been arrested that weekend. Our next step was to empty out those 2 bars just before the police would arrive. We pulled out the drunk patrons and gave them rides home. By the time the police arrived, there was nobody left to arrest. After we started our red car patrols, the number of arrests dropped dramatically. At our first meeting, we had nearly 200 people show up. Years later, AIM's membership had grown to 5,000. By 1973, there were 79 chapters, 8 of which were in Canada. With this expansion, we began to do a lot more than just confront police brutality. We had an attorney from the Legal Aid Society available every Thursday evening at AIM's office to help people in need of legal assistance. We established a program to improve Indian housing. We rented a hauling trailer to help Indian families move. We improved communications between Indian and non-Indian communities. AIM set up its own radio program on station Ku.xl to broadcast news of Indian concern. The station also published its own bi-monthly newsletter. Eventually, we established our own alternative school for Indian kids, the Red Schoolhouse. Minneapolis soon became too small for AIM. In 1969, we took part in the National Education Conference. One young man came up to me and asked if I would go to Cleveland and make a presentation at their Indian Center. His name was Russell Means. I told him I would. Some months later, we formed the Cleveland chapter of AIM. According to Russell, he asked me, "What can I do to join AIM?" I answered, "You just did." That's how Russell remembered it. He was an Oglala Lakota from Pine Ridge, South Dakota, a very charismatic and spellbinding speaker. Men adored him. One of our Minneapolis guys used to joke that Russell was a victim of white broads with the hots for good-looking, long-haired savages. AIM people always had a sense of humor. Russ went on to become a very effective AIM leader. Before long we received a call from a Milwaukee man who said he wanted to set up an AIM chapter in that city. He was Herb Paulus, an Oneida of the Six Nations of the Iroquois Confederation. Herb soon took on a leadership role and we became lifelong friends. AIM had begun to spread out, to become a nationwide organization. As an AIM leader, I was in the public eye. People looked up to me. I was news. But I was still hitting the bottle. I stopped drinking on New Year's morning of 1970, after having gone through a terrible night of D.Ts. It was snowing and I had come home early. It was the worst night of my life. I felt as though I had done nothing worthwhile in my life, that my image as an Indian civil rights leader was a sham. The thought of what booze was doing to my mind and body overwhelmed me. I had been having terrifying nightmares. The whole night I lay on the floor thinking that I was going to die, that this was the end. I started to pray to every god I could think of. I prayed to Buddha, to Rama, to Jesus Christ, and to the Great Spirit, "If you let me see the sunrise one more time, then you can take me. But if you don't take me, I will give up this old way of life, and I will walk a good path." The snow kept falling. I went to the window, still out of my mind. Then I realized that I had left the door wide open and that a lot of snow had drifted into the apartment. I was wearing only my shorts and I was freezing. I managed to close the door, crawl under the covers of my bed, and go to sleep just as the sun was coming up. Later I woke up and saw that the whole place was trashed. There was garbage all over. The kitchen was littered with dirty dishes and spilled coffee. Furniture was knocked over. I could not figure out what had happened. In the days before, I would wake up in the morning with a six-pack of beer and immediately start drinking. But on that snowy morning, I was hungry. I began frying up some eggs, thinking, what has happened here? What kind of party did I have? I opened a can of beer, but as soon as I got it to my lips I remembered what I had gone through the night before. I told myself, no, never again. I poured all the beer down the sink. I have not had a drop of alcohol since that moment. There was one more change I needed to make. I saw my reflection in the mirror, a gray flannel suit, white shirt, and necktie, looking like a respectable middle-class white man. That's not what I want to be, I thought. I threw the necktie away and let my hair grow long. I began a new life. The earth is a living thing. Mountains speak, trees sing, lakes can think, pebbles have a soul, rocks have power. Henry Crow Dog, Lakota. AIM was going strong. We had a movement, we had an agenda, and we were spreading out. More and more people joined us, but in my heart I knew that something was missing, something that should be at the center of what we were doing. There was an empty space in me somewhere and also in AIM. I wondered about that empty space for several months. Then one day, I remembered the songs I had heard before I was taken away to boarding school, the prayers, the old woman who talked to trees, and the fragrance of the sacred tobacco. I realized that AIM needed a spiritual basis. Spirituality is the heart and soul of Indian life, but we AIM people had been raised in white boarding schools, had lived in the Indian ghettos of big cities, had done time in prison. We did not know what we should believe in or how we could find sacredness. I began searching. I took a 4-day weekend and drove north to the reservation. I went asking for a medicine man. I knew where Eddie Benton had lived. He was the closest to being a medicine man that I knew, but he was gone. Nobody could tell me where he was. I went to the place where I was born. Grandpa Drumbeater had passed away. I talked with one of our elders, King Bird. He told me the ceremonies 95 were still taking place, but they were hidden from view. I did not know where they were being performed. I drove back to Minneapolis, then met with some Lakotas I knew. I ran my problem by them. They told me, you know, there is Crow Dog, out there at Rosebud. And Lame Deer. There are Chips and Fool's Crow at Pine Ridge, if you really want to talk to some medicine men. So I took off for South Dakota. I arrived at Rosebud in the winter time. The piercing wind was icy cold, snow covered the ground. I went to the Tribal Council building and asked, where can I find Crow Dog? Somebody told me, he lives 18 miles south of here. Follow the sign that says Ghost Hawk Park, then cross a bridge and follow the river. Why, oh, you can't miss it. I drove out there, and on the left side of the road I saw a huge tire, higher than a man and painted white. Giant letters on it read, Crow Dog's Paradise. The entrance to the place was formed by 2 especially long teepee poles crossing each other. A buffalo skull was tied to the top. I drove through the poles up to the house. It was homemade, a jumble of tree trunks, tar paper, old car windows, and what looked like a piece of siding from an old wooden freight car. There was an outhouse, a brush shelter for outdoor cooking in summer, a horse tied to a tree, and a lot of friendly dogs barking. I knocked on the door. Old man Henry Crow Dog opened it. He was a full-blood. I had never seen a man before with such a classic Indian face. He looked like a photograph taken 100 years earlier. He was tall and lean. He asked, "What do you want?" I said, "I want to talk with you." He told me to come inside. His wife, who had a broad, sweet face, was sitting on an old rickety chair smoking a cigarette. She said her name was Mary Gertrude. She and Crow Dog spoke to each other in Lakota. When she had finished one cigarette, it did not take her long to start another from a carton of Pall Malls at her side. Henry said, "Sit down." So I sat there and they completely ignored me for almost an hour as they went about their business. Finally he made some coffee and Mrs. Crow Dog offered me some. Then he asked me, "Can you take us to town?" I said, "Sure." They put their shoes and coats on, and he said, "Let's go." He went to town, not Rosebud as I thought, but to Winner, which was 50 miles east of where he lived. They did some shopping, and Henry invited me to stay for supper. Once we drove back to their home, his wife started cooking dinner: fry bread, hamburgers, and some more thick, black coffee. He asked me, "Where are you from?" I told him that I was a Chippewa from Minnesota. He asked me a lot of personal questions. He asked if I had ever been in a sweat lodge. I said, "No." "Have you ever been in a sun dance?" "No." "Have you ever given flesh offerings?" "No." He whispered something to his wife and they both laughed. He continued, "Do you know how to put up a sweat lodge? Can you make one?" I said, No. Again they laughed. Well, he said, you don't know any of those things. Why, oh, you don't know the sweat lodge, you don't know about the sun dance or flesh offerings. Do you at least know how to put up a teepee? I said, no. He growled, then we have nothing to talk about. Then he asked if I had a pipe. I said, no, but I grew up near Pipestone. I can make pipes. He looked at me as if he could not believe it. You can make pipes? I said, yes. I learned how to carve pipes as a boy. He shook hands with me and said, then we do have something to talk about. Why, oh, you don't know anything, so why did you come? I told him, I need spiritual help. Okay, he said. Tomorrow we start, but you have to chop some wood. Tomorrow we'll go into the sweat lodge. So we ate, and I spread my bedroll near their old wood stove and fell asleep. The next morning while we had breakfast, Henry told me, we'll go out and you chop some more wood. He took me to where he had his sweat lodge. It was made from willow sticks planted upright in a circle, bent inward and tied together at the top to make a little hut. 97. Shaped like an igloo. The framework was covered with tarps and blankets and stood as high as my chest. The lodge had an entrance covered with a flap. Henry pointed to a nearby spot and told me, bring the wood here, chop it smaller, and start a fire. I looked around me. Everything was covered with snow. I asked, how can we build a fire in all this snow? He said, here is a shovel. Dig out this whole area. Then we'll start the fire. He left me standing there and went back into his house. It was freezing and I was shivering. If you have never experienced a South Dakota winter, you don't know how cold it can be. I shoveled the spot out, chopped a lot of wood, then went back into the house and told Henry, I did what you wanted me to do. He led me back outside, then said, okay, put these rocks on the logs, start the fire, and stay here and watch it. Come and get me when the wood has burned down and the rocks are red hot. Then he walked back into the house. I wanted to follow him because it was so cold, but he repeated, stay and watch. After a time when I felt that everything was ready, I went in and told him. He said, take your clothes off and put this towel around you. I did, but I kept my shoes on because I didn't want to walk out there barefoot. Henry insisted, take your shoes off too. So we went out again, and man, it was cold with nothing but a towel around my hips. We stood in front of the fire and Henry chanted his prayers. He put up a buffalo skull for an altar and placed a bucket of water near the entrance. Then he told me to go to the fire and bring the rocks into the lodge, one by one, with a pitchfork that leaned against a tree. I brought the rocks in, placing them one after the other inside a round pit in the center of the lodge. I had never been so cold in all my life, and I had been mighty cold before. I felt as if the cold would crack my bones. My teeth were chattering and my feet began to freeze. I crawled back inside the lodge. The floor was covered with sage, and Henry had his pipe with him. He closed the flap over the door. The lodge was pitch dark except in the center where the rocks were glowing red. Henry poured water over the rocks, and instantly the icy cold turned into intense heat. Searing steam rose up from the rocks, making my flesh feel as if it were being scorched. When I tried to breathe, my lungs seemed to have caught fire. I thought this white-hot heat was beyond what I could endure. The heat raised blisters on some parts of my body. I tried to crawl out, but he pulled me back. He prayed and sang in that blazing furnace. Finally, he said, open the entrance flap. At once cold air rushed into the lodge. The relief I felt was indescribable. But then the flap was closed, more water was poured over the rocks, and again I felt as if I were being burned alive. At the second round, or as Henry called it, the second door, I asked him to let me go outside. I crawled out and just lay in the snow for 2 or 3 minutes until Henry said, "Okay, come back in now." I was thinking, no, I don't want to go back in there, but I did. Another round and I was again writhing in pain. At the end of the third round, Henry lifted the flap, and I went out to lie in the snow once more. This time when I went back into the lodge, I felt uplifted and exhilarated. This seemed to me like a tremendous beginning to a deeper kind of life, but on the other hand I thought, maybe I can't go this way. Maybe it's too much for me. I stayed with Henry and Mary Gertrude for 4 days. By the second day I was ready to tell him, I want to have another sweat. He said, then you've got to chop some more wood. We repeated the rituals that come before the sweat. This time I kept my shoes on until the last minute for fear of getting frostbite. I managed to last 3 rounds of that second sweat without leaving the lodge. I was proud of that and felt very elated. I gave Henry and his wife 5 pounds of coffee as a farewell gift, then went back to Minneapolis. Those ceremonies at Crow Dogs led me to the path I knew would be right, not only for me but also for the American Indian movement. That first meeting with Henry Crow Dog happened in early 1969 when I was 32 years old. After I got back to Minneapolis I told Clyde Belcourt what I had experienced. "Clyde," I said, "we have to find a spiritual direction for the American Indian movement. Many of our people are churchgoers and consider themselves Christians. We are Indians and there is a native religion out there, our own religion." Clyde thought about this for a few minutes in silence, then he said, "I see what you mean. I agree with you." 99. So we both drove out to South Dakota to Crow Dog's Paradise. For the first time we met Henry's son, Leonard, who is probably one of the most powerful medicine men of our time. We attended a Whippy ceremony, which is a finding out ritual that includes a sacred rock ceremony and a dog fast. It is one of the deepest and strangest ceremonies I have taken part in. During the Whippy, things happen that simply cannot be explained by modern Eastern science, things that frightened me at first because I was not yet ready to understand them. The ceremony took place inside a room at Henry Crow Dog's home. The Whippy man, Leonard Crow Dog, had his hands tied behind his back with rawhide thongs. Next he was wrapped tightly like a mummy in a large star blanket, which covered him completely from head to foot. A long rawhide rope was wound back and forth around his body, binding him securely. He was gently laid face down upon the sage-covered floor in the center of a rectangular sacred space outlined by tiny tobacco bundles called shanli that were tied onto a long string. I could not imagine how he could breathe wrapped up like that. The man sitting on my left told me that the sponsor of the ceremony had some very heavy questions to ask, such as where to find a certain missing boy. The spirits would give the answer to Crow Dog, who would then relate it to the participants. An altar had been set up with a buffalo skull, a staff with an eagle feather tied to it, 4 direction flags, and other sacred objects. We all were sitting against the wall, men and women, and each one of us got a sprig of sage to put in our hair over one ear. We were told that this would encourage the spirits to come in and maybe talk to us. Heavy blankets covered all the windows and every little crack where a sliver of light might seep through. All pictures and anything else that could reflect light were turned around or covered. We even had to take off our watches and jewelry. Then the lights were turned off, and we found ourselves in total, profound, and absolute darkness. The praying, drumming, and singing began. It was pure magic. Soon, little lights were flickering all over the place, circling around our heads, dancing on the ceiling. Ghost-like voices whispered in our ears as gourd rattles flew around the room. I felt eagle wings brushing my face, and I knew that a healing was taking place, that someone was being cured. The ceremony lasted about 3 hours. When it was over, the lights were turned back on, and there was Crow Dog sitting in the middle of the room untied. All the ropes that were used to tie him up were rolled into a neat ball, and the quilt in which he had been wrapped was lying neatly folded at his side. After Crow Dog related to us what the spirits had told him, the sacred pipe was passed around our circle, and everyone took 4 puffs. This ended the ritual part of the ceremony. We were all asked to stay right where we were sitting. Mary Gertrude brought in the food as is done for all ceremonies. She served us a hot soup from just one large kettle. As the kettle was brought to where Clyde and I were seated, I immediately noticed the head of a small dog in the soup. We were given pieces of the dog to eat. This was part of the ceremony. I understood the healing, but I didn't understand the meaning of eating dog or what it had to do with the rest of the ceremony. I guessed that it was some kind of sacrifice to help cure the sick person or to obtain the answer to a question, but I didn't know for sure. I had been told that it wasn't proper behavior to ask about the meaning of all that happened. I wanted to take the very smallest piece of dog meat I could find because I knew I must eat it, but everyone was looking at me. I decided to take the piece that was in front of me. I chewed it. It did not have a particularly wild taste to it, but it had a red meat flavor. That was the first time I ate dog. Still, I had a nagging question. What was the meaning of this? I felt that deep inside of me, I knew the essence of these rituals. But each person who experiences a ceremony can only talk about what he or she perceives. In some ways we may not be able to interpret it all in our minds or to put it into words, but spiritually we understand it one way or another. So the essence of what I learned then remains with me today. It is difficult to answer if someone asks, what is it like to purify yourself inside a sweat lodge? Each person's experience is different. When I went into the sweat lodge for the first time, there were 2 reasons for it. The first was to find out what it was like, the second was to build a foundation, a spiritual center for the American Indian movement. Therefore, I had to understand each step of the purification process and its meaning, such as how to construct a sweat lodge, which direction it faces, what the various parts symbolize, and why women on their moons are not to enter a sweat lodge. All of this has to be understood. Usually the man who conducts the sweat explains such things to those who don't know them. When I was in a sweat for the first time, I was very apprehensive and wondered, how long is it going to last? How hot is it going to be? That first time I panicked as I felt the intensity of the heat and I could not convince my body to accept it. At that time I could not bear the heat, but many years later, I can go into that same sweat lodge with even more of the hot rocks. I can absorb and embrace the heat. The sweat lodge has been transformed for me from a scorching hell into a temple. Early on I understood this was what AIM needed. There was a void in our lives at that time. That void was our lack of spiritual connection. When we found it, we were embraced by it. It was as if a spiritual marriage had been performed. There were some Ojibwa AIM members who said, we should all go to spiritual leaders from our own tribes. I told them, I have already tried that. I just don't know where to find them because they keep themselves hidden. Ceremonies were being performed at Leech Lake, but at that time they were jealously guarded and done in secret. Today our Anishinaabe people have openly returned to their spiritual roots, and are reviving our ancient rituals. In 1969 and 1970 that wasn't the case. Their secrecy was the reason I went to Sioux country, to the Lakotas. Their reservation was even poorer than ours, but they had a richness of ceremonial life that I was irresistibly drawn to. It was there for those who searched for it. The Lakotas had sweat lodge leaders and pipe owners in almost every household. The Crow Dogs gave AIM a lot of spiritual help. Through them, we met other Lakota medicine men like Wallace Black Elk, Bill Eagle Feathers, John Fire Lame Deer, and George Eagle Elk, all from Rosebud, as well as Pete Catches, Frank Fool's Crow, and Ellis Chips from Pine Ridge. Even young Lakotas who were not medicine men were active in the traditional singing and dancing, and were able to speak their language. I fell in love with and married a young Lakota woman named Kamuk. Our marriage sealed the bond between me and the Oglala tribe of Pine Ridge. I-02. Oong Leonard Crow Dog became AIM's spiritual leader. Because he joined AIM, his teachings are alive in many tribes throughout the United States. He stayed with us through hard times, through the Trail of Broken Threads and the 71-day Siege of Wounded Knee. He knew the risks he was taking, that he might be incarcerated or even die. He accepted all that and handled it magnificently. Native people still love him for what he did for us. The most sacred and profound of all Plains Indian ceremonies is the sun dance. As Lakota medicine man Pete Catches used to say, it's the granddaddy of them all. It is a ritual of self-sacrifice as well as a celebration of the renewal of all life. In 1970, I made a solemn vow to give my flesh and my suffering to the sun dance. A year later, Clyde Belcourt, Russell Means, and my old friend Lee Brightman journeyed to the Lakota reservation at Pine Ridge to take part in a sun dance with me, in the ceremony that transcends all others. The dance has been misunderstood and misrepresented by outsiders in books and in movies. They have called it barbaric and savage without knowing any of the meaning behind it. For many years, the dance was forbidden. Those who performed it were put in jail. But the dance remained alive in the hearts of the people, who continued to perform it secretly in out-of-the-way places, hidden from the eyes of government agents. It thrived in adversity. The sun dance is not an initiation rite or show of bravery. It is not a ritual that will make you a member of a tribe. By taking the pain that is part of the dance upon yourself, you can take away sickness and suffering from a friend or relative. Or sacrifice can bring a beloved son or brother back alive and well from war in a faraway land. It can help your tribe to survive. Medicine man John Fire Lame Deer told me, white Christians let Jesus do the suffering for them. We Indians take it upon ourselves. If we give Gantanka, the Creator, a horse or tobacco, we would be offering him something he already has. Only our own flesh belongs to us. How can we give anything less? So we stood, the five of us, on the sun dance ground, surrounded by our Lakota brothers and sisters. In the center rose the sacred cottonwood tree, the tree of life. 4 of our direction flags fluttered from its branches. At its base rested our altar, a large, painted buffalo skull. In IOJ. The clouds above, a wild eagle circled over us. With wreaths of sage on our heads and around our wrists, we danced, blowing rhythmically on our eagle bone whistles, making a sound like the twittering of 100 birds. For 3 days we danced, staring at the blinding light of the sun, moving in a trance, seized with ecstasy. On the 4th day we were pierced. It was Lame Deer who pierced me. With his pocket knife he made a slit in my chest above the heart and passed a wooden skewer through it. One end of the skewer was embedded in my flesh, the other end was fastened to a long rawhide thong connected to the top of the sacred tree. A surge of elation made me forget the pain. At the end of the dance, the skewer ripped through my flesh as I tore myself free. I keep to myself for whom I made the sacrifice. I have adopted the sun dance way of life. I have never regretted following it. My children are Anishinaabe and Lakota, all sun dancers. It was one of the greatest moments in our lives when the sun dance and AIM became one. 8. On the WARPATH. THR is a prophecy in our Ojibwa religion that one day we would all stand together. All tribes would hook arms in brotherhood and unite. I am elated because I lived to see this happen. Brothers and sisters from all over this continent united in a single cause. THD is the greatest significance to Indian people, not what happened or what yet may happen as a result of our actions. Eddie Benton Benai, Ojibwa. As long as American Indians were polite and soft-spoken, and acted with decorum, they got nowhere. African American civil rights had been gained by protests. Clyde and I decided that in order to get anywhere, AIM had to become confrontational but not violent. AIM walks with the Kanupa, the sacred pipe of peace. If we were to put the pipe away and only carry the gun, our movement would come to nothing. By 1969 I was completely absorbed in the study of American Indian struggles. I gathered up as much information as I could get my hands on. I could not get enough of it. Sometimes I would read on the subject until 2 or 3 in the morning. I soon realized that the struggle for our land was at the heart of our many problems. In some areas, tribes were already fighting to get back territories that had been taken from them. The Pitt River Indians of Northern California were in the forefront with their struggle to reclaim their ancestral lands. Fights for IOS. Native hunting and fishing rights were a part of these land struggles. I was determined that AIM should take part in this battle. In November we heard of the takeover of the island of Alcatraz. Clyde Belcourt called me at home and said, "Hey, DJ, did you hear the news tonight? A bunch of Indians occupied Alcatraz." Alcatraz is an island in San Francisco Bay known as the Rock. It was established as a federal prison in 1936 but closed down in 1996-3. When the Indians took it over, it was an abandoned, uninhabited relic. Clyde, George Mitchell, and I agreed, "Well, let's go." We called the other AIM members for a meeting the next day, saying that we planned to go and support those people on the Rock. Somehow we scraped together the money for airfare. Within the week, about 15 of us arrived in San Francisco. It was around the end of November 1969. We called my friends Lehman and Rudy Brightman, who lived in the Bay Area. Lee was head of the United Native Americans and published a newspaper on Indian issues. He was a powerful speaker in those days. He arranged for us to take a boat to Alcatraz to meet with the people out there. He loaned me his sleeping bag so that I could stay on the island for a few days. We would be joining American Indians from many different tribes and some Indian students from Berkeley. Those who had orchestrated the takeover of the island hoped to retain the massive, abandoned eyesore for an American Indian educational and cultural complex. The government seemed to have little interest in Alcatraz until the occupation began, judging by how isolated, barren, and ominously stark it was. Indian people, however, were enthusiastic to restore the crumbling old relic. It seemed fitting somehow that this former prison should benefit Indian people, because among the first political prisoners incarcerated there was a group of Hopi fathers who refused to comply with the government's forced boarding school practices. The Arizona boarding schools those men had opposed were part of the same oppressive system that had torn me and so many other Indian children away from their homes and families for their entire childhood. Those 17 Hopi men stood up for their children in spite of the heavy consequences. The 1969 takeover of Alcatraz was a continuation of that stand-up attitude for Indian empowerment. I-06. The occupiers had a vision. On that naked pile of stones there were to be gardens and habitat for birds and animals. It was a great dream. There wasn't an official leader of this occupation, although there were some remarkable people involved. The main spokesperson there was a Mohawk by the name of Richard Oakes. He had traveled the country studying the problems of various reservations and working as an activist whenever he was needed. An iron worker by trade, Richard then worked in the San Francisco Bay Area Indian community. He was a family man, easygoing and bright, a born leader. He was to pay a high price for his dedication to the demonstration on Alcatraz. His daughter, Yvonne, died on the island when she slipped and fell from an unfenced tier of the prison. It was on Alcatraz that I first became acquainted with a young Santee Sioux poet and activist, John T.R. Udall. He and his wife, Tina, had been working tirelessly on environmental issues and water conservation on reservation land. I was struck by John's eloquence. He had a way of cutting to the core of a problem. Clyde and I were glad when John joined AIM and became one of our leaders. We met 30 or 40 people on the island. We were given a tour of the whole place by some of the Indian security. I saw a sub-basement where hardcore convicts had probably been confined. Behind a door with a tiny slit for observing prisoners was a dark, horrible space with a drainage hole in the middle. There was nothing else, not even a cot to lie on. There were 6 rooms like that one. I decided to stay on the rock for a couple of days. My bed was on the second tier of one of the cell blocks. It was extremely cold and damp at night. I thought about all the prisoners who had been caged in the cells at Alcatraz all those years. So many died there. How they must have suffered in the dampness and cold. I curled up that first night, and a chill went through my whole body. I went to sleep thinking about my confinement in the Minneapolis state prison system, how I had vowed never to go back to any prison after that. And here I was, sleeping in a cold cell intentionally. I noticed right away that there was a lot of happiness amid those dripping walls. The comradeship was warm, people were high-spirited, and there were joyful sounds of drumming and singing. The occupation of Alcatraz lasted from November 1969 to June 1971, when the government took the island back by force, dragging Indians in handcuffs off the island. Alcatraz has since been made a tourist park. When we returned to Minneapolis after spending a few days on the rock, Clyde, George, and I talked about the need to be more aware of national affairs concerning Native issues. The winds of change were upon us. I could smell it and feel it. Our time on Alcatraz had woken us up to the realization that we were part of a larger movement and that the reclaiming of tribal land had to be on AIM's agenda. WE planned to justify a series of takeovers with the Treaty of 1868, under which land that had fallen into disuse by the government would be available for Native people to reclaim. Early one morning 70 of us took over an abandoned naval station at the northern edge of the Minneapolis/St. Paul International Airport. It was manned by only one security guard. WE moved to occupy the empty buildings, knowing that we were in for a fight. Finally one morning a loud banging woke me. I had been sleeping in one of the small rooms downstairs. I looked outside to see a large number of marshals and police trying to knock down the doors. I ran to the 3rd floor where the women and children were sleeping and woke them up. The women took care of evacuating the children. Meanwhile, the police took over the 1st floor, forcing us to the 2nd. By their sheer numbers, the police and marshals were able to take over the 2nd floor. They just kept coming. We barricaded ourselves on the 3rd floor, but soon there was a pitched battle between fists and clubs. I got hit from behind while I was fighting one man and started to rise again, dazed, when I got slammed again with a nightstick. I was out for the count. When I came to, I was being dragged from the building. Once I got back on my feet, I walked unaided to the paddy wagon. Clyde and Jerry Roy put up a hard fight against a half-dozen cops but were finally clubbed down. The wagon took us to the federal building in St. Paul. There were some busted heads that day. We had some big lumps on our scalps. I had too. I remember sitting in the holding cell that day as the marshals taunted us with insults. The police had won this round, but in fact we could still laugh about it. Even on the way to jail we had been singing I-08. A similar takeover was led by my friend Herb Paulus, chairman of AIM's Milwaukee chapter. With 25 of his people, he occupied another F.E. Darrell site, an abandoned Coast Guard station on Lake Michigan near McKinley Beach. Herb stressed to everyone that this was a peaceful takeover, but his group would not leave until forcibly removed. As I had done, Herb claimed the site under the TRED of 1868. Milwaukee police arrived on the scene in 2 squad cars, but they promised to leave the AIM occupiers alone as long as everyone remained nonviolent. A year later AIM still occupied that site. It had been converted into a halfway house for Indians with alcohol problems who were going through detox. There were 8 permanent residents and the capacity to house many more. Also, AIM had established an Indian community school for elementary and junior high-aged children. It had 90 students. Herb remarked, "The only thing I regret is that we didn't take over a larger facility." We also made headlines with the 1970 occupation of Mount Rushmore. That mountain is part of the sacred Black Hills and, according to legend, home of the Thunderbirds. Within the Black Hills are some of the holiest sites of both the Lakota and Cheyenne. To have the mountain defaced with the likenesses of Washington, Lincoln, Jefferson, and Roosevelt has been like rubbing salt in our wounds. For us the giant faces were the images of our conquerors, planted in the very heart of Indian country to mock us. This takeover was not started by AIM, it was the idea of three feisty Lakota ladies living in Rapid City, South Dakota. Richard Erdos audiotaped two of them, Lizzie Fast Horse and Muriel Wakazu, while they were on the mountain. They said, "This idea of coming up here originated with us." We printed up some handbills about the movement to inform the reservation community of Pine Ridge what was happening. We took those handbills from home to home, telling people not to say anything about it. So the Indian population of Rapid City and the folks on the reservation knew about the occupation of Mount Rushmore a month before it happened, but the white people never knew about it. We just didn't let it out. Lizzie Fast Horse went on to say, "There were only us three women. We thought other people were coming up, but they didn't. I guess they were scared. There was lightning all the way up, so we were thinking about Crazy Horse, and we knew he was with us. We were really scared that the Rangers would arrest us. For a few days we were handing out handbills to the tourists below in the parking lot. But then Lee Brightman and a group of his people came up to support us. We got braver and braver, and now we're not afraid of anyone." Lee Brightman's great-grandfather was killed at the Battle of the Little Bighorn, Custer's last stand. Lee took over the leadership on the mountain while Medicine Man John Fire Lame Deer became the group's spiritual guide. The group had grown to 23. Besides Muriel Wakazu and Lizzie Fast Horse, other Sioux women also climbed the sacred mountain. Among them were Ruth Hunsinger and her daughter, Davine, many TWO Shoes, Verna Gannon, and Jean Erdos, Richard's wife. Everyone camped above and behind the carved heads in a little hollow surrounded by pines. Lizzie Fast Horse related, "We painted Red Power Indian Land in large red letters on a big rock. We draped a huge flag with the words Sioux Indian Power over the forehead of one of the presidents. Pretty soon some rangers with flashlights came up and ordered us off the mountain. They were afraid that we would dump red paint on the faces of the presidents. We just laughed and said that that was a pretty good idea, come to think of it, and we scattered into the woods. There was a rumor that rangers up on top of the mountain had guns, so everybody hid out all night. The rangers occasionally tried to make an arrest but always without success. One of our young men told them, 'If you arrest me, you will have to carry me all the way down.' The rangers gave up trying to arrest that young man. It was said that Willis McCaw, superintendent of Mt. Rushmore National Monument, requested a company of armed forest rangers to defend him. He said he believed that the AIM radicals wanted to put their FEET on my desk. A story from that time is still told about how some of the guys occupying Mt. Rushmore formed a human chain by holding onto one another for dear life so that the one at the end could pee on Teddy Roosevelt's nose in a gesture of contempt and defiance. That part of the protest was a for-men-only party. Lame Deer had brought an eagle feather staff, and a few AIM members scrambled up to the highest point of this so-called shrine to democracy. Chuggy Fast Horse hammered the staff into a crack in the highest rock, thereby reclaiming the Black Hills for the Lakota people. A reporter from the Rapid City Joe Ernal asked Lame Deer, "What is the significance of this staff?" Lame Deer replied, "The lower part of the staff is painted black, which stands for night and darkness. It is the black face paint of war. It means that I am putting a blanket over the mountain by painting the staff. These presidents' faces are shrouded and dirty until the treaties concerning the Black Hills are fulfilled. The upper part of the staff is red, which represents the sun, the day's light, and the red face paint of gladness. It means that this land someday will be ours again." After that Lame Deer renamed Mt. Rushmore, Crazy Horse Mountain. Later a few others, among them Russell Means, John T. R. Udall, and I, made our stand on the four bald, monster heads. By then most of the original group had left. The protest on top of Mt. Rushmore only made the local news. The first big splash AIM made nationwide was the Plymouth Rock and Mayflower II demonstration. This event was originally the idea of Frank James and other Wampanoag Indians who had proclaimed Thanksgiving as a day of mourning for American Indians. James was president of a Federation of New England Tribes. He intended to use the 35th anniversary of the Pilgrims' Landing, which would ensure a large crowd, to demonstrate in a dignified and responsible manner in order to draw attention to the repression and poverty of American Indians. This was to be done by members of the local tribes, the Wampanoags, Narragansetts, and Passamaquoddies, who had been, as Russell Means put it, the first victims of the wrath of the wasp. The Wampanoags had invited AIM to come and help make this a really big protest, and, of course, we came. On this occasion the AIM group was led by Russell Means, Clyde Belcourt, John T.R. Udall, Floyd W.E. Sturman, and me. It happened on November 26, 1976, and turned out to be not quite as dignified as 3. Frank James expected. AIM lent the event a distinctively militant flavor. W.E. made sure that we made an impact. The action began when some 300 Indians from about 20 tribes gathered around the statue of Massasoit, chief of the Wampanoags, on a hill overlooking Plymouth Rock and the harbor. W.E. made some fiery speeches. Frank James shouted, "We want PEOPLE to know that the Pilgrims stole our corn and that all that love and brotherhood stuff between Indians and white settlers is a lie." I called the Pilgrims' Landing the greatest land grab in history. At the same time, local whites held their annual Pilgrim's Progress Parade and FEAST. A replica of the MAYFLOWERII, which brought the first English PEOPLE to New England, was anchored not far away. I told Russ, with all the attention on what is going on here, let's go and take over that ship. As about 30 of us swarmed up one gangplank, a crowd of terrified tourists ran down the other. It was easy to take the Mayflower because there was nobody guarding her. Bill Miller, an Indian from Michigan, lowered the old British Royal banner. Somebody else hauled down the American flag and rehoisted it AIM style upside down. I climbed up the rigging as high as I could go, all the way to the top of the mast. I made a speech from the crow's nest to the crowd that had gathered at the warpound, and we noticed the life-sized figures of pilgrims placed here and there on the upper deck. A dummy of the captain was sitting near the wheel. Clyde grabbed it and climbed up the mast to where I was perched. As he took hold of one arm and I of the other, Clyde yelled, "Here is the captain of the Mayflower. Why, oh, you can have him." W.E. flung the dummy into the sea, where it bobbed up and down. At the same time, our young AIM men began throwing more of the pilgrim dummies overboard. Down below people were clapping and cheering. The dumping of the dummies brought a dozen policemen on the scene, eager to clear the ship. W.E. did not give them much of an argument. I did not want anybody hurt, and we had already made our point. W.E. had held the ship for 2 full hours. W.E. had made history. We had made our most famous symbolic gesture by taking over the Mayflower II in the name of the American Indian movement. After that, Russell Means staged another media event as only he could. As the headlines in the Boston Globe put it, "Indians dump sand on Plymouth Rock." Russell, with the help of Clyde and Slow 22 T. Udall, together with some Wampanoags and AIM people, spoiled a planned Thanksgiving feast by burying Plymouth Rock under several feet of sand from the beach. W.E. had about 20 people with shovels working until the whole rock was covered. Russ summed it up by telling a crowd of reporters and onlookers, "This is a new kind of Boston Tea Party. Only this time the Indians are for real." Later on that night, John T.R. Udall and FEW others sneaked in again and painted old Plymouth Rock bright red. Next, after Russ's speech, we marched to Plymouth Plantation, where the locals were running around dressed up like 17th century pilgrims. W.E. spoiled their little costume ball by walking into the big dining hall and creating a scene. One man, who seemed to be the head pilgrim, asked his unexpected guests to sit down and take part in their turkey dinner. I was angry, knowing that this feast of brotherhood was in reality a celebration of the pilgrims, armed with matchlock guns and steel weapons, killing peaceful Wampanoag Indians. I yelled, "We won't eat this crap," and grabbed one end of a long table covered with plates of food. I gave it a heave and turned it upside down, spilling plates, bowls, glasses, bottles, and a lot of turkey wings and drumsticks on the floor. Floyd and Russ did the same. At this, the pilgrims lost their composure. It was quite a party, and we got our message across. Later, after all the commotion, I heard a little boy at a pilgrim parade ask his mother, "Where have all the Indians gone?" "Oh, they're not part of it," she told him. On Valentine's Day 1972 in the city of Gordon, Nebraska, a 51-year-old Lakota man, Raymond Y. Thunder, was beaten to death just for the fun of it. Leslie and Melvin Hare, two white sons of a wealthy rancher, grabbed Raymond from the street and beat him to the ground. They dragged him into the Gordon American Legion post number 34, where a dance was in progress. The Hare brothers stripped Raymond Y. Thunder naked from the waist down and forced him to dance at gunpoint to provide entertainment for the crowd. Then the Hare brothers beat him again. They were joined by two other men, Bernard Lutter and Robert Bayless. As the manager of the Legion post later testified, Leslie tromped him good. Then the brothers invited the spectators to participate, saying, "Go ahead and hit him. It's fun." One of the white women thought it would indeed be fun and got in on the act. After a while, people got bored with beating and kicking Yellow Thunder and gawking at his nakedness, so the Hare brothers dragged him back out to the street again. On February 20, Raymond Y. Thunder's dead body was discovered stuffed into the trunk of 2-4. The Hare's car. According to one report, Raymond's body was found inside his own pickup truck. The Hare brothers were arrested on second-degree manslaughter, a charge for which nobody in that part of the state had ever spent a day in jail if the victim were an Indian. The brothers were immediately released without bail pending trial. Raymond's relatives were denied their right to view the body, which had been quickly sealed in a coffin without any preparation for burial. The prosecutor called the brutal murder a cruel practical joke done by pranksters. He also referred to the killing as an incident. When Raymond's relatives pried open the sealed coffin, it was found that his brain had swelled badly from bleeding and that his body bore marks of having been beaten with fists, boots, and a heavy instrument such as a hammer or tire iron. The prosecutor remarked, "It wasn't as bad as they made it out to be. He wasn't castrated." That, an Indian woman replied, "Oh, is Raymond Y. Thunder still alive then?" The case might have been dismissed like so many other crimes against Indians had AIM not stepped in. Raymond Y. Thunder was a kind and humble man. He was a member of the Oglala Sioux tribe and a grandson of the famous chief, American Horse, who had fought Custer at the Little Bighorn. Raymond loved kids and would often babysit the children of his relatives. He worked as a ranch hand near Gordon but spent the weekends at Porcupine, South Dakota, on the Pine Ridge Reservation. On these occasions he always brought bags of groceries for his little nephews and nieces, even though he had little money and none to spare. He was loved by all who knew him, but no one in a position of authority made an effort to bring his murderers to justice. His three sisters wanted his body exhumed. They wanted the Hare brothers to stand trial for murder. But to the authorities, Raymond Y. Thunder was just another dead Indian. Neither the Oglala Tribal Council nor the FBI was interested in pursuing the case. AIM was holding an Indian leadership conference in Omaha, Nebraska, when the news of Y. Thunder's murder came in. One of Raymond's sisters who lived on the reservation at Porcupine had a nephew named Severed Y. Oung Bear, a great singer who later became an outstanding member of the movement. He decided to come to us for help. At the same time, Virgil Killstraight, another Pine Ridge man, called us to say that the men who had murdered Raymond Y. Thunder were still running around free. All of the AIM members who were present decided right then to put our hearts and all of our resources into getting justice for this murdered man. WE formed a caravan on the spot, filling 2 buses and some cars. WE started toward Pine Ridge, picking up more people on the way. As we were traveling from Omaha to Pine Ridge, I thought about how much I wanted to present myself and my AIM companions to the people in a way they would remember. I dressed up for the occasion with a concho headband that was to become a trademark for me. I announced that I wanted everybody to be dressed well. A couple of times I got on the bus's PA system and said, "This is Dennis. I want you to look good and proud when we get to the res." When we arrived at Pine Ridge, we held a big meeting. The place we were in was packed to overflowing with Pine Ridge Oglalas, AIM people, and Indians from other nearby tribes. We were treated to a hero's welcome. I told the crowd that we would no longer tolerate being abused and murdered. I said, if AIM cannot protect our people, it might just as well pack up and disappear. The attitude of white rednecks in South Dakota and northwest Nebraska is that they can kill an Indian just on a whim and get away with it. But they should know now that if they point a gun at us and pull the trigger, somebody might get it into his head to shoot back. AIM will take any and all steps to ensure justice for our people. We are prepared to die in this cause. We had a discussion on whether to go to Gordon armed or unarmed. AIM's spiritual leader, Leonard Crow Dog, held an all-night ceremony. He said that the spirits had told him to carry the sacred pipe instead of the gun, to go to Gordon with the power of Indian sacredness. We all agreed on that. We started out for Gordon, Nebraska, from Porcupine, South Dakota, on March 6, 1972. First, Crow Dog prayed and sprinkled sacred gopher dust over us, the same medicine Crazy Horse had always used before going into battle to make himself bulletproof. Then our caravan 2-6 got moving. It consisted of 1 chartered bus and about 200 cars. It was a sight to be seen, our biggest demonstration yet. As we neared Gordon, panic spread among its white citizens. As one newspaper put it, they went bananas. Out of the town's population of 2,000, more than 200 residents jumped into their cars and trucks and fled. Some of those who fled locked and barricaded their stores and houses, others left their homes wide open with their breakfast still warm on the kitchen table. We had alerted these folks that we were coming peacefully. We had called the Justice Department in Washington, D.C., the Governor of Nebraska, the BIA, and Gordon City Fathers. We also called the Highway Patrol to escort us into town. Our caravan went down Broadway and made its way through the busy Ness district. The streets were empty, though there was a small cluster of men throwing beer cans and bottles at us. We ignored a firecracker that one of them tossed in our direction. Some local Indians had parked an old flatbed truck in an empty parking lot next to a concrete platform. We used this to set up our microphones and loudspeakers. We spoke to the crowd that had gathered and to the press. We took over the town hall and the mayor's office without any opposition. We impaneled an ad hoc grand jury to hear complaints from Lakota men and women. One juror was a 10-year-old boy because we wanted kids to be part of the proceedings. As a result of negotiations, all agreed that a Gordon Human Relations Council would be created in which both the Indian and non-Indian communities of Gordon would be equally represented. One of our priorities was dealing with police brutality. We offered proof of constant harassment of Indians by law enforcement officers that was routinely ignored or dismissed without investigation. For example, several Indian women accused a police officer named John Paul of raping Native girls. One of the women stated, he waits outside the cafe for any Indian woman, follows her for about a block, forces her into his police car, and takes her 2 or 3 miles out of town. Then he abuses her. Marvin Ghost Bear spoke of one incident where an Indian girl was brought into jail by Officer John Paul, who tried to fondle her. When she resisted his advances, John Paul took her into a cell where Marvin could hear her crying and screaming for help. He could do 2-7. Nothing, because he was locked up himself as a result of pressure from AIM. The mayor and the chief of police agreed to fire this man. For Indians, conditions in local jails and hospitals were atrocious. Schools were bad also. As boys grew their hair long and braided it, teachers beat and harassed them. We elicited a long list of complaints. State and local officials listened to us, agreeing to put things right. We got a promise that Indian teenagers who were charged only with misdemeanors would not be placed in jail with adult criminals. We set up a phone chain, enabling us to keep track of offenses against Indians and take prompt action when needed. An agreement was signed whereby a federal grand jury would thoroughly investigate Raymond Y. Thunder's murder. I felt that we had won a victory. Whites and Lakotas celebrated the beginning of a new era of understanding between us in the Gordon Auditorium. Severt Y. Bear came with his porcupine singers. He brought the drum and his singers to the center of the dance floor. Among the songs was one that grabbed me and made my heart beat faster. It had no words and did not need any. Severt told me that nobody knew exactly who had first performed the song, but he was sure it was a young Oglala boy in his mid-teens. Later that song became our famous AIM song. Crow Dog said, "The sacred power of the eagle is in this song. Thunder power resides in the drum. It represents the sacred hoop." The trial for the murder of Raymond Y. Thunder was held at Alliance, Nebraska. Leslie Hare was sentenced to 6 years in jail, and his brother, Melvin, got 2 years, both on a charge of manslaughter. The Hare brothers should have received the 10-year sentence prescribed by law for their crime. Still, without AIM they would have gone free without serving a single day. All across the country AIM was given credit for fighting for the rights of Indians everywhere when no one else had the courage to do so. The March on Gordon changed things for Lakota people, for AIM, for American Indians everywhere. It issued a warning to racists in the whiskey towns surrounding the reservation that if they killed an Indian, they would be tried and jailed. AIM would make sure of that. And so we were elated. Among the Lakota people, many felt that Gordon was a turning point, that Indians didn't have to take the abuse anymore. Hundreds of them joined AIM. As Mary Crow Dog put it, Gordon 2-8 was flint striking flint, lighting a spark that grew into a flame at which we could warm ourselves after a long, cold winter. We had to bury Raymond Y. Thunder in a ceremonial way. We talked to his sisters. They said, "We don't want him to be buried by a white man." We all agreed that he should be put to rest in Porcupine, a place he loved and where he had made his home for a long time. Leonard Crow Dog, as AIM's spiritual leader, was the right man to bury Raymond in a traditional manner. Crow Dog said, "I'll help you. This must be done in the ancient Lakota way. I'll bury him here so that he stays with us and his soul will help us in the way of the spirits. In the old days we put our dead in the crotch of a sacred cottonwood tree to let the wind and the rain take care of them. We can't do that anymore. Raymond will turn to dust. He will always watch over us. We will sing together for his soul, and we will put a plate of spirit food out so that he should not go hungry on his way to another world." More than 1,000 people came to witness Raymond Y. Thunder's last rites. Clyde Belcourt, Russell Means, Herb Paulus, and I were the pallbearers. Crow Dog planted a feathered staff with an eagle plume in front of the open grave. He anointed Y. Thunder's face with sacred red paint and prayed to the sacred 4 directions. 4 times he blew the eagle bone whistle. Then we smoked the pipe and its smoke rose up to the sky, Great Spirit's breath. On a hill east of Porcupine, we gave Raymond Y. Thunder back to the earth. George Eagle Elk, a Lakota medicine man, chanted the honoring song. All those who were Lakotas joined in, just as the sun went down. It was AIM's first traditional burial. It was during the Y. Thunder protests that I met the love of my life, the woman who became my companion during the days when our lives hung in the balance, when we often did not know whether we would see another sunrise. Her name is Darlene Nichols, but everyone calls her Kamook, a nickname her mother gave her that is actually the name of a famous Japanese sumo wrestler. She became my wife and 29. Gave me 4 daughters and a son. Kamuk is a Lakota from Pine Ridge. I was 32 and she a girl of 17 still in high school when we met. When my AIM companions and I had first arrived in Pine Ridge, nearly a week before the caravan left for Gordon, Nebraska, we were invited for a big FE by Kamuk's aunt, Lubine, a wonderful, FE-isti Oglala woman who became an outstanding AIM member. Lou served up a big meal of turkey and a lot of fry bread. She told us we could stay at her house until we left for Gordon, so I spent 4 days at her place. That evening some of Lou's relatives, including Kamuk and her sister, Bernice, came over with a lot of pies. I thought the two were among the most beautiful girls I had ever seen. Kamuk and I talked to each other about high school, AIM, our lives. I was not making a move on her, but there was a subconscious stirring, a spark, some awareness or awakening within me. I dropped her off at her home that evening. I told her I was going to Gordon but would be back. She asked me, "Will you really come back?" I said, "Yes, definitely." I saw her a few times before and after Gordon. She asked questions, wanting to know about AIM, about our struggles. We held hands as we talked. Kamuk graduated from high school, and I went back to Pine Ridge to see her. I kissed her then for the first time and I knew this was the woman I wanted to be with. Kamuk, too, had fallen in love, not so much with me as with a speech I had made at the Billy Mills Hall at Pine Ridge. She told me that she had been hungry for that kind of words that she had never heard before. She was a tower of strength for me, sharing the good as well as the bad and taking incredible risks during the years we were together. She would have died for our cause. She almost did. Kamuk joined me and my AIM friends, taking long trips with us. It became apparent that she and I were teaming up. We decided that we had to be upfront about our relationship, so we told her dad and mom. At first her mother was not very happy about it. She told Kamuk, "Why are you going out with an older man? It's not going to work." In the end they gave us their blessing. I became part of Kamuk's extended family, the kind of family I had never before known. I-20. 10. Fishing in TROUB-led waters. The whites stole the whole country. Sure as hell they did. They stole the air, the grass, whatever they could get their hands on. Why should we go on licking their damn butts? I'm getting old and cranky, so I say anything that runs through my mind. Martha Grass, Ponca. In May 1970, at Cass Lake on my own reservation, a confrontation took place between us and the whites living on our land that almost turned into a shooting war. The conflict had simmered for more than a year before it finally exploded. The state of Minnesota had always acted against our people and in favor of whites who had bought land on our reservation: vacation homeowners, storekeepers, tourists, and the so-called sportsmen, deer hunters and anglers. The state enforced rules and regulations that destroyed our people's livelihood by forcing us to take out hunting and fishing licenses and deciding for us how much game and fish we should be allowed to take. Our tribal council finally challenged the state in court and won the case. A U.S. District Court judge ruled that we had retained our aboriginal rights and should be entitled to hunt, fish, and gather wild rice without any regulations from the state of Minnesota. He also ruled that the tribe had the right to control non-Indian hunting and fishing on the reservation. This caused an uproar among whites in and around the res. White homeowners, storekeepers, and restaurant workers began arming themselves in defense of their interests. They twisted the governor's arm, making him appeal the federal court's decision. Cass County joined his appeal, and white bureaucrats resumed trampling on our rights. The appeal meant that they would bring in deputies and sheriffs who would patrol the lakes to ensure that no Indian would be allowed to fish without a license issued by the Department of Natural Resources. We maintained that, according to federal law, we didn't need a license, but Cass County said, "You do need one," and will arrest anyone who comes to the lake without it. In April I got a call from Dave Munnell, our tribal chairman. He said, "Dennis, in about a month from now the fishing season will open, and we're going to have some trouble with these white people up here. It's going to be real bad this time. We need some help." We were talking on the phone, so I said, "Dave, we need to meet privately, because I was afraid that my line might be tapped." We did meet Dave, Clyde Belcourt, and IWE agreed that AIM would come up and make sure that Indians got on those lakes to fish without a license. WE would be the security for the fishermen of the tribe. I issued a call to our chapters to come to Cass Lake. We had a huge gathering there a week before the start of the fishing season. A very nasty deputy by the nickname of Big Red, who used to beat up on Indian people, had just become sheriff. As a deputy he had used his long stick to push Indian people around. He would poke old people in the chest with his nightstick. At the gathering, I warned our people that we would face him, his deputies, and probably also a bunch of big islands who would try to keep us from going to the lakes. As many as 300 armed AIM members came to Cass Lake from Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and the Dakotas. We held a press conference, where we announced that we would not allow our people to be prevented from going on with their traditional fishing. After the press conference we showed off our weapons, demonstrating to everybody that we meant business and that we would be out there marching. The sheriff immediately asked for a meeting with Dave Munnell. Afterward, Dave came out to our camp. He told me, "Dennis, the sheriff, I-22, said that they're going to arrest your people if you come to town, if you are driving around, or if you are armed." I told our people what the sheriff of Cass County intended to do. We thanked Dave and he left. We did not want him to participate in our planning. He knew that as a tribal official he should stand aside from what we would do. He could not risk being involved with AIM. After he was gone, I told everybody that we were going to march the next morning to Cass Lake, that we would have our arms with us for all to see, and that we would give the press something to write about. The next morning an assistant of the governor came to see us and asked us not to march on Cass Lake with arms. He wanted to know if there was some way we would call off our plans. I told him we would call things off if the state would back away from its position. He said they could not do that. I said, "Then we are going to walk." All afternoon we had negotiations with the governor over the phone. The sheriff tried to butt in, insisting that he should have a part in the negotiations. I said that there was nothing the sheriff could ever negotiate with us and that we would never deal with him. Finally the governor suggested that the Minnesota Chippewa tribes should meet with him that afternoon to see what could be done. In the evening, Dave came out to our camp to tell us the news. AIM had not been invited to the governor's meeting. Dave said the state of Minnesota had agreed that Indians could fish without a license within the boundaries of the Leech Lake Reservation. I said, "Well, we didn't gain anything. That was ours from the beginning. They tried to take it away from us, but there are still other violations of our rights that have to be addressed. So tomorrow morning we still are going to walk." In the meantime the white resort owners tried to get into the act. They sent a representative to tell Dave Munnell, "What you Indians are doing is spreading fear among our community." Dave answered, "We have always lived in fear for the past 400 years. At the same time they published pamphlets, saying, radicals, leftist activists, and ex-convicts using communist tactics are working among American Indians to promote serious trouble in Minnesota. They are using the same kind of tactics pioneered by Martin Luther King and I2J. Other racist agitators." We replied that we were proud to be compared with Dr. King. Then they threatened us, saying that they were also armed and would resist us with force if we marched to Cass Lake. I called their bluff and announced that eviction notices were being issued to 4,000 non-Indians on the Leech Lake Reservation. All businessmen and property owners would be asked to vacate their property on the reservation within 60 days. No leases would be renewed. We also blocked all access roads to Cass Lake. I was pretty sure the resort owners would not dare face us in a showdown. March we did, the following morning. We marched down to the lake, about 300 strong, everybody carrying a rifle. We walked right through the town, turned around, and walked back the way we had come to our camp. Nobody dared stop us. No one was arrested. The harassment of our people stopped that day. In the end we made an agreement the whites would be subject to state game laws, but the tribe would enforce its own laws among its own people. The worst problem I saw, however, was not the clash between white and red but the clashes among ourselves. I was worried about the lack of self-discipline and the tendency toward self-indulgence in our own ranks. I said that we must behave in a serious way if we wanted authors to take us seriously, and that anyone using alcohol or drugs should be removed from AIM leadership. I insisted that the continuous partying had to stop, that junkies, winos, groupies, and Saturday night warriors had to go. I thought I would have overwhelming support on this, but I was wrong. I was outvoted. I did not want to believe it. One of our members in a high leadership position told me, "Who are you to tell me what I can put in my mouth or what I can swallow? That's white man's shit." Another accused me of wanting to indiscriminately purge the movement. Even Clyde told me, "Dennis, you've made a tactical mistake. AIM is an organization of young people. In their white man's schools and foster homes they were told endlessly how to behave themselves, be sober, comb your hair, save your money, don't give it away, wear a necktie, don't sleep around, that's a sin, and so on and on. They were forced to live according to the white man's standard of behavior. AIM came and I too liberated them from all that bullshit, taught them to be wild, free, and unafraid. Then here you come telling them, behave yourselves." We were both right, but my speech created a big controversy and a temporary split among the AIM leadership. I was so angry that I thought of leaving AIM and founding another organization. I am now glad my friends persuaded me not to leave. The split did not last long. Our struggles were just beginning. New challenges awaited us and soon we were united again in a common cause. AIM was turning into an Indian rights fire brigade. Wherever native people were in trouble, AIM was called in to help. One AIM member complained, these tribes and groups are using us." I replied, "That is as it should be. It's our job to be used. That's what we're here for." I-25-11. We will not leave this building of injustice. We are prepared to die right here. Our women and children have taken this risk for 482 years. They are used to it. The police are waiting to storm the building. They are listening to our drums. They are welcome. The idea was born on a beautiful sunlit day at Crow Dog's Paradise on the Rosebud Sioux Reservation. It was August Q, 1972, shortly after the annual Sun Dance, the most sacred of all Plains Indian ceremonies. A few of us, Lakotas and AIM members, were sitting under the pine branch-covered arbor of the dance circle. Some of us had pierced our chests in giving flesh offerings to the Creator, our wounds were still fresh. We talked about our lack of power, our inability to run our own lives, and about how the Bureau of Indian Affairs in Washington, D.C., still ruled over our tribes and treated us as wards of the government. WEFELT that something had to be done, something big, to get us out from under the heel of the government. And so the idea of a great Indian march to Washington was born. It is said that Robert Burnett, ex-Marine and twice chairman of the Rosebud tribe, first thought of it. But in a medicine way, the idea of such a march had been stirring in the minds of a half-dozen American Indian leaders. As I remember it, it was Bob Burnett who gave the march its name, the Trail of Broken Treaties. I-26. Presidential elections were coming up in November. We hoped that after we arrived in Washington, we could persuade both presidential candidates to make a commitment to American Indian independence. The caravan would be the biggest undertaking that Indians had ever made. It would require the cooperation of many tribes, organizations, and persons in leadership positions. We decided to have a large meeting soon in Denver, Colorado, with as many participants as possible to make the idea born at Crow Dog's Paradise a reality. During the second half of September, a number of involved persons came together at the New Albany Hotel in Denver to carry our plan a step further. Our meeting happened at just the right time and the right place. A number of other Indian groups were already in town having their own meetings and conventions: the National Indian Brotherhood from Canada, the National Indian Lutheran Board, the National Indian Committee on Alcohol and Drug Abuse, and others. Bob Burnett, Reuben Snake, Vernon and Clyde Belcourt, Russell Means, George Mitchell, and I were there. Many American Indians who had come to discuss issues of Indian people both on and off the reservation were staying at the New Albany Hotel. We had 300 people upstairs to help decide how to organize this march. I felt that 300 were too many to agree on anything, so I gathered a smaller group of some 30 people downstairs for a strategy session on the ways and means. We had to decide on the main purpose of our march. The group resolved to present the government with a number of demands to meet our basic, most important grievances. We also had to name the people who would be in charge. We elected two co-chairmen, Bob Burnett and Reuben Snake, who was a Winnebago from Nebraska, an AIM member, and Director of National Indian Leadership T.R. Aining. Anita Collins, a Paiute Shoshone from Nevada who was AIM's national news editor, was elected secretary, and Lavona W. Ealer, a Caddo lady from Oklahoma and first woman president of the National Indian Wyoth Council, became treasurer. Finally, the question of how the march was to be organized had to be settled. I suggested a caravan starting from the West Coast, winding its way across the country, and ending up in Washington, D.C. In the end, we had 3 large caravans starting from different points to join up in Minneapolis for a last-minute strategy session, which was to last for 27 days. Then the caravan would begin the final leg of its trip to Washington. Clyde Belcourt was appointed to handle the logistics for the caravans as they entered Minneapolis. One caravan led by Sid Mills, a young Yakima Indian and decorated veteran who had been badly wounded in Vietnam, was to start out from Seattle, Washington. Sid had previous experience from organizing a fight for Indian fishing rights at Frank's Landing near Puget Sound. Another leader of this caravan was Hank Adams, an Assiniboine and founder of the Survival of American Indians Association. He had been shot and almost killed by white racists the previous year while he helped Indians in their fishing rights struggle on the Nisqually River. Russ Means was the third leader of this caravan. Once their caravan reached South Dakota, it would join a caravan from San Francisco, California, led by me. A third trail from Los Angeles, California, would be led by my old friend Bill Sargent, an Ojibwa, and by Rod Scanandor, an Oneida. Their group would come through reservations in the southwest, all the way to Oklahoma, then join the other 2 caravans at St. Paul, Minnesota. I insisted that all caravans stop at as many reservations as possible, picking up people who would join the TRAL. We later found that we had stopped at no less than 33 reservations. The trail people also visited sacred or historic sites such as Wounded. At the end of that planning session in Denver, I emphasized the spiritual aspect the TRL must have. Each caravan should be led by a medicine man carrying the sacred pipe and drum. Drums would beat night and day to remind America of the 372 treaties that had been broken. After the planning meeting, I drove with a friend to San Francisco to organize things there. We had to find our own funding to get things started. On our way, we stopped at various towns and told people that we would be passing through again with the caravan. We asked, "Can you give us some help? Can you put us up overnight? Can you FE-ed us?" We made contacts along the way wherever we could. I planned to come with a drum so that we could sing some songs and have blanket dances along the way to raise gas money. When we reached San Francisco, we headed directly to the Indian Center. There I met Dave Chief and Gail Running Crane, 17, from Montana. They asked if they could join the caravan. I said, I 28. Are too young. You have to get your parents' permission. Many other young people at the center were determined to join the caravan. A number of these teenage activists proved their enthusiasm for our cause by getting permission from their parents to make the cross-country trip. Meanwhile, I kept in touch with Russ Means in Seattle and Bill Sargent in Los Angeles to see how they were doing. We left San Francisco on October 6 in a caravan of 5 cars crammed with people, many of them young and traveling with their parents' blessings. I felt like a mother hen as I tried to keep our little caravan together and moving without losing a car. Our first stop was Dekanautakayatsalcoatl University at Davis, California. They made us feel welcome and held a big dance, where we took up a collection. We were soon on our way to Reno, Nevada, where we talked with a lot of Indian people and picked up a few more cars for our caravan. Then we continued to Winnemucca, Nevada, to Stanley Snake's place and had a sweat and pipe ceremony there. By that time we had 10 cars in our caravan. Each time we stopped, I would check with Russ and Bill to see where they were. Bill was off to a slow start, but Russ was moving along. My caravan arrived in Salt Lake City, Utah, to a large welcoming crowd of students, among them 50 or so Indians. One was a striking Navajo girl named Angie Begay. Later on, she and I would form a relationship from which would be born a beautiful daughter, Arrow. We went to the Mormon church and made an unsuccessful plea for a good-sized amount of money to support the TRAL. Our delegation was denied admission and locked out of the Mormon tabernacle. Such treatment was not surprising considering that for centuries, Mormonism had defined the indigenous people of North America as godless savages. Many Mormons thought Indians were unfit to bring up their own kids and, for decades, these people ripped Indian children from the arms of their parents to be brought up properly by good Mormon, God-fearing parents. For this reason, in some tribes Mormons are called child stealers. AIM demanded money from the Mormon Church as reparation for the suffering it had inflicted on Indians. At about the same time that we were asking the Mormon Church for some help, the National Park Service was refusing the request of Russ and his people to erect a cast iron plaque honoring the Lakota I-29 and Cheyenne warriors who died during the Battle of the Little Bighorn on the Custer battlefield in Montana. As my group left Salt Lake City, we picked up some more cars and then we all drove south to the Ute Reservation. There more people joined us, increasing our caravan to 20 cars. Our growing caravan wound its way to Denver, where a big powwow was held for us, then headed north into Wyoming. From there we drove on to Pine Ridge where Dickie Wilson, the tribal chairman, had declared open season on all AIM members daring to set foot on his reservation. We, of course, drove into Pine Ridge anyway, and we picked up more people. While we were there, we heard that the northern group had already come all the way up to Pine Ridge and would meet us over at Wounded Knee. We had stopped on the side of the road when somebody at the tail end of our caravan started hollering and waving his arms around. He had seen Russell's wagon train coming. We all converged at Wounded Knee in 45 vehicles of all kinds. A woman came up to me and pointed down toward the ravine where in 1890 so many helpless Lakota women and children had been massacred by the 7th Cavalry, Custer's old outfit. If you go there at night, she told me, you can hear the ghosts of those murdered people wailing. I believed her. More and more Lakota people arrived at Wounded Knee. Leonard Crow Dog, AIM's spiritual leader, came in from Rosebud with about a dozen people. Frank Fools Crow, the oldest and most respected among the Lakota medicine men, arrived from Kyle on the Pine Ridge Reservation. Chief Red Cloud also came in from Pine Ridge, while Leonard Peltier joined us from Turtle Mountain in North Dakota. From the little hamlet of He Dog came 17-year-old Mary Ellen Moore, who later at Wounded Knee would give birth to a baby boy. Old grandfathers and grandmothers came, young women with small children came. The TRL of broken TREDs had snowballed beyond our wildest expectations. By the time we left WO-Undaidni, our caravan had grown to 85 cars with more than 300 people straggling over miles of highway. We didn't know then that 4 months later we would be back at the knee under very different circumstances. IJO. When we got close to Minneapolis, the Oklahoma column merged with ours. On our way through Minneapolis, all the different caravans finally came together. We had a big meeting in St. Paul chaired by Reuben Snake. 150 tribes were represented. WE put together a number of working groups to write position papers. Out of these we formulated our final demands, the famous TWNT points, which we intended to deliver to President Nixon. During the 4 days we were in Minneapolis, we held a half-hour drumming and singing rally that blocked all traffic on 5th Avenue. There was a big building under construction in the vicinity. There were cheers and laughter from our group when we saw a crane operator put up a large sign on the 20th floor. It read, "Custer had it coming." WE chose Bob Burnett, George Mitchell, and Anita Collins to precede us in order to make arrangements for food and shelter, as well as to enlist support among civil rights groups, church organizations, and especially among politicians and government officials. Russ, Clyde, and I were supposed to keep the caravans moving and prevent straggling, which was not an easy task. Our 4-mile-long caravan made its entry into Washington, D.C., during the pre-dawn hours of November 2, 1972. WE had asked for a police escort but did not get it. WE decided that, before doing anything else, we would make a wake-up call at the White House. WE drove through downtown Washington with about 60 cars, honking and tooting as loudly as we could. WE got to the White House around 6 a.m. and circled it. WE put out a 6-man drum and raised our voices in a war song, letting Nixon know that we had arrived, then drove into the capital city still blowing our horns. WE got our police escort in a hurry. We were all dog-tired. Most of us had driven all night. I had not slept in 24 hours and could hardly keep my eyes open. WE just had to get a few hours sleep. WE had been promised good accommodations and plenty of food, but things went wrong. Somebody led us to a church. Before we entered, Leonard Peltier pointed at something at our feet, a dead, run-over rat. "Some welcome mat." We were told to go down into the basement, where we spread our bedrolls in the dark. I had hardly relaxed when I felt something crawling over me. At first I thought it was a cat, then I saw that it was a rat, the biggest I had ever seen. They were all over the room. "There are rats down here." One woman screamed that a rat had bitten her baby on the arm. A young girl yelled, "There not only are a lot of rats down here, but thousands of cockroaches too." An elderly Ojibwa lady complained to me that the toilets were broken. We had people in wheelchairs and on crutches with us, and there was no place comfortable for them to rest. Martha Grass, a Istipanka woman from Zero, Oklahoma, mother of 11 and grandmother of 15, came to me with a young boy she had brought along. They were shivering. She said, "Here it is November, and there is no heat. Over at the BIA, those bureaucrats are warming their asses on soft upholstered chairs. They have beautiful offices where they sit comfortably behind big, shiny desks and never do a damn thing for us." She went on, "They want us to starve to death or freeze. I'm tired of being kicked around. To hell with it." Clyde said, "This is worse than the worst slum in St. Paul." Bob Burnett was angry as hell. He said that he had gotten so many promises of help and good accommodations from organizations and individuals, but they had all reneged on their word. He knew it was because of pressure from the government. Clyde said, "Enough of this bullshit. Let's get out of here. Let's go have a talk with the BIA." The Bureau of Indian Affairs building was the logical place to go. It seemed as though all of us automatically drifted to that place. The building itself was a large, 4-story chunk of white marble in the so-called federal style, like most government buildings in Washington. Broad stairs led up to an imposing, triple entrance portal. It stood on Constitution Avenue at 19th Street, just a few blocks away from the White House. Across the avenue, the needle-like Washington Monument rose from a large grassy area. Slowly more and more Indians drifted into the BIA building as if drawn by a magnet. They came in by ones and twos, or in groups. At that time, we had no intention of occupying the BIA. We simply had no other place to go. By dawn 600 or 700 Indian people were lounging in hallways, lying sprawled on sofas, falling asleep in chairs, or standing around a big statue of a chief, arguing and not knowing what to do. AFEW people who had food with them improvised some breakfast. IJ2. We finally met up with Bob Burnett, George Mitchell, and Anita Collins, who had been sent ahead to set up interviews. They had been in DC and New York City for almost 3 weeks. I had told them to arrange meetings with the Interior Department, the Department of Labor, Department of Commerce, and all other offices involved with Indian affairs. Anita told us, "We have set up all these meetings as planned, and now all doors are closed to us. I don't know what's going on. They are holding out on us." Bob Burnett started ticking off all the meetings he had lined up that had subsequently been cancelled. He told me, "There is something strange going on here. A week ago I had confirmation that we were going to meet with all of these people, and now they act as if they don't know us. Something is wrong." The persons we had appointments with seemed to have backed out under some kind of threat from the administration. Our people started to get impatient. They were tired and stressed out from the long journey. They needed to have food and water and a good rest. They were getting more and more riled up. Martha Grass yelled, "Let's get those BIA people down here. Let's find out why they are not meeting with us." Finally around 9:00 a.m., some minor official came down to see us, or maybe he was only an aide to some minor official. I told him, "We are supposed to have a meeting here at the auditorium." He said, "You Indians are not even supposed to be here." Another low man on the totem pole bureaucrat joined in. He answered all of our questions with, "I don't know." We called people we knew, such as Senator Edward Kennedy, Hubert Humphrey, and W. Elder Mondale, but nobody was willing to meet with us. At noon I went out to see what was happening on the street. I found the entire avenue in front of the building filled with additional TRL arrivals. There were cars and school buses from Sisseton, South Dakota, and more from Oklahoma, a big group from North Carolina, native people from White Rocks, Utah, and every kind of vehicle from all over the country. I said to Clyde, "Man, this thing is getting bigger by the minute." Some young men had set up a drum in the auditorium. The drum beat and singing began to reverberate throughout the building. At about 2 p.m., some BIA people came down from the second floor and announced, "It's official. The government agencies don't want IJJ to meet with you at all." That's when people got really angry and started yelling and cursing. Martha Grass began shouting again, saying, "Get the commissioner down here. Get the commissioner." At about 3 p.m., Louis Bruce, the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, came down in person. Louis Bruce is a fine and decent man. He is half Sioux and half Mohawk. He sympathized with us, but he had no power. The government had tied his hands. When he read to us the memo from his superior, Assistant Secretary of the Interior Harrison Loesch, which forbade him to give us any assistance, there was complete chaos. People began yelling and screaming, not at Bruce, but at what he represented, the federal government. The memo stated that he was to give no direct or indirect assistance to the American Indian Movement demonstration in Washington. Loesch emphasized, "This is to give you very specific instructions that the Bureau is not to provide any assistance or funding, either directly or indirectly." We definitely were not welcome in Washington. Bruce had no part in the government's position with us, and he was willing to help us. He said, "I cannot support the decision of the government. I just can't defend it." About 30 of us went upstairs to Bruce's office, including Bob Burnett, Martha Grass, Russ, V. Renan, Clyde, and Carter. Bob told Bruce, Harrison Loesch, Assistant Secretary of the Interior, assured me that the government would give us local support. Bruce phoned Loesch, who said he did not recall any such promise. After the call, Bob shouted, "Loesch is lying through his teeth." At that moment, Loesch phoned Bruce back and ordered him to clear the building of Indians and close it down. Bruce looked sad and angry. He told us that he would not follow orders, that he was the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, and that his job was to help the Indian people, not to throw them out. He told the people assembled in the auditorium, "This building will remain open to all Indians." There was a huge roar of applause. Bruce said he would keep the building open all night. Loesch and others phoned repeatedly, ordering him to leave the building. Each time he refused. Finally, he was told that he was relieved of his position as commissioner. He said that it did not matter, that he would stay. IJ4. Russ and I had a meeting outside the BIA building with a man who was reported to be from housing. I said, "Where are we to stay? We will not go back to that rat-infested church." He said, "Well, that's your problem. We didn't invite you. We didn't tell you to come here. We're not in the housing business." Meanwhile, someone had made some calls and said that we could stay in some armory. He gave us an address. This time a FEW of our people checked the place out first. They came back in no time, saying, "That place is just as bad as the church. It's like a tomb. It's like being in a freezer. It has no cooking facilities, no shower, and the toilet facilities are totally inadequate for our crowd." Much was going on simultaneously in different parts of the building. People had begun to spread out. A few women discovered a cafeteria in the basement and started brewing coffee. Small tribal groups settled down in empty offices. By then it was past 5 p.m. Most BIA employees had left, many ahead of quitting time because they were afraid. In the auditorium, Russ made a speech, Carter made a speech, and other people made speeches too. But it was Martha Grass who made the point that, "This is the BIA building. This is an Indian building. This is our building, and we're going to stay right here." So the decision was made that we would stay the night. Up to that time, the building had not been taken over. It was crammed full of Indians because they had no other place to go. They were simply waiting for a resolution to negotiations. All of this changed instantly when a scuffle broke out between Henry W. Wasuk from Kansas and a lieutenant from the Metropolitan Police. W. Wasuk had been speaking with black civil rights leader Stokely Carmichael, who had come to offer his help, when Metropolitan Police officers tried to enter the building. Wasuk would not let them inside. The lieutenant had got it into his head to clear the ground floor of Indians despite W. Wasuk's refusal, and so he called in a platoon of heavily armed guards with helmets and billy clubs. They forced their way in, clubbing down everyone who tried to resist. People had blood running down their faces from the beatings. Some of our people tore the legs from chairs and tables in order to defend themselves. Outside. IJS. Riot police looking like men from Mars with their helmets and face shields began to surround the building as reinforcements for the guards battling us inside. Pretty soon word reached the group upstairs that the police were storming the building. I looked at Russ and Clyde and said, "Seal off the building." Russ shouted, "Close all the doors." We ran down the stairs to the main floor, into the middle of the fight. Our people were driving the guards out of the building. Some of the police panicked and jumped out of windows. Others were trapped inside, and some of their fellow policemen clubbed their way inside again in order to rescue those left behind. There was some hard fighting going on. At last we kicked their butts out. Once the building was clear, I urged our people to barricade all doors with whatever was available: desks, chairs, tables, photocopy machines, lockers, and file cabinets. Soon we had the whole building sealed up. Meanwhile, the police outside had cordoned off the whole area, letting no one get near. We were masters of the building. The occupation of the BIA building entirely changed the spirit of the TRAL. At first the Interior Department was in charge, telling us what to do. Then suddenly we were in charge. We were no longer there by default. We had become occupiers/T. Hose of us who had been meeting in Bruce's office joined the people downstairs, where I announced, "This is a takeover, and we are going to stay here until we get some answers." The people vowed that they would defend the building. It was ours then. By then the reporters had begun arriving. They wanted to talk to Clyde Belcourt, to Russell Means, and to Dennis Banks. The takeover became big news worldwide. That first night, I went downstairs to see how Henry Wawasuk was doing. He had a cut on top of his head and his knuckles were raw and hurting. We talked and visited, then found an empty room and made our space in there. I didn't have a sleeping bag, but I had a blanket and I found a pillow somewhere. I told those who had come with my caravan to settle down wherever they could find a place to plant themselves. Some of our men and women saw themselves on the 11 o'clock news that night as they watched coverage about the takeover. I settled down and went to sleep, wondering how long this occupation would last, wondering what would come of all this. About midnight. IJ6. Word came in that we could stay one night but we would have to vacate the building in the morning. They would use force if we didn't leave then. From then on, we would have 2 moments of crisis every day, about 9 in the morning and 6 in the evening, when police would arrive threatening to eject us by force. The next day we got up early and had some coffee. Support started to come in from the black community. They brought in sandwiches, hot dogs, cold drinks, and all kinds of supplies, saying, "This is going to be a long haul." On this second day of the occupation, November 3rd, we put up a big sign over the entrance. The BIA building became the American Indian Embassy. We also set up a teepee on the lawn in front of the building. We hoisted an upside-down American flag up the flagpole. A row of young security guards stood in a line across the pathway leading to the entrance, controlling who could come in and who could not. Strangely enough, the police did not interfere with people going in or out of the building, nor did they stop the various demonstrations taking place outside, some in support and some in opposition to us. At about 10 o'clock on that second morning, we let the press in. We appealed to the media to let the country know the reasons for the takeover and what our demands were. We made speeches to them from the stage of the auditorium and gave interviews on the steps outside. If necessary, we used a bullhorn. And we dressed up for the occasion. Russ wore a red shirt with a beaded medallion over his chest. An eagle feather dangled from one of his braids. Clyde wore a black, wide-brimmed Uncle Joe hat and a bone choker around his neck. I draped a colorful Pendleton blanket over my shoulders. The one in our group most interviewed by the press was Floyd Wyong Horse, a Minneconjo from Eagle Butte, South Dakota, because of his classic, full-blood face, his red-wrapped braids, and his fine sense of humor. He told reporters he had come in an Indian car with so many things wrong with it that it shouldn't be up and running at all, but somehow its spirit was keeping it going. On the second day, more people joined us. John Trudell, a Santee Sioux and AIM leader, arrived, as did LaDonna Harris, Kiowa Comanche, who was president of Americans for Indian Opportunity and wife of U.S. Senator Fred Harris, Carla Blakey from the Salto. IJ7. People and her daughter, Cherry, and Chief Oren Lyons with a delegation of 6 Nation people. Many non-Indian supporters also came. Black Power advocate Stokely Carmichael was the first, then black activist Marion Barry, who later became the mayor of Washington, D.C., Jim Williams, a spokesman for the Black Panthers, Dr. Benjamin Spock, who wrote what some folks call the Bible of child raising, and Wavy Gravy, the merry prankster in his psychedelic bus, arrived with people from the hog farm in New Mexico. He wore an earring the size of a small egg dangling from his left lobe. Richard Erdos came down from New York City with his wife, Jean, and 2 teenage sons, who were toting a tiny kitten they had residential cued from the highway on their way down. Erdos said it was just his style to take over a building with a purring kitten in his arms. On that second day of the occupation, tensions multiplied, soon becoming almost unbearable. A man in a fancy uniform appeared, waving a paper at us. It was Chief U.S. Marshal Wayne Colburn, with whom we would have to deal a few months later at Wounded Knee. He had a court order requiring us to vacate the building by midnight. Colburn was scared. We could see the fear in his eyes when he confronted our young men, homemade spears and clubs in their hands and their faces painted for war. He was actually trembling. He cried, "I come in peace. I have no choice but to carry out the court order." But he did not carry out his threats. Attitudes hardened on both sides. Negotiations got nowhere. Things got worse and worse. The government offered us the large auditorium in the General Services Administration building a few blocks away. There we would have comfortable quarters with all the facilities we needed. We accepted the offer and sent some people to check it out. They found the doors locked. A government spokesperson explained that the doors would be opened after a complete and peaceful evacuation of the BIA building. We didn't fall for it. We felt sure that once we left our present quarters, the auditorium would remain locked while the BIA would move to reoccupy its building, leaving us with nowhere to go. Our anger burned red hot. Excitement and the fear of bloodshed were in the air. Increasing numbers of police in a solid mass 5 ranks deep stood ready to attack us. Another marshal appeared with one more order to clear out or else. We had about 700 people in the building. Many had armed themselves with homemade weapons, rebar and fishing rods with knives tied to the tops, clubs made from chair legs, some bows and arrows found in a closet, golf clubs, and whatnot. Some people piled up as many as 60 typewriters on the roof and upper window ledges. They had also gathered loose roof tiles and filled trash cans with boiling water to hurl down on the heads of police if they dared to try evicting us. We taped the windows so they would not be shattered by tear gas canisters. Many girls and young women stood ready to fight alongside the men. 17-year-old Mary Ellen Moore tied a letter opener to a broom handle. "What do you suppose you can do with that?" One of our young security guards asked her. "Get them in the balls before they get me," was her answer. The drum was beating. Crow Dog blessed the warriors with sage and then he fanned them off, using an eagle wing to fan smoke from the burning sage toward the men to bless them. A number of our men had painted their faces for war, with lipstick if they could find nothing else. I knew that the police outside with their helmets and flak vests realized they were not facing a bunch of flower children or student anti-war protesters. We were dead serious. During the second day, some Oklahoma people requested a private meeting with some of the leadership, so we went up to the second floor to find out what they wanted. They told us, we uncovered some information. We have been sitting in this office all night long, going through the files in those metal cabinets, and we discovered how they have been ripping us off, stealing reservation oil and natural gas out of Oklahoma and also Wyoming. I told them, start making copies of everything, and let's take it out of here. Anything you can find that might be incriminating evidence, make copies of it. Let's take it with us. Pretty soon we had boxes and boxes full of documentation. Before dawn on our third day inside the BIA building, I told the government negotiators, we will not leave. We will fight. We will die here if we have to. We weren't leaving until someone in the government other than an aide or intern was willing to sit down and talk with us and hear us out. IJ9. We have now declared war on the United States of America, said Clyde Belcourt. We are ready for battle. We held a quick leadership meeting and decided that the elders and children must be protected. We sought to have the oldest and most infirm as well as the youngest children seek safety outside the building. Between midnight and 4 a.m., government officials made 3 offers to provide for these people, but most of them decided to stay. Only a very small handful left to find shelter at the YMCA. The night passed uneventfully. As dawn came, many of our young men finally flopped down wherever they could find a little space and tried to get some sleep. The now former Commissioner of Indian Affairs, Louis Bruce, was staying with us. He said, "I cannot defend the bureaucracy of this country any longer. I am staying with my people." I remember November 4th as the day on which strange things happened. Once again the marshal appeared with a new restraining order. Government officials declared that we were going to be ousted by force. Secretary of the Interior Roger Morton issued a statement calling us a splinter group of militants. He said, "It is obvious to me that the seizure and continued occupation of the building are nothing more than a form of blackmail by a small group which seeks to achieve, through violent means, objectives which are not supported by a majority of reservation Indians." Outside on Constitution Avenue, a group of marchers had come to show support. They formed the weirdest support group we ever had. It was led by the Reverend Carl McIntyre, a right-wing nut, who shouted, "Hallelujah! We have a message for our Indian friends. All right, you Indians, we want you to have your rights as long as you're not commies. Support the war in Vietnam." They chanted "Onward Christian soldiers" and began to shout repeatedly, "Free Morton! Free Morton! Morton, come down, we want you freed." It was not clear whether they thought we held the Interior Secretary hostage, or whether they had confused Morton with Louis Bruce. Clyde shrugged his shoulders and said, "Just another demented freak." Also on this day we finally got a call from the White House. Leonard Garment, Nixon's advisor on minorities, wanted to meet with Bob Burnett, who they thought would be easier to handle than Guys. I-40. Like Russ, Clyde, and me. At the same time, Brad Patterson, another Nixon aide, met with George Mitchell, Anita Collins, and Hank Adams. These talks led nowhere. I realized that we might not be able to stay much longer and that I should concern myself with the documents we had discovered. In the end we ran out of copy paper and took the originals. The evidence filled a good-sized room. During the night we backed a U-Haul van right up to a rear doorway and started loading it up. When we were done, we parked the van near the edge of the BIA building's parking lot, where we hoped it would escape attention and be available to be moved out on a moment's notice. November 5th was a stalemate. We demanded to see President Nixon and John Ehrlichman, Nixon's top domestic affairs advisor, but they sent the usual low-level flunkies. We wanted to discuss our 20 points. They offered to let us use the auditorium during reasonable hours, take showers, and do our cooking in the cafeteria. This was comical as we were in full charge of the building. I told Clyde that things would end in a battle because both we and the government had boxed ourselves in. "We cannot afford to give an inch now, and they won't either," I said. November 6th, we were hanging by a hair. Judge Pratt said we had to leave the building by 6 p.m. After that, marshals would arrest all Indians who remained inside. We had fire hoses ready at the windows. There was a rumor that we had the building wired for destruction. It said we had enough dynamite from the Black Panthers to blow the whole place sky high. Later asked whether this was true, Vern told a reporter that smoking had been restricted to the basement. Outside, the building was ringed by police wearing not only their helmets and flak vests but also tear gas masks. A lawyer acting on our behalf appealed the court's decision, warning of the dreadful possibility of bloodshed. Margaret Millen, an elderly Indian lady who was the only BIA employee who had continued to work throughout our siege of the building, appeared with a machete, ready to fight on our side. Secretary Morton told the press, "The Indian militants have done things their way. Now we will do things our way. Everybody involved in that building will be prosecuted." Anger and frustration were rising to a fever pitch. Our people were tired of hoaxes and tricks and broken promises. The atmosphere inside became chaotic and beyond control. Some of the younger people started trashing the building, smashing the BIA's expensive, elegant furnishings and ripping up the posh leather couches. Frustrated activists covered the walls with slogans. One read, "BIA, I am not your Indian anymore." There was a serious discussion about whether we should burn down the building. Mary Ellen Moore said to me, "I am willing to fight for what I believe in. I am willing to burn this building down, if that will change the ripping off that the BIA is doing." Clyde was against burning it down. I said, the government would be happy if we torched the building with all the incriminating papers proving how our land had been stolen and how we were cheated. They would be glad to have more excuses to persecute us. On the other hand, if the police made a final, all-out attack against us, then whatever happens, let it happen. Russ said, "If we go, there's going to be one hell of a smoke signal. This building is not going to be here anymore." Those of us who were against intentionally burning down the BIA won out. For a while it looked as though we would have to fight for our lives. A large army of vehicles drove up and parked in various places around the building. Police cars with flashing lights drove back and forth past the building as if waging psychological warfare. I shouted to observers on the other side of the avenue, "I invite all of you to stay and witness the massacre about to happen." At 5 p.m. it seemed the government still was determined to make a full-scale assault. However, at the last moment the deadline for leaving the building was extended another 48 hours. It was, after all, the night before presidential elections. A few dozen dead Indians wouldn't have looked too good on that ACAS 10N. Sometime afterward, a young Indian woman from New York wrote in a letter to AIM, "During the time we waited for the pigs to come, we sang and danced. We were waiting for the moment we would die if necessary. At 5 p.m. we had what we called our last supper. I thought, least we won't die with our stomachs empty like so many of us had while we were alive." I had to go to the bathroom, but no one was allowed to leave our battle stations. Some of us were stationed outdoors. I went around where there were some bushes. It was just like home anyway, to go to the bathroom in those bushes. The police never came. She added, "Finally, our leaders decided we could all go back in the building. Tired and relieved, we went to sleep. The administration finally sent some top-level officials to negotiate with us. Fred Carlucci, head of the Office of Management and Budget, Leonard Garment, Nixon's advisor on minorities, and Secretary of the Interior Roger Morton, whom we called Secretary of his limousine, came to the BIA. At last we hammered out an agreement. Under it the White House would set up a task force to seriously consider our 20 demands. The task force, headed by Frank Carlucci and Leonard Garment, would sit for 6 months and review every aspect of Indian policy. It would be made up of officials of all government agencies dealing with American Indians and would consult with our representatives every step of the way. Also, we explained, we would need $66,000 for travel expenses to get all of our people home. I don't remember who came up with this sum, but the government paid it to us in cash. Of course, the government later reneged on their promises. They rejected our demands as impracticable. They publicly reviled us for our radicalism and for the damage done to the building, though the extent of the damage they cited was beyond any damage we had done. We suspect the building was further damaged after we left to make us look worse by whom we don't know. The government also convinced a number of tribal chairmen, Uncle Tomahawks and hang-around-the-fort types who depended entirely on government handouts for their livelihood, to condemn us as a splinter group that did not represent Indian people in general. In spite of all this, members of over 200 tribes and 24 Indian organizations had come together in unity to try to make a change and to break the Bureau's power over us. The trail of broken treaties was the biggest show of strength by our people in 100 years. Before we left the BIA building, one of us had taken a crayon and had written in bold letters on the large movie screen in the auditorium, We do not apologize for the so-called destruction of this mausoleum, for in building anew, one must first destroy what is rotten. When history recalls our efforts here, our descendants will stand proud. So it was the 6th day and time to go home. I4J. The government bribed us to leave with promises that were broken almost as soon as they were made. They promised to seriously consider our 20 demands but soon officially and formally rejected all of them. They promised not to prosecute trail members for actions taken during the occupation, but broke this promise too, claiming their agreement did not cover the theft of government property, the documents we had seized. The trail of broken TREDs ended as a trail of broken promises. The racist and ultra-conservative press called the action a failure, saying that AIM and the TRL people had lost face and the sympathy of the public when the building was trashed. They also called the occupation a defeat for the radicals who achieved nothing. We did not see it that way. For everyone who had taken part in the TRL of broken treaties, the takeover had been a victory. For the first time ever, members of some 200 tribes had acted together for a common cause. I was proud to have been a part of this. If nothing else, we had sent up one hell of a smoke signal. I-44. 1-2. You're seeing that we have a group of Aimers here and a group of MY supporters here. THEY going to clash one of these days and it's probably pretty soon. And that scene is going to be the end of my supporters or the end of the American Indian movement, one or the other. Dick Wilson, Tribal Chairman, Pine Ridge Reservation. After the BIA takeover, our attention turned to South Dakota, the state we felt was the most racist toward Indians. Pine Ridge Reservation, home to some 12,000 Oglala Sioux Indians, was a scandalous exhibit of economic racism. In early 1973, Pine Ridge was a scene of desolation. Most people lived in tar paper shacks without running water, electricity, or indoor plumbing. Some lived in small, ancient log cabins with dirt floors. One family's home was a tiny, ramshackle 1920s trailer. Its owner, with typical Oglala humor, told me his floor space was the size of a white man's throw rug. At least 3/4 of the people were in desperate need of decent housing. The average yearly income on the res was $1,500. Shannon County, which the reservation is part of, was then and is to this day the poorest of all the more than 3,000 counties in America. At that time on the res, about 70% of the working-age people were unemployed. The res had no bank, no general store, no movie theater. I-45. No hotel or motel. It had, however, a brand new airstrip long enough to accommodate jet planes. Unfortunately, no one on the res owned a plane and no airline serviced this area. The BIA maintained that it had not financed this tribal asset. The airstrip had been contracted by the tribe's own politicians and paid for by tribal funds, which proved to many people on the res that not all crooks are white. There was one area of Pine Ridge that the Oglalas with their Heonidal sense of humor called the Industrial Park. Its single building was a warehouse in which the government stored commodities for welfare recipients. Without that food the people would have starved. It housed years-old white flour, powdered milk, powdered eggs, processed cheese, lard, beans, and other starchy stuff. Pine Ridge was a place of despair. The situation on other reservations in South Dakota wasn't much better. But not everybody on Pine Ridge was poor. A very few did quite well. Among them was a pudgy, short-haired mixed blood named Dickie Wilson, Pine Ridge's tribal president. Wilson maintained a private army of about 80 heavily armed thugs, paid by government money that was meant for other, more positive programs. The government even supplied them with armor-piercing bullets. They did not hesitate to firebomb, maim, or murder Wilson's opponents. People on the res called these hoodlums the goons. Wilson took pride in that name. He boasted, "These are my goons. G0-0NS, Guardians of the Oglala Nation." Reporters from the Shannon County NEWS regularly called Wilson that famous Indian fighter, the Bureau's goofball, raised on a diet of dumb pills. But there was nothing funny about Wilson. Under his rule, Pine Ridge was a killing field. Between 1972 and 1976, more than 60 full-bloods were killed by the goons he paid for with federal funds. The U.S. government pumped $20 million into Pine Ridge while Wilson was tribal president. This gave him the power of patronage. He handed out cushy jobs to family members, friends, and supporters. He publicly declared, "There is nothing wrong with nepotism. I take care of my own." Wilson took care of his own by giving away 80,000 acres of Pine Ridge land to the United States, land that became part of the Badlands National Monument. Land is at the very core of the traditional Lakota soul. Many Lakotas have never forgotten nor forgiven Wilson's theft of their sacred Black Hills. In return for W. Wilson's gift, the government gave W. Wilson full support against his opponents, among whom were his own vice president, Vern Long, his tribal judge, Hobart Keith, and members of OSCRO, the Oglala Sioux Civil Rights Organization. Investigations of fraud involving W. Wilson's election were put on the back burner. The government also furnished weapons to Wilson's goon squads, ignoring that he used funds earmarked for health and education to pay his private army. The goings-on at Pine Ridge were a national scandal. Aided and abetted by the BIA, Wilson stayed in power by open, unabashed election fraud. At last, the Oglalas began to fight back. They asked AIM for help. As opposition developed, repression increased. You could feel it coming. The very air trembled with the force of the impending explosion. The fuse had been lit. It would take only a short time until the flame reached the powder. Pine Ridge was a big concern, but it was not our only concern. South Dakota was the most racist state in the country, and Rapid City was the most racist town in South Dakota. Rapid City, Rapid, for short, is the gateway to the Black Hills. On the east the town is flanked by Grain Elevators. Toward the west rise a series of hills, from which a monolithic cement dinosaur overshadows the town. In between sprawls the downtown business district with its streets full of saloons and shops, Western clothing stores, curio shops, jewelry stores featuring Black Hills gold, pawn shops, and gun shops. In the middle is the historic Alex Johnson Hotel with its lobby of beamed ceilings covered with Indian designs, a place where wealthy visitors can get a gourmet dinner. Rapid City is a tourist center as well as a typical cowboy town. We came to Rapid to do something about discrimination against Indians, to encourage local businessmen to hire Indians, to get better medical treatment for Indian veterans, and to sensitize the white citizen in general. Of special concern was an Indian ghetto called Sioux Addition, a kind of Indian Soweto, 3 miles out of town. The Indian people who lived there had come to Rapid seeking work, but were rejected by white landlords and employers, by white establishment, in general. They could not afford Rapid City rents and soon I4J found themselves on a dead-end street with no public services, no schools, no garbage collection or street lights. The city police and fire department ignored Sioux Addition as if it didn't exist. WEFELT the city owed AIM some consideration in addition to the basic respect it owed Indian people in general. WE had helped the town at a time when Indians and whites were in need. During June 1972, a great flood had devastated the town. Rapid Creek had ripped right through the center of town, swallowing up houses and killing 230 people. AIM jumped right in to help. WE worked to recover bodies, find shelter for people who were suddenly homeless, and deliver food supplies and blankets, giving help to all who needed it, Indian and white alike. Our help was not appreciated. This was John Wayne country, where an Indian took his life in his hands if he entered a white bar, and where American Indians were treated like blacks in apartheid South Africa. When Rapid Creek flooded, a call was sent to all AIM people to come to Rapid to help local Indians reclaim their rights. We all stayed at Mother Butler Center, a 2-story building with a dormitory. During January 1973 there were about 200 AIM people there, plus many local and reservation Lakotas. The Jesuit priest in charge of the Mother Butler Center made us welcome, but he was almost the only white who showed any gratitude for the help we gave the town during the flood. Tensions were running high in Rapid in late 1972. We discovered that here had been an acceleration of racist ugliness involving crude sexual harassments of Indian women as well as a number of incidents in which older American Indians had been abused and subjected to discrimination. I declared a freeze on the city. I announced that we would shut down the whole business district because of the maltreatment inflicted daily upon Indian people there. We had first tried to wake up the white officials and businessmen in a peaceful, non-confrontational way. We invited government officials to an AIM conference, men from the BIA, from the Justice Department, and from the Office for Economic Opportunity, but they did not take our complaints seriously. We wanted to set up a mediation board where both whites and Indians could honestly talk about our respective problems, work to lessen the tensions between us, and to have a show of goodwill. But we got nowhere. WEFELT pushed into confrontation. We had little choice but to confront Rapid's problems. Rapid's white citizens looked upon us as terrorists. They locked themselves into their homes and drove around in their pickup trucks with loaded rifles and shotguns in the gun racks. We followed through with our threats to shut down the business district. Our people picketed in front of establishments such as Northwestern Bell Telephone, Black Hills Power and Light, Kmart, Piggly Wiggly, Dunkin' Donuts, First National Bank, Safeway, the Coca-Cola bottling plant, Ellsworth Air Force Base, and the local BIA office. In other words, we shut down every single commercial and government establishment of any size in Rapid City. Resentment, so long suppressed against the way we had always been treated, finally boiled over. Fights started in the Frontier Bar, the Stockman's Bar, and other places where Indians had often been beaten up or abused. In the Bronco Bar, which had a sign in the window warning, "Indians enter at their own risk," a white rancher flung a glass of whiskey into the face of an Indian. Pandemonium broke out. Some of our young women had exanged their buckskin moccasins for shit-kickers boots with steel-tipped toes and used them on the shins of white opponents. Fights were breaking out everywhere, inside saloons and outside in the street. Police went amok, busting heads with their nightsticks, looking for anyone who looked like an Indian. Mary Ellen Moore, in the 9th month of pregnancy, was beaten to the floor inside the Frontier Bar and defended herself with a broken ashtray. About 200 AIM people were arrested and carted off to the old, vermin-infested Pennington County Jail. There weren't enough paddy wagons to transport them all, so the mayor ordered a fire truck and an old Greyhound bus to take the overflow. Crow Dog led a large group of Flondians who joined hands and danced in a line snaking around the jail, all the while singing war songs to the beat of the drum. When the clashes between whites and Indians started to get out of hand, Russ and I set up a demilitarized zone. We were fighting and negotiating at the same time with the town's most prominent citizens, and we were actually getting some of our demands addressed. A racist city official, however, countered by passing inflammatory resolutions against the Indian disturbers of the peace. At Pine Ridge, Dickey, I-49. Wilson panicked and asked the government for reinforcements when he heard about what was going on in Rapid City. He got the mighty U.S. Marshals with .50 caliber machine guns, which were as yet kept out of sight. All in all, our actions at that time improved the situation for the Indians of Rapid. Tension in nearby towns, however, was reaching the breaking point. We were immediately faced by a new challenge. There was a town named Buffalo Gap in the eastern foothills of the Black Hills. It got its name from its location in an opening in the hills. In the old days, buffalo herds made a trail through this gap to reach the open prairie. Buffalo Gap was not much of a town. A bank, a liquor store, a post office, a tiny church, and 2 saloons. That's about all. The place looked like scenery from a cheap Western movie. On weekends the bars were crowded with white ranchers and cowhands from Hermosa, Custer, and Hot Springs. Buffalo Gap was white man's country. On Saturday, January 20, 1974, one of the two saloons, Bill's Bar, was crammed with customers. Among them were W.E. Slay Bad Heart Bull, and Oglala, his mother, Sarah, Sarah's friend Robert High Eagle, and a white gas station attendant, named Daryl Schmitz. On several occasions Schmitz had proclaimed loudly, "One day I'll get myself an engine." W.E. Slay had been warned by the owner of the bar not to come any more. "You are not welcome here," he had been told, but he came anyway. W.E. Slay was not easily intimidated. He was tough. Schmitz, drunk as usual, cursed Wesley. They had words. Schmitz finally left, shouting, "I'll kill that son of a bitch." The next day, W.E. Slay Bad Heart Bull was found dying in front of Bill's Bar with a knife stuck in his chest. Schmitz had stabbed him 7 times. W.E. Slay died on the way to the hospital in Hot Springs. There were witnesses to the stabbing. Even the bartender said Schmitz had attacked W.E. Slay without provocation. Sarah and High Eagle had seen Schmitz leave the bar with the knife in his hand. Schmitz, who admitted killing Bad Heart Bull, was arrested and taken to Custer, the county seat. He was charged with second-degree manslaughter, the lowest charge possibly in a case of homicide. He was released immediately on bail and never spent a single hour in jail. While our people were still putting the freeze on the white busynesses of Rapid, I was in Salt Lake City as field director of AIM, or GA. ISO. NISing an anti-alcoholism program. On January 24, Ron Petit, who had gone up to Rapid City to do some investigating, called and told me what he knew about the Wesley Bad Heart Bull case. He said that this was a case AIM should become involved in. I immediately flew to Rapid City and joined Ron and Herb Powless to see what we could do. I also got Ramon Rubido, our Indian lawyer, to come. Ramon went to Bill's Bar to talk to the bartender and 2 other witnesses. They all were willing to testify that they had heard Schmitz say he would get that red son of a bitch. It really shook me up to see the same old bullshit, a charge of second-degree manslaughter when it should have been a murder in the first-degree charge. W.E. knew from experience that on the lesser charge Schmitz would not do any time at all. We asked Wesley's mother, Sarah, whether we should continue to pursue the case. She gave us her permission. I asked Ramon to talk to the county attorney, the South Dakota version of a district attorney. Ramon wanted to file a charge of murder against Schmitz, but County Attorney Hobart Gates flatly refused to change the indictment. W.E. knew it would take a confrontation to possibly change his mind. There were other matters to be dealt with at the same time. Even before W.E. Slay Bad Heart Bull was stabbed, a date had been set for further hearings on civil rights violations in Rapid City, Pennington County, and the state of South Dakota. These hearings had been set for February 3, 4, and 5. Many Indians from several states came to testify. As soon as these hearings were over, we decided to go to Custer, where Daryl Schmitz would be arraigned. W.E. notified the court, the town's officials, and the police that we were coming so as not to take them by surprise. I told the mayor, the state attorney, and the sheriff that about 4 or 5 carloads of Indians would arrive on February 6. They agreed to meet with us on that date at 9:00 a.m. inside the old courthouse. Custer officials, however, said they would admit only 5 of us. The group chose to send Leonard Crow Dog, Russell Means, Ramon Rubido, Sarah Bad Heart Bull, and me. W.E. told the people who had participated in the civil rights hearings, "Tomorrow we are going to Custer to have Schmitz charged with murder and to show support for the Bad Heart Bull family. If any of you want to come along as a gesture of solidarity, then join us." IJI. On the morning of February 6, we gathered at the Mother Butler Center. I had thought that a few cars and at most 50 or 60 people would come. Waiting for us instead were more than 30 cars and over 200 people. In the early morning, we formed a wide circle. Crow Dog began smudging everybody with sage and fanning them up. I knew we had to be prepared for any eventuality. Rumors were flying about a SWAT team waiting to attack our people. In Custer there would be fear and paranoia on both sides of the FENCE. I told everybody there was a good chance we would be met with armed resistance, but just from looking at them, I knew they were ready. I sensed a real strength in our eager young people and felt good about them. They were like young colts hard to rein in. On the way to Custer we ran into a blizzard that made driving hazardous. We set out in 2 caravans of 15 cars each, one led by Russ and the other by me. I could hear the honking behind me, "Let's go." I was waving cars on, sometimes getting out of one and into another, guiding them through the snow and making sure everybody was safe on the 50-mile journey from Rapid to Custer. We finally arrived in Custer at about 1:30 p.m., a few hours late due to the terrible weather. Custer is a cowtown with some 2,000 inhabitants. During the summer it is a tourist trap swarming with thousands of visitors en route to the Black Hills. Visitors entering the town are greeted by a large billboard with the words, "Welcome to Custer, the town with the Gunsmoke flavor." Another sign proclaims, "Custer, home of the Flintstones." Main Street is lined with motels, bars, cheap eateries advertising buffalo burgers, boutiques, Indian curio shops selling fake tomahawks made in Hong Kong, rock shops with phony ancient arrowheads, and models of MT Rushmore in a dozen sizes. We went at once to the courthouse, an old building of red brick with a white wooden porch. When we got there, our meeting with County Attorney Gates was a disaster. He greeted us with an angry, "You're late. Why, oh, you were supposed to be here at 9. He seemed to be unaware of the blizzard and poor visibility that had slowed us to a crawl. At first he refused to let any of us into the courthouse. Finally, he agreed to let only 4 of us in besides Ramon Rubido, our lawyer Leonard Crow Dog, our medicine man, Russell Means, Dave Hill, and me. He refused to allow Sarah Bad Heart Bull, the mother of the murdered man, to enter. She had to stay outside on the porch steps in spite of the snow. Our efforts to change Gates's mind about Sarah failed. We asked him if the rest of our people could come in. There was a hearing room large enough to hold over 100 people. He said no. Ramon pleaded, "There are women and children outside in the cold. It's snowing hard." Gates still refused. He ordered Sheriff Ernest Pepin and Deputy Bill Rice to guard the double door against any Indians trying to enter. We told Gates that we wanted the charge against Schmitz changed to an indictment for murder. Gates told us, "I will prosecute this manslaughter case to the fullest extent." I said, "You know it was murder." He replied, "I do not." Ramon tried to show Gates evidence he had gathered from eyewitnesses to the killing. Gates said, "I already have all the evidence I need. It was just a barroom brawl." I told him, "In a barroom brawl, you get a bloody nose, but here you have a dead body. That's murder." No, he kept insisting, "It was just a brawl." I argued with him. Russ argued with him. We got nowhere. We were unable to contain our anger. There was a lot of hollering and yelling on both sides. Totally frustrated, Russ stormed out of the room and went outside. In a few words he informed the crowd what was going on inside. The people responded with a deep, angry growl. Russ motioned Sarah to come with him into the building. They were refused entry by the state police. The crowd rushed up the porch steps and tried to break the door down. They succeeded, but were met by 50 state troopers in full riot gear with helmets and face visors. Every trooper carried a gun and an extra long nightstick. Fighting broke out immediately, both inside and outside the building, on the porch in front of the courthouse, on the steps, and out on MT Rushmore Road. There were pitched battles going on all over the place. Sarah Bad Heart Bull, who still persisted in her efforts to enter the building, was thrown down the steps. A trooper came from behind her and put a nightstick across her throat. Using full force with both of his hands, he almost choked her to death. Inside the courthouse, I had to I5J. defend myself against a trooper coming at me with a 3-foot club aimed at my head. I hit him on the arm, breaking his wristwatch, but not the bone. Suddenly a tear gas canister came flying through the air. In no time the whole building was a cloud of tear gas. The state police were hurling the canisters at us to drive us out of the building. They chucked the canisters at the crowd in front of the building, but our people just threw them back into the courthouse. There was pandemonium in the hallways, the situation was totally out of control. Nightsticks clashed with chair legs and whatever our people could get their hands on. Tear gas canisters were met by rocks and loose bricks. The air inside the courthouse became unbearable. It was nearly impossible to breathe or see. My eyes were pouring water and my face and lungs seemed to be on fire. I tried to open a window that was stuck, then grabbed a chair and smashed it through the glass. I stuck my head out the window and gulped the fresh, cold air. Crow Dog was the first to leap out the window. It was about a 6-foot drop. I came out after him. People later told me I was grinning, shouting, "I follow my spiritual leader." Fighting continued on the street for the rest of the afternoon. The state police were no longer armed with only handguns and nightsticks. As if by magic, they appeared carrying rifles and shotguns. Reinforcements were coming in at a steady pace. Firemen, men from the Department of Game, Fish, and Parks, rangers from Custer State Park, and some ordinary white citizens were deputized to help the state troopers subdue us. One young Oglala ran up the steps of the courthouse with 2 big, heavy cans of gasoline he had taken from Dave's Texaco station opposite the courthouse. He sloshed the gas all over the steps and the porch. There were puddles of gasoline everywhere. Another young man ran up with a box of matches and tried to ignite the gas. The crowd roared, "Do it! Do it! Do it, aim! Do it!" Some women and girls made the spine-tingling, high-pitched Braveheart cry, which sent chills through the crowd. One of the state troopers pointed his gun at the young man with the matches, screaming, "If you try to set fire to this, I'll shoot. I'll shoot to kill." He paid the trooper no mind. Again and again he tried to light a match, but the wind blew them all out. The trooper kept screaming, "I'll shoot to kill, so help me God." IS-4. A girl ran up onto the porch holding a flickering candle, shielded from the wind by her hand. The state troopers pointed their guns at her, too, but that did not deter her. The snowstorm blew out her candle as well. Finally, another young man ran up with 2 burning flares, the kind you set out on the road as a warning after an accident. I guess he got them from the gas station. Again the crowd shouted in unison, "Do it! Do it! Do it, man, do it! Aim! Aim! Aim!" He threw the first flare, but it fell short. He got closer and threw the second flare. It landed in the middle of the biggest puddle of gasoline, and in a fraction of a second the whole front of the courthouse porch, steps, and wooden fence became a sea of flames. A huge war cry went up from the crowd. The sign, "Welcome to Custer, the town with the gunsmoke flavor," was ablaze. The Log House Chamber of Commerce building was soon torched. As it burned, it sent up a huge shower of glowing red sparks that obliterated everything else from sight. A fire truck arrived to try to save the Chamber of Commerce building. Indians threw rocks, pop bottles, beer cans, and whatever else they could find at the firemen, who backed off. In no time there was nothing left of the wooden structure but a heap of black ashes mingling with the falling snow. One of our women got too close to the flames of the courthouse porch and her clothes caught fire. Friends rolled her in the snow to put out the fire. TWO police cars were torched and gutted. Somebody tried to set fire to Dave's Texaco station but, luckily, did not succeed. The fighting continued. Police were clubbing down Indians right and left. There was blood in the snow. Russ had been beaten to the ground and was sitting, dazed, on the lowest of the courthouse steps, handcuffed, with one of his arms badly hurt. He was guarded by the smirking sheriff in his cowboy hat. Troopers dragged a beautiful young girl by her feet through the snow and, in the process, ripped her blouse off so that above the waist she wore nothing except her bra. Indians were lying face down in the snow, held there by 2 or 3 troopers searching and handcuffing each of them. Out of nowhere, a big tanker truck full of gasoline appeared, perhaps on its way to Dave's Texaco. The driver had driven almost to the courthouse, then stopped when he suddenly realized that he had landed in the middle of a riot surrounded by flames. He panicked. He just sat. ISS. They're bug-eyed and paralyzed. I thought, oh, no. If that truck catches fire, it will blow up and everyone will be burned to death. Indians screamed at the driver, move. Get your ass out of here. I ran to the truck to tell the driver to leave. He only stammered, what's going on? What's happening? I jumped on the driver's side of the truck, pushed him over, and grabbed the wheel. I asked him, how do you operate this thing? But I could get no answer out of him. I finally got the truck into gear. For a moment I thought of driving the truck close to the courthouse to set the whole building on fire, but I got hold of Mijal Pound. I backed the truck out of the danger area. I could see that 2 Indians still stood, waving a red AIM banner and a 4-direction flag of the 4 sacred colors. TWNT 2 people were arrested that day, 19 Indians, 2 whites and 1 black. Among those taken to jail were Sarah Bad Heart Bull, the mother of the murdered man, and Russell Means. I was arrested and charged later. A deputy told Russ, we were waiting for you sons of bitches. Why, oh, you were looking for trouble and you got it? Russ told him, if we had wanted a riot, we would not have brought our women and children. Sarah Bad Heart Bull was tried for riot with arson. She was sentenced to 1 to 5 years and actually served 5 months in prison. Her son's murderer was acquitted by an all-white jury and he did not serve a single day in jail. 1-3. APLACECALL Ed Wounded Knee. Before AIM our young people lived in despair. They drank themselves to death. They were ashamed to be Indians. Some committed suicide. At WO Undade KNEE they became warriors again and began to feel good about themselves. They began to feel good about being Sioux, Cheyenne, or Ojibwa. They put on red FCE paint, let their hair grow long, and proudly wore their ribbon shirts. Under fire they learned to respect themselves once more, and after almost 100 years, they were ghost dancing again. Dennis Banks, Ojibwa. The days after the disastrous confrontation at Custer were for me days of soul-searching and deep thinking. Who is Dennis Banks? What is AIM? What is that person called an Indian? There were so many questions to answer. About February 15, 1973, I was in Pierre, South Dakota, the state capital, addressing the state legislature at the invitation of Governor Neep about racism in South Dakota. I told them that the situation at Pine Ridge had gotten out of hand. WE wanted to get along. WE wanted race relations to improve, but if Custer was a foretaste of things to come, I warned, there could be serious confrontations ahead. Pierre is in the northernmost part of the state, and we were still up there on February 19 or 20. WE decided to camp near Eagle Butte at Red Scaffold, where some relatives of Madonna Gilbert, one of our IS-7 bravest women, lived. We went there to relax for a few days with no thought that great events were about to unfold. Alex Charging Hawk was host to the 15 or 20 of us. WE bought a lot of groceries: flour, rice, potatoes, and pejuta sapa, or black medicine, a Lakota name for coffee. Somebody donated a cow and we had a big cookout. We just were taking it easy. We were unaware that at Pine Ridge, things had gone from bad to worse. Dickie Wilson managed to defeat his impeachment for corruption and voting fraud by more voting fraud. His vice president, Vern Long, resigned in disgust. The goons shot out windows in his home and killed his horses. Wilson installed 2.50 caliber machine guns on the roof of the Tribal Council building, which was promptly renamed Fort Wilson. The U.S. government's favorite Indian also had the building sandbagged. Hallways contained shotguns and rifles stacked against the walls, ready for use. Canisters of tear gas stood in rows wherever there was room. During elections, Wilson gave Pine Ridge citizens wine, whiskey, and money to vote him in. Pine Ridge was swarming with FBI agents and U.S. Marshals in blue jumpsuits. Already the first APCs, some carrying machine guns, were arriving to protect the government's darling against big, bad aim. Wilson abolished all constitutional rights. Fear was spreading all across the res. No AIM member was allowed to set foot on Pine Ridge, not even Russell Means, who was a member of the tribe and whose family lived on the res. About 3 a.m. on February 27, I was awakened by a loud pounding on the door. I was asleep inside the house. Ron Petit, who had been sleeping outside in a tent, came in to say that someone from Pine Ridge had arrived with a tape from Russ. We sat down immediately and listened to it. Russell's voice said, "Dennis, we need you to come down here to Calico as fast as you can make it. We're having a big meeting there tomorrow, and we think it will be a matter of great importance. We need you. Bring as many people as you can. Don't come through Pine Ridge. You might get stopped or even hurt." Calico, South Dakota, was just a tiny settlement consisting of about a dozen houses, but it contained a wooden building that served as a community center and meeting hall. The town was some 5 miles west of Pine Ridge. By then it was 4 o'clock in the morning. We made some coffee. Ron said, "What now?" I told him, "Well, wake up everybody and tell them where we are going. Tell them we are leaving for Pine Ridge today." Ron woke everybody up. There were some people camped pretty far away from us, way down by the river, so we had to wait until the sun came up in order to account for everybody. Alex's wife, Vicky, fixed a great big breakfast for us. Then I told everyone, the Oglala people have invited AIM to help them. Things could become serious. I asked whether somebody knew a back way to Calico that would allow us to avoid Pine Ridge. Somebody did. I said, "Let's round everybody up and get going." It took our 8 cars 2 or 3 hours to get on the road. Ours were typical Indian cars. 3 of them had flat tires and no spares, and it took time to fix them. Finally, we hit the road. I was in the lead car with Ron driving. We arrived at Calico Hall Community Center at 5 p.m. There were about 250 people milling around outside because the building was so full of people that no more could squeeze in. The debate took place in the basement of the Calico Church, where tribal leaders sat at the several long tables near the back of the room. I mingled with the people, quietly shaking hands. Russ was there, as well as Carter Camp and Clyde Belcourt. All of the people we needed were in Calico. As far as I remember, Russ and I were the only representatives of AIM in the church, listening to what was said and witnessing what was taking place. WEFELT that we were guests, that the speeches and decisions should be made by the traditional Oglala Sioux alone. Chief Frank Fools Crow, Pine Ridge's oldest and most respected medicine man, was speaking in Lakota. Pedro Bissonette translated everything he said. Pedro was the founder of OSCRO, the Oglala Sioux civil rights organization, and one of the staunchest opponents of the Wilson regime. Fools Crow said that he had followed the ways of the pipe all his life in peace, but that there comes a time when one must fight for survival of the Oglala nation, for its spirit. This was the time for the tribe's young men to go ahead and take care of things. Fools Crow said that if that's what we had to do, then now was the time to do it. I needed no translation to FEL the passion, the desperation in his words, which are 59. Gripped the hearts of all who were in that church. Pedro Bissonette spoke after Fools Crow. So did Severt Young Bear and Chief Tom Bad Cobb. Many stood up to speak, and it seemed that by doing so, they freed themselves of a great burden that had weighed heavily on them. However, it was the women Ellen Moves Camp, Gladys Bissonette, Lubine, and Hildegard Catches who dominated the discussion. They were losing patience and wanted to take action. They shamed us men by their power and daring for making decisions. Ellen Moves Camp made a great impression upon me. I had seen her earlier at the Yelo Thunder demonstrations in Gordon and at Custer, but listening to her impassioned words at Calico was when I first felt close to her. She pointed a finger at me saying, "Dennis Banks, what are you going to do?" She didn't expect me to respond, it was a rhetorical question. All the same, her words stung me. I felt as though I had been stabbed with a knife. Ellen continued, "Ever since we came here, we have been surrounded by marshals, goons, and spies. They have been watching us every minute. They're reporting every step we make. They could come in here right now to arrest us for exercising our constitutional rights. Dickie Wilson has forbidden any meetings, speech-making, or traditional dancing on the reservation. But this is our land, Lakota land. It belongs to us, not to him and his goons. The goons are only minutes away, armed to the teeth, trying to frighten us. They come in here staggering drunk, saying filthy words to us, shaking their fists in our faces. Dennis Banks, what are you going to do about it?" Gladys Bissonette, Pedro's aunt, also pointed her finger at me, making an even stronger appeal, "You AIM people, what are you going to do? Why, oh, you are supposed to be warriors. What are you going to do? If you men can't do it, then we women will." Even as I speak, the FBI and marshals are taking over our schools, hospitals, and sacred places. Then she said the same thing in Lakota with such feeling and anger that many in the room began to weep. Finally she added, "We must take action today, not tomorrow." One of the men said that most of the people present wanted to storm the tribal council building and retake what was rightfully theirs. "But," he said, "that would be playing Wilson's game. That's what the I-60 goons expect us to do. They are just waiting for us with their machine guns, waiting to mow us down." Lubine said, "Then let's not go to Pine Ridge. Well, fool them. Instead, let's go to Wounded Knee and make our stand there." Her words shot through the crowd like an electric shock. I felt chills running down my spine. Gladys Bissonette spoke to the men again, saying, "Let's go to Wounded Knee right now." The women were showing us the way. Leonard Crow Dog stood up and said that Wounded Knee was the most sacred place for the Lakota and the best place to make a stand. Severed Wyong Bear stood up then and said that in going to Wounded Knee we would bring a good spirit to the ghosts of our people who were massacred there in 1890. Russ and I stood up to give a last word. This was the only time we spoke during the meeting. I said that we would commit the American Indian movement, body and soul, to the struggle, however long it might last. And if necessary, we would die in this struggle. Fool's Crow ended the debate by saying, "Then we'll go to Wounded Knee. The AIM warriors will lead us." My heart was racing. My adrenaline surged at the thought of what we were about to do. I knew the drum was calling us and we were heeding the call. Carter Camp said, "Let's secure Wounded Knee now. We have some 300 warriors ready to go. If we're going to do it, let's do it right now." I said, "Let's organize the caravan." We had 54 cars. I rode in the lead car with Chief Fool's Crow. We had a leader in almost every car. This time we did not avoid Pine Ridge. We made a show of defiance by driving through the cold night, right past Wilson's headquarters with our lights blazing, car horns honking, and AIM flags fluttering from our car antennas. The goons and marshals came running with guns in hand, trembling at the thought of an impending attack. We drove right past them. They stood there open-mouthed and uncomprehending. I saw people running back and forth on the roof of the tribal council building like ants out of an ant heap stirred with a stick. It must have been about 6 o'clock in the morning, it was just barely beginning to get light. Our caravan seemed miles long. There were cars and more cars. The miracle was that, with so many old clunkers, not a single vehicle. I broke down. It seemed as if the spirit of the people had inspired the spirits of our old wrecks. After we had arrived at Wounded Knee and secured the area, the first thing we did was hold a prayer meeting at the long ditch, the mass grave of our slaughtered people. Meanwhile, some of our men were going through Gildersleeve's trading post, stripping it bare, taking firearms, ammunition, and food, all items we really needed. I looked for Pedro Bissonette and found him grinning, wearing a big war bonnet somebody had hawked years before at the trading post. I told the people standing around the trading post not to take anything and not to make a mess of things because it would reflect badly on us. The Gildersleeves had a long history of exploiting Indians. Since beginning their operation in the early 1900s, they had expanded the trading post into a cafeteria, a pawn shop, and a curio shop as well. There were many stories of the Gildersleeves opening local Indians' mail and endorsing and cashing the enclosed government checks. The Gildersleeves said it was to cover debts that were owed to them. So cleaning out the trading post was a little payback that some of our people felt was justified. It did not take the government long to react after we reached the knee. Within an hour the little hamlet was surrounded by roughly 100 marshals in combat boots and flak vests. A lone FBI agent in an expensive-looking business suit stood on a knoll surveying the scene. TWO armed personnel carriers came down an incline, the drivers' heads comically sticking out the side windows. TWO helicopters hovered overhead. Later, we were buzzed by low-flying planes. Wounded Knee is situated inside a small valley surrounded by the rolling prairie Oflo hills covered with gama and buffalo grass. Vegetation is sparse, though here and there stand clusters of evergreens. The site is dominated by the hill on which the Sacred Heart Church stood. 25 years later, only the foundations of the church remained. Downhill below the church flows the creek in which so many victims of the 1890 massacre perished. WE set up a defense perimeter and command post around the small, white Sacred Heart Catholic Church on the hill next to the mass grave. The perimeter was a low wall, maybe 4 feet high, made of sandbags and cinder blocks. A child could have jumped over it. We hung a large 4-direction flag from the church steeple. WE established a sort of no man's land, a strip about 500 yards wide between us and the nearest feds. WE called it the DMZ after the demilitarized zone in Vietnam. In the middle of the zone we put up a teepee for any negotiations that would take place between us and the government. WE took stock of the situation. Including what was taken from the trading post, we had roughly 35 firearms, mostly .22s and hunting rifles. One of our men, Bobby Onko, a Kiowa from Oklahoma, had an AK-47 with a banana clip, a souvenir from Vietnam. I don't think he had any ammo for it, he used it to impress the media and the marshals. Later during the siege, we set up a stovepipe, which caused a panic among the feds. Oh my God, those Indians have a rocket launcher. We certainly didn't have any rockets and had almost no ammunition. What little we had usually did not fit the strange assortment of arms we carried, and we doubted that much of it could reach the feds 500 yards away. It was a puny force that faced the mightiest government in the world with its huge arsenal of deadly weapons. We also had very little food. Most of our people thought we would occupy the knee for no more than 2 or 3 days. Our leadership knew better. Everybody went over to the church. It was small, but it was the biggest building we had. The church's Jesuit priest, Father Paul Manhart, was sitting in the basement, frightened. I went down to see him because I did not want him to have the wrong idea of why we occupied the church. I said, Father Manhart, you can have anything you want upstairs, food, coffee, whatever. He said, please, for God's sake, don't harm me. I told him, Father, we're not here to hurt you. Yo, you can walk around and talk to whomever you want. Yo, you can find out why we're here. Nobody will hurt you. He did not want to believe me. He looked at us as if we were redskins from some old movie come there to scalp him. He kept repeating, "Please don't harm me." A car full of goons raced up the hill, snapped off 2 shots at us, then took off as fast as they could. It was not a big thing, but it was an indication of what was to come. We put the grandmothers and small children in the church basement to keep them out of harm's way. Upstairs, the church was crowded. In fact, it was packed. People kept coming in and we couldn't find space for them. Some eventually settled down in the trading post, which slowly was transformed into a boarding house. I told our Oglala people, if anybody wants to go home and get a change of clothing or a blanket, you should do that now, because at any moment the feds will set up roadblocks and you won't be able to return. We don't know what's coming down on us. During the first 24 hours of occupation, Wounded was a beehive of frantic activity. It was up to Clyde and me to find people on the outside we could count on for support. We called AIM chapters, churches, and organizations that had helped us in the past, telling people to come up and help us with food and supplies. The phones were open and had not yet been interfered with, so we could call anybody we wanted throughout the world. The response to our call for help was immediate. Support for us began to come in from around the country. Demonstrations for Wounded were held in many cities. People even walked to the village under the cover of night, bringing backpacks full of food and supplies. Everybody present was trying to volunteer for a variety of tasks. I had never seen so many people totally committed to a single cause. There were occasional shots fired throughout the night. Some of our young men shot out the street lights on the main drive so that we could move about in the darkness without becoming easy targets for our enemies. I began to wonder about the consequences of our actions there at the knee, hoping and praying that nobody would be shot or killed. It had always been my main concern over the many years I had been with AIM that somebody would get trigger happy and provoke a deadly incident. I did not want a brother or sister to suffer because of an error on my part or someone else's, or because of somebody's uncontrolled emotions. We could not allow single individuals to develop their own agenda. The entire leadership made it clear to everyone what should be done and what should not. There would be no firing except in self-defense, and even then only if sanctioned by our leaders. We felt everything had to have some kind of approval by the lead airship because our actions and the possible consequences were more serious than they were at the BIA takeover or the Custer action. Wounded Knee was an event that would bring the world's attention to our struggle. One of the things I had learned was that the possibility of negotiation must always be there. We had to be willing to negotiate with even our most stubborn opponents, even in the midst of a fight. Among us were people from many tribes: Navajo, Ojibwa, Sac and Fox, Potawatomi, Iroquois, Lumbee, Shinnecock, Pueblo, Kiowa, Comanche, Ponca, and several more, including tribes from the Northwest. About 65% of the people present were local Lakotas from the Pine Ridge, Rosebud, Cheyenne River, and Standing Rock reservations. Even some non-Indians had come to help us Chicano brothers, young white men and women from the 6OS counterculture, and a white doctor with a few nurses. We welcomed them all. People came and went. During the first 2 days, some of our elders, such as Pete Catches and Frank Fools Crow, left for home at night and came back in the morning. Although we had already put up our roadblocks, the feds had not yet established theirs. Even after the marshals and FBI agents had closed ranks around us, they were never able to seal us off completely. Supporters always trickled through. From the beginning until the end, we were able to maintain two-way traffic in spite of everything the feds would do to prevent that. The feds had their tripwire flares, their snipers with night scopes, and their attack dogs. Oscar Bear Runner and Severed Wyong Bear were our specialists in getting through. They always seemed to know how to avoid the feds' patrols and dogs. I think we Indians were just naturally better at this kind of night work because we lived so close to the earth. We had gathered up 11 white people and were holding them in one of the buildings near the trading post. Father Manhart, the Gildersleeves, and the couple with an unpronounceable Polish name who had been hired to run the trading post were among them. We put our guards around them, not to prevent them from escaping, but to prevent them from being harassed by any impetuous young guys. We let them go after the first 2 days. They were the strangest hostages you ever saw. They refused to leave, saying they were afraid of the goons and the trigger-happy marshals. They told us they felt a lot safer with us. Once it became clear we were going to be at Wounded Knee for a while, we realized we had to decide who was in charge of what. Leonard Crow Dog and Wallace Black Elk were, as usual, our spiritual leaders. Stan Holder, a Wichita from Oklahoma, was appointed head of security. Lorelei Decorah from Iowa took charge of our hospital. She later married Ted Means, Russ's brother. Russ became our spokesman because he had charisma and a good mouth. Carter Camp was to gather support and sometimes take charge of the warriors. Matt King, Jr., was our OFFI Chail interpreter, and I became one of the principal spokespersons for AIM. Kamook was with me at Wounded Knee. We slept that first night in a car. Around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning I kissed her and said, "Please, please, don't get yourself hurt. What is happening here is a major event in the history of our people. It will affect their lives and our own lives. It is a privilege for us to be here at this time. I don't know how long we'll be here or how it will end. Out there the feds have heavy weapons and enough ammunition to kill every Indian in South Dakota 10 times over. People might get wounded or killed. I pray with all my heart that this won't happen. I love you. Please, please, don't get hurt." And though the cold night was full of threats, Kamook and I were snug, warm, and full of hope for the future. I-66. 1-4. The siege. TH's is not an IM action. IT is an all-Indian action. THEY can't do anything worse than kill us. Be prepared to defend this position with your life. THEFEDS will be coming soon. WHAT is at stake here at Wounded Knee is not the lives of a few hundred Indian people, but our whole Indian way of life. Dennis Banks, Ojibwa. On our second day at the knee, I woke up early in the morning, about 5 a.m. I sat up in the car and realized how strange it was to wake up knowing this was a decisive moment in my life, that this morning was only the beginning. I wanted to be part of this movement with all of my body and heart, as a negotiator or as a combatant. I did not care which. I realized that the takeover could last 10 days or even longer. As I sat there in the car, I realized that we had to take a definite plan of action. That day began as an armed stand-up. Pound shots had been fired. Both we and the feds had roadblocks up. Joseph Trimbach, head of the FBI in South Dakota, was already at the Darrell roadblock, arresting any of our people who tried to leave. We had to develop a game plan immediately. We had to act as an organized group and ensure that we would be seen in the right light. It was important that the American people and the people of the rest of the world understood why we occupied this place and why it was so sacred to us. There was a knock at my car window at around 7:30 a.m. It was Clyde. He said, "Dennis, we'd better call the leadership together." Inside the trading post, some people who had a huge pot of coffee bubbling called out, come in, have some hot java." So we decided to hold our meeting inside the museum there. That museum was an obscenity. The signs read, "Wounded Knee Massacre Historic Site. See the mass burial grave, curios for sale. Massacre photographs and postcards. Educational. Items that had been taken from our slaughtered people were displayed in glass cases. They had large photographs on the walls, almost poster-sized, showing our frozen dead, their bodies grotesquely twisted as death overtook them. The photos showed dead mothers with their murdered babies and Chief Bigfoot, lying stiffly in a half-raised position as though he were still trying to stand up. They showed soldiers grinning among the heaps of slain victims, of bodies stacked like firewood, ready to be dumped in a common ditch. Little personal objects like beaded buckskin dolls taken from the hands of the dead children were also on display. The museum even sold offensive poems about Uncle Sam not taking any guff from ghost dancing Ljuns, 'cause he ain't built that way. Amidst all this repulsive stuff, we held our meeting. First we decided the Oglala elders would be the main negotiators. They would be at the center of everything we did. AIM would take a supporting role. Our AIM men and even some of our bravest women would be in the front lines defending the perimeter. Then we further defined the roles individuals would play. Russ would assume the role of spokesman for the Oglalas, while Clyde and I would act as spokesman for the American Indian movement. WE had already written up our demands and sent them to the feds with a man from the Justice Department's Community Relations Service. WE told him, communicate this to whoever is in charge. He handed our demands to TR Imbake. WE demanded that we personally be allowed to discuss various issues with Presidential aide John Ehrlichman and Senators Kennedy, Aburezk, and Fulbright. The letter ended with, the only options open to the United States government are, 1. They wipe out the old people, women, children, and men by shooting and attacking us. 2. They negotiate our demands. Before noon on the second day at WO Undadni, TR Imbake arrived in a car with a white flag attached to the antenna. He stopped at the FBI roadblock, got out of the car, and started walking toward us. Carter met him in no man's land. It was there, between their roadblock and ours, that discussions began. Carter wanted their assurance that the feds would not advance any further. Trimbach said he would not and could not assure us of that, and that the only thing he could guarantee us was safe conduct to Pine Ridge, which of course would mean our arrest. He returned to his roadblock, saying he would be back in the afternoon. Later in the day when Trimbach came back, he was met by Russ. He told Russ that our only option was to surrender. Russ, of course, laughed at this. Trimbach repeatedly accused us of forcibly occupying the village. Russ responded that this was our land and that the FBI and marshals were the trespassers. The discussion became heated as TR Imbach insisted over and over again, your only hope is to surrender. Trimbach wrote in his report, it soon became apparent that Means was getting more excited, and that I was getting more nervous, and I, therefore decided to leave without engaging in any further conversations with him. According to Russ, TR Imbake was scared shitless and made off as fast as he could. So then it was war. We situated our defenses among the 4 roads that intersect at Wounded Knee. On the northwest side, we dug out our last stand bunker near a small housing project to block the road from Manderson. On the northeast side, our Little Bighorn bunker blocked Bigfoot Trail where it crossed Wounded Knee Creek on its way to Porcupine. As the Bigfoot TRL led southwest to Pine Ridge, we blocked it with our star bunker. The nearby unpaved Denby Road headed southeast from Wounded Knee. Where it crossed the creek, we placed the Lil California bunker on one side and the Denby bunker on the other. South of the knee between the Star and Lil California bunkers is where we situated the Crow's Nest bunker. To the north between our last stand and Little Bighorn bunkers was the Hawkeye bunker. West of the church, we set up another bunker called Black Elk. Our bunkers were nothing more than covered holes in the ground. The government's field command post was a luxurious Winnebago motorhome with a 2-way radio, located on top of a hill along our eastern perimeter. It was called Red Arrow. Originally our perimeter enclosed downtown Wounded Knee and the Sacred Heart Church on what some people called Fry Bread Hill. The hill dominated the landscape of open, rolling prairie. The church housed some of our people and was always jam-packed. It had an altar and plaster cast figurines of Jesus, Mary, and Joseph flanked by vases of paper flowers. We took so much fire from the feds that the statues had bullet holes in them. WE turned the church basement into a kitchen. Behind the church lay the cemetery, a rectangular mass grave in which the victims of the 1890 massacre at Wounded Knee were buried. Downslope, south of the church, stood the peace or negotiation teepee and 2 sweat lodges. Further south and across the big FOOTTRL was the trading post, which served as housing. The museum area of the trading post compound became our security headquarters. Below the trading post and across Denby Road stood a row of 4 houses. The one with heat and water became our clinic. To the east were 2 small churches, the Teepee Church and the White Church, the latter of which was made into another kitchen. Below the Teepee Church stood Lansbury House, the comfortable living quarters for the Church of God missionaries. We set ourselves up in these structures that constituted the interior of our perimeter, some 10 buildings and about a square mile of rolling prairie of withered buffalo grass dotted with snow patches. The land around Wounded Knee was open, with few trees and almost no cover. Whatever ground cover had existed outside our perimeter had been burned off by feds in an attempt to eliminate hiding places, and the fires had made the surrounding country acrid with dense clouds of whitish smoke. The feds could do nothing, however, about the little gullies and arroyos that made it possible for us to sneak in and out of Wounded Knee. Already by the second day, the media had arrived. We were thankful for their attention. As long as the press were there, we could not be attacked. Carter Camp told one reporter, "I tell you, if it were not for you people, this government would have slaughtered us as it did in 1890. The number of feds steadily increased: 200 on the first day, 250 on the second, 300 on the third, and so on. In the end their number had swollen to almost 500, including ranchers and vigilantes of all kinds who were eager to bag themselves one of them red savages." Wayne Colburn, Chief U.S. Marshal and our old adversary during the BIA takeover, arrived. The Army was there too. Even though the use of the Army in domestic conflicts is expressly forbidden by the United States Constitution. Almost as soon as we occupied the knee, Army advisors and observers from the Pentagon made plans to drive us out of the village. They supplied the Federal agents at Wounded Knee with an unbelievable amount of military hardware, enough to kill the whole Oglala tribe. There were 15 armored cars, APCs, 100,000 rounds of JVI-16 ammo, 1,100 parachute illumination flares, 20 sniper rifles with night vision scopes, powerful searchlights, submachine guns, bulletproof vests, gas masks, sea rations, ponchos, blankets, and helmets. Low-flying Army planes performed photo reconnaissance missions, which frightened some of the older women. They thought we were about to be bombed. After the planes left, we liberated a nearby rancher steer for food. One woman remarked, "If they accuse us of killing the steer, I'm going to tell them those planes just scared it to death." A top-secret plan called Garden Plot was developed by the Pentagon to deal with us. Army activity was coordinated by the Directorate of Military Support, an undercover Pentagon unit that was in charge of the Army's assistance to law enforcement agencies. Col. V. Olaney W. Aroner, Chief of Staff of the 8th IND Airborne Division, was ordered to Wounded Knee on February 29. He was told to wear civilian clothes, presumably to hide the fact that the Army was illegally involved in a domestic conflict. One of the first things W. Aroner did, to which we probably owe our lives, was to refuse a request by the FBI to commit 2,000 regular Army troops to overrun Wounded Knee. The feds would have followed the soldiers to arrest any survivors. Warner rejected the idea of repeating the 1890 massacre. We found out what went on behind the scenes years later when certain memos and orders were declassified under 1975 amendments to the Freedom of Loan Formation Act after the Watergate scandal. In one of those declassified memos, W. Aroner had written, "The aim of the game is not to kill or wound Indians." An Army involvement resulting in loss of life and injury would reflect badly on the Army. Time is of no essence. The object of the exercise is not to create martyrs. He removed the garden plot plan's references to using deadly force and persuaded the FBI to change their usual shoot-to-kill rules to shoot-to-wound only in cases of self-defense. He had asked FBI agents if they were still shooting to kill. One agent answered, "Rifles are for that purpose." Warner pointed out that a second Wounded Knee massacre would be disastrous. He made fun of the feds for being afraid of Indians armed with women and children. "If not for him, I might be dead now." Of course, Warner's views were not popular with the administration. An option paper prepared by one of the president's aides suggested that Nixon authorize massive force, then calculated how much the operation would cost and how many Indians and soldiers were likely to be killed. Nixon's advisors presented him with two choices: to take Wounded Knee by force regardless of casualties, or to withdraw all Federal forces and let AIM and Wilson's goons battle it out among themselves, which would be much less expensive. These men played at deciding our fates without our knowledge. Before long I realized that we were in for a long haul. I knew the feds would try to starve and freeze us out. But this was our kind of war. We have been fighting hunger and cold all our lives. Tensions continually increased. On March R, two APCs with .50 caliber machine guns mounted on the fronts came within 500 yards of our perimeter. The clinic had its first patient that day. One of our young men accidentally shot himself in the hand. On the same day, someone firebombed the Pine Ridge home of AIM's communications director, Byron DeSouza. No one ever doubted that Wilson's goons were responsible. They had made obscene phone calls to the house before throwing Molotov cocktails through a window. The explosions and shattered glass seriously injured Byron's wife. Byron had told the press earlier, "Wounded Knee is sacred to us in the way that something becomes sacred through pain, grief, and loss." On that same day, both of South Dakota's U.S. Senators, James Aburezk and George McGovern, arrived and tried to mediate between us and the government. Aburezk was sympathetic, but McGovern in his fashionable polyester suit was less so. They achieved nothing. On March 2, an additional group of marshals arrived to reinforce those already there. With them came 15 local ranchers who volunteered to help the feds. In a nearby Nebraska cowtown, several hundred more ranchers had discussed the events and made a resolution that those fucking Indians raised more than enough cane, and that a company of red, white, and blue he-men should be formed to make an end of the AIM nuisance. That day I happened to talk to one of our young people who work security at the Black Elk bunker west of the church. He showed me his .22 caliber rifle. The broken stock was held together with duct tape. He told me with a grin, "I have only one bullet for this." He was better off than the guy who had a WORLD War I Italian rifle. Not a single bullet would fit it. WE still had some food left for the warriors who had been on watch all night. Some of our women served them a breakfast of hard-boiled eggs, cereal, powdered orange juice, and coffee. Lizzie Fast Horse, a grandmother several times over, was in charge of the cooking. She soon ran out of eggs, as the feds had started to prevent people from bringing us food. Obtaining a steady stream of supplies for us was not easy. Once, I made light of the situation by announcing, "That was not beef you ate today, but an old horse, a nag." Clyde Belcourt replied, "We will eat our horses, dogs, cats, rats, and even dirt before we will submit." Again and again, the government's negotiator, Ralph Erickson, gave us the same ultimatum. The U.S. offers to let the Indians go free to leave Wounded Knee without threat of mass arrest. But Indians will have to surrender their weapons and all males must identify themselves. There is no intent to punish persons unknowingly involved, but even if we wished to do it, we could not close our eyes to the criminal violations that have occurred. He added, "There is no question of amnesty or that charges won't be filed against the Indians if violations of the law are found. The use of force to retake the village has not been eliminated as an alternative. You must leave by 6 p.m. or face immediate arrest. We want you to leave during daylight hours so that we can be sure that you are all out." He went on, "We have to be firm. We can't be wishy-washy or you guys would be there forever. On March 3, Dickie Wilson issued his own local call to arms. Fellow Oglala, fellow patriots. What has happened at Wounded Knee is all part of a long-range plan of the Communist Party. First, they divide the people, get them to fight among themselves. Disrupt the normal function of society, and demand the removal of officials, including Mijlpound. I7J. To combat this unpleasant nuisance we are confronted with, we are organizing an all-volunteer army of patriots. We need all able-bodied men over 18 years of age. We are requesting General Chesty Puller, U.S. Marine Corps, retired, to take command. There is no doubt that Wounded Knee is a major communist thrust. They have established a beachhead. Now it is up to us to get them out. We will organize while the federal government is negotiating. And when the federal government has yielded, conceded, appeased, and just plain surrendered, we will march into Wounded Knee and kill Tokas, Waisashuas, Hasipas, Spielas, and hippies. They want to be martyrs? Let's accommodate them. Since the American Indian movement is supported by non-Indians, we are enlisting the help of all non-Indians on the Pine Ridge Reservation. Let's get this show on the road. Translated from the Sioux language, Tokas, Waisashuas, Hasipas, and Spielas meant Indians from other tribes, white people, black people, and Hispanics. In other words, Wilson called upon his followers and anyone else with a racist agenda to join a killing party. However, his 800 or 900-man army never showed up, nor did General Puller show much interest in taking command of Wilson's goons. As early as February 28, the marshals circulated the order, "Do not let newspaper personnel into the area." Beginning March 3, reporters were denied access to the hamlet. On March 4, our telephone lines were cut. The phone had been our only way of communicating with the outside world, except for sneaking out and making our way to Porcupine, 9 miles distant, through a cordon of marshals with sniper rifles. Always they put the pressure on, "You have to give yourselves up or we're coming in." On March 4, the feds began to measure the quantity of gasoline in the gas tank of every car that, for one reason or another, was allowed to go into the perimeter. They wanted to make sure no one could secretly donate some gas to us. Amidst the distrust that surrounded Wounded Knee, Indians from dozens of tribes achieved a degree of unity never before dreamed. £0 Most decisions were made by unanimous consent. On rare occasions we had differing views on things, but we were able to come to a consensus. We were not without problems, however. Our engineer, Craig Camp, one day became angry and confronted the leaders. He said, "Things have gone to your head. Why our noses are stuck in the air? Why you want only to talk to the media? Why you guys better get your act together. Spend some hours a day with the people doing bunker duty, digging slit trenches. Collect garbage. We're all Indians here. There's no such thing as higher class Indians for the media, and lower class Indians doing all the shit work." With that he resigned. I begged him to reconsider but could not persuade him. I felt that he was right, and that I, as a member of the leadership, was partly to blame. We then made our medicine man, Leonard Crow Dog, chief engineer in addition to his duties as our spiritual leader. Wounded Knee was becoming more dangerous overall. Almost every day we were fired upon, sometimes only a few rounds, at other times a heavy barrage. We never knew what would set it up. In between, there were negotiations. Most of the time we could communicate through a two-way radio with Red Arrow, the Fed's command hub, often trading jokes or insults. We had many ceasefires and truces, which were always broken by the Feds. On March 4 at about 8 p.m., an APC drove right up to our entrenchments and fired upon us. They also set off a tear gas canister. We shot back and a firefight ensued in front of the Sacred Heart Church. Bullets whizzed all around us, past us, over our heads, burying themselves in the earth next to our feet. It was a miracle that nobody got hit. On March 5, we were pleased to hear that Bill Kunstler, a famous civil rights lawyer from New York, was joining our defense team. He joined the people already working on our behalf: our own Indian attorney, Ramon Rubido, Beverly Axelrod, Kenneth Tilson, and Mark Lane. They set up headquarters in Rapid City and founded UCLDOC, the WONDADNI Legal Defense Offense Committee. The feds allowed our lawyers access to us most of the time. Finally, on March 6, the government issued its ultimatum. Erickson declared, negotiations cannot be made at gunpoint. He advised us, the situation has become extremely grave. Evacuate your women and children before it is too late. You are given until nightfall on the 8th to evacuate Wounded Knee. The hostile faction of the press called Wounded Knee a guerrilla theater, but this was no theater. This was war in the truest sense. I warned the government, the massacre of I-75. 1890 started when one shot was fired. Now, one shot could start a great new Indian war right here. We had to be prepared for the worst. Some of our young men burned the wooden bridge over Wounded Creek to prevent APCs from overrunning us from the south. Black smoke rose from the slowly smoldering ruins. We soon realized that Crow Dog was a wizard at devising creative means of defense. Under his direction, we strengthened our bunkers, making them 5 feet deep. Women made sandbags from pillowcases and old clothes. Crow Dog taught the men who had no firearms to make their own zip guns. Then he filled Coke bottles and light bulbs with gasoline. He put 1,500 of these on one fuse, strung them all the way around our central positions and connect them to a battery so that we could set off the whole system simply by touching the wires together. We pounded charcoal to make gunpowder for use only as a last resort. We planted several round metal R6mm film canisters, each about the size of a medium pizza. We pretended they were Teller mines. We made stovepipes look like recoilless rifles. We used every trick in the book to create an impression of strength. We were so outgunned, so much weaker than the feds. We naturally wanted to avoid an armed conflict, but we knew the government could force the issue. Early on, I sent out a call to arms to all our Indian and non-Indian supporters. They came, some with guns, some without. One day, no less than 40 walked in at one time. We had by then established our system of gullies, which allowed hidden access to our perimeter. The feds could never close them because they could never find them. They called them Ames Ho Chi Minh Road. On March 7, the first airborne help arrived. A small plane obtained by Rocky Madrid and Owen Luck was able to land within our perimeter. It carried food supplies donated by sympathizers. The feds fired hundreds of rounds at the plane but, luckily for us, did not hit it. Until March 8, we had led a charmed life. In spite of the feds opening up on us whenever they had the slightest excuse or no excuse at all, no one had been hit. But on that day we suffered our first 2 hits from government fire. We decided that Crow Dog as our medicine man was most qualified to handle whatever surgery was needed. Our white doctors, medics, and nurses were treating upper respiratory problems. And even pneumonia, but had not expected to be handling bullet wounds. Milo Goings had been shot in the knee. Crow Dog first used his special medicine, which he called Redwood, to make Milo's knee numb. After the medicine had taken effect, Crow Dog dug the bullet out with a small pocket knife. He disinfected the wound with a special herb and used deer sinew to sew up the wound. Milo said that he didn't feel a thing. He healed in a very short time. The other victim was a young kid who got an M16 bullet in the wrist. Crow Dog again applied his Redwood medicine, then he cut a slit in the wrist and pulled the bullet out with a pair of tweezers. Then he cleaned the wound with his disinfectant herb. The young man could use his wrist again within 2 weeks. A few days later, a man called T.W. Shots was hit in the ball of the foot. Crow Dog's operation techniques were again successful. The hospital we set up at WO-Wounded was a simple 2-room, 1-story building across from the trading post. One room was the surgery and dispensary, the other room was the living quarters of Lorelei Decorah and Madonna Gilbert, the 2 women who ran the clinic. Lorelei was AIM's state director for Iowa. After WO-Wounded, she became a nurse for the tribal hospital at Rosebud. As I write this, she is trying to establish a diabetes clinic at Porcupine. Madonna was always a brave woman who could hold her own in any fight. Lorelei and Madonna used both Eastern and Indian medicine in treating their patients. They had no antibiotics, painkillers, or even bandages. Outside WO-Wounded, the donated medical supplies were piling up, but these supplies were stopped by the feds or the goons. So we did without. On one wall Lorelei had scrawled in large letters, "Good advice." A number of us took that advice once fighting started in earnest. The hospital was under fire almost every night. Every week the feds allowed in a team of a doctor or 2 and several medics. The feds always searched them carefully, going through all of their medical supplies and equipment piece by piece. Pat Kelly, a white physician who had come from Seattle with a small medical team, told us, "I'm a Vietnam veteran, and the things I have seen here, the tracers, the flares, the government burning off of all cover down to the last shrub, the APCs, it's what I experienced in Vietnam. It's like a flashback to Da Nang." I-77. Lorelei and Madonna risked their lives bringing the wounded in from bunkers and trenches. They were concerned for the people living in flimsy homes and tar paper shacks who had slugs coming right through their walls, concerned about the women chatting and joking in front of our improvised outhouses while bullets whizzed past them. Taking care of sanitation was also a part of the medical team's duties. They dug the latrines and buried waste in lime pits. Carla Blakey, a Saulteaux Indian from Canada, transformed an old garage into a 4-stall women's toilet. When, after a heavy exchange of fire, one of the medics making the rounds, yelled inside, "Everybody all right? Anybody need tranquilizers?" Carla laughed and said, "Imagine a place where you gotta have tranquilizers just to go to the can." In spite of the primitive conditions, our clinic was better managed than the BIA hospital at Rosebud. The people the feds called friendlies, the goons and vigilantes, caused a lot of trouble. Both had set up their own roadblocks. The feds ordered them to remove the obstructions, but without much success. Whenever things were quiet or the government and our people seemed close to an agreement, either the goons or the vigilantes began firing, trying to imply that we were shooting at the feds and that the feds were shooting at us. We knew they intentionally stirred up trouble and provoked firefights. On March 7, the government's ultimatum was still in force: get out or else. Our warriors put on face paint. Crow Dog daubed red circles on their foreheads and blessed each man. Then for the first time we heard an ominous sound. The feds opened up with a .50 caliber machine gun. The .50 caliber was a FER full weapon, a few rounds could knock a wall down. Firefights broke out all through the day, but suddenly, late in the day, we called a new ceasefire. It was quickly broken when shooting began again. On March 9, a woman was hurt by flying glass when rapid fire caused havoc in the part of the trading post where she was staying. The feds began shooting tear gas into some of the bunkers. As one of the feds boasted to a newsman, "We want to flush them out in order to